February 26, marathon 26, out of 28. Netherlands. Amsterdam is canals, there's canals everywhere. Canals. So, this is it, 27th, 28th is tomorrow. And been running through Ireland to Dublin. So I'm in France, I'm in Paris. Let's get the French flag in there, we go. And 28th marathon, 28 days. I said I'd do it, and it looks like I'm gonna do it. So that's nice. It's nice to stick to your guns. I'm almost at the end, marathon 28. I'm gonna do a gig now, do a stand-up gig. And look at this. Da-da-da. People say, oh, you must love the running. I love the stopping. It's not a body thing, it's a mind thing. It's so good to be here. Goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there.
We'll be strong.
I'm going to kick it off right now, and let's get this going and get the first marathon in London going. Cheers, see ya. Boys. I have just finished in Portugal. There you can see the Portugal flag. Got a train, night train, from Lisbon to Spain to Madrid. So I'm going to start running right from the station. Italy now, yes, there we go. Italy. Running through the streets in Malta, in Valletta. Is it the 6th marathon? Nicosia in Cyprus, which has had its own problems of separation, division. In Greece, in Athens, Sofia, Bulgaria, day 8. Here in Bucharest, in Romania, running in the snow. This is Hungary. Hungary is in Budapest. The February 11th and 11th marathon. You see, it all ties up. And this is Slovakia, Bratislava in Slovakia. Off to Vienna. Each one I get up and I'm thinking, Zagreb, Croatia. Here we are. Slovenia. Ljubljana. Is this marathon 14? I think this is, when I've done this, it'll be the halfway point. Thank you for supporting. So, I'm in Prague, Czech Republic. I think it's the 16th of February. In Warsaw, Warszawa. So in Vilnius, which is in Lithuania. In Latvia, Riga, about 10k to go. Running in Tallinn and Estonia. And I'm not running, as you can see. I'm staggering. Finland, Helsinki. Almost finished marathon 20, thank you. Just finishing in Stockholm in Sweden. Here in Copenhagen, there we go, the UNICEF. This is the biggest warehouse, humanitarian warehouse in the world. Berlin, Germany, capital city. In Brussels, Belgium, Luxembourg. Marathon 25, yeah, 25th marathon. It's 25 days. Sounds insane. February 26, marathon 26, out of 28. Netherlands. Amsterdam is canals, there's canals everywhere. Canals. So, this is it, 27th, 28th is tomorrow. And been running through Ireland to Dublin. So I'm in France, I'm in Paris. Let's get the French flag in there, there we go. And 28th marathon, 28 days. I said I'd do it and I have. It looks like I'm gonna do it. So that's nice. It's nice to stick to your guns. I'm almost at the end, marathon 28. Yeah, I'm gonna do a gig now, do a stand-up gig. And look at this. Da-da-da. People say, oh, you must love the running. I love the stopping. It's not a body thing, it's a mind thing. It's so good to be here. Goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there.
Will be strong.
I'm going to kick it off right now, and let's get this going and get the first marathon in London going. Cheers, see ya. Boys. I have just finished in Portugal. There you can see the Portugal flag. Got a train, night train, from Lisbon to Spain to Madrid. So I'm going to start running right from the station. Italy now, yes, there we go. Italy. Running through the streets in Malta, in Valletta. Is it the 6th marathon? Nicosia in Cyprus, which has had its own problems of separation, division. In Greece, in Athens, Sofia, Bulgaria, day 8. Here in Bucharest, in Romania, running in the snow. This is Hungary. Hungary is in Budapest. The February 11th and 11th marathon. You see, it all ties up. And this is Slovakia, Bratislava in Slovakia. Off to Vienna. Each one I get up and I'm thinking, Zagreb, Croatia. Here we are. Slovenia. Ljubljana. Is this marathon 14? I think this is, when I've done this, it'll be the halfway point. Thank you for supporting. So, I'm in Prague, Czech Republic. I think it's the 16th of February. In Warsaw, Warszawa. So I'm in Vilnius, which is in Lithuania. In Latvia, Riga, about 10k to go. Running in Tallinn and Estonia. And I'm not running, as you can see. I'm staggering. Finland, Helsinki. Almost finished marathon 20, thank you. Just finishing in Stockholm in Sweden. Here in Copenhagen, there we go, the UNICEF. This is the biggest warehouse, humanitarian warehouse in the world. Berlin, Germany, capital city. In Brussels, Belgium, Luxembourg. Marathon 25? Yeah, 25th marathon. It's 25 days. Sounds insane. February 26, marathon 26. Out of 28. Netherlands. Amsterdam is canals. There's canals everywhere. Canals, canals. So, this is it, 27th. 28th is tomorrow. And been running through Ireland to Dublin. So I'm in France, I'm in Paris. Let's get the French flag in there. There we go. And 28th marathon, 28 days. I said I'd do it and I have. It looks like I'm going to do it. So that's nice. It's nice to stick to your guns. I'm almost at the end. Marathon 28. Yeah, I'm going to do a gig now. Do a stand-up gig. And look at this. Da da da.
People say, oh, you must love the running. I love the stopping. It's not a body thing, it's a mind thing.
It's so good to be here.
Goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there.
We'll be strong.
Hello, today we're running Osaka in Japan, and now taking the knee for Black Lives Matter. And we are off for a marathon 29. We're celebrating Osaka in Japan, sponsored by Mizuno, which is based in Osaka. So I thought I'd do a salute to them and the people of Japan. And since World War II, obviously trying to be a positive country as much as possible, same as Germany. And the Mizuno brothers started their company, and they've been helping us get things up and pay for things and equipment, running equipment, so that all your donations, when you go to Izzard.com and hit that donate button, they go boom straight through and help the charities. That's the way it works. That's how we work with sponsors. So thank you for them. There's another sponsor, and the Zwift. You can see up in the top corner, the Zwifty runners. Starting off my run today. I'm running slowly. I'm walking, in fact. This is not running. But I've also announced today that today will be 29th marathon, 30th marathon will be in for Kigali, capital of Rwanda, for International Neglected Tropical Disease Day. Neglected tropical diseases, horrible diseases that no one really things about NTDs, they're known as, and they include leprosy and elephantitis. People still suffering from these horrific things. So that will happen. We have a news interview at 10 past 12. So that's going to be happening in about 8 minutes. So that's going to be intriguing. Then Alderman William Russell, Lord Mayor of London. We're talking to Lord Mayor of London. We'll talk to him about Puss in Boots and Dick Whittington. Because I've always thought Dick Whittington. Now, my mum was in a pantomime. She was in Aladdin. She played Princess Yasmin. Is Yasmin or Yasmina? I need to look this up. Can you look this up, Sarah? Are you busy? Let's bring Sarah on the screen. Can you do, before you do, you got some Osaka, Japan stuff we can talk about?
Yes, I'm just going to find
before
that.
Can you just look up Aladdin, pantomime?
Aladdin pantomime.
And
Yeah.
is the female heroine called Yasmin or Yasmina? Jasmine.
Hang on. Have a look. Jasmine.
Jasmine.
Princess Jasmine. So I've got a description of Aladdin characters.
Oh yeah.
There you go. Princess Jasmine. Princess Jasmine has been kept under lock and key all her life and has been waiting for an opportunity to run wild, according to this website.
Right.
It says, yes, she is a quick learner and by the end of the story stands firmly on her 2 feet. There you go.
And, well, see, Aladdin was played by a woman who was playing the principal boy. So I've always thought, like, when we talk to Lord Mayor of London, I'm sure he'll be still mollified by the idea. But anyway, Dick Whittington became Lord Mayor of London, and the Bow Bells, I think, were ringing, and he turned around. So got this it's not a mythical story; it's a legendary story because it's kind of based in truth. And yes, so that happened. The windows are working, Sarah. Can we get?
Yeah, do you like that?
Yeah, Dave, can you show the windows? We've got 3 windows open now. We might even go for 5. But to put them back up would be a real pain in the arse for you, wouldn't it?
It'd just be me on a ladder, but that's all right.
But I mean, do they go back up easy?
It's just Velcro. I've not put them back up, but I'm sure it's fine.
It's a Velcro
yeah,
attachment.
it's just little Velcro at the top. Yeah.
Because, yeah, it could be, well, 3's looking nice. Maybe 4, because that's the pay station. You could do that final.
Yeah, we might have to. We'll see how when the sun comes around. Just make sure we don't get
Yeah, no, that's true.
too much on you.
Yeah.
But I can put them back up. It'll just be me on a ladder now and again.
Ladder.
That's all right.
Okay, back. Oh, the camera's away from me. God, I'm drowning. Drowning in lack of... I once did this thing, okay. My ears are not burning. Nobody's talking about me. This is when your ego... this isn't ego gone right. The trouble is you've got to have an ego to do this, and then try and balance it and try and be a human being at the end of it.
That's a funny phrase, isn't it? Your ears are burning. I don't know if everybody has that around the world.
No, I like it, but you see, mine was my ears are not burning. It's no.
Why aren't they? Yes, because it's the phrase. If your ears are burning, someone's talking about you. That's the phrase, isn't it? Apparently.
Which is based on truth, because people used to talk about people with a blow lamp in their hand. They stood behind people. Yeah, Jack. Okay, now ears are burning. Oh, I can't get my Swift thing to link up. This won't link up.
Oh, the iPad's not linking up.
I'm going to try resetting.
Yeah. The other phrase, which is slightly more sinister, is the one where if you shiver, you go, "Oh, someone must have walked over my grave."
If you shiver.
Yeah. If you suddenly feel cold.
Yeah, it's a bit weird.
Sinister,
you're not
isn't
dead
it?
yet,
No. Wherever it is going to be.
Maybe you walked over their grave.
Yeah, there's some odd phrases, isn't there?
Yep. So yeah, we'll be talking about Russell Brand at 5 p.m. today. Before that, Dermot O'Leary. 4:30, Ed Balls, ex-MP at Labour Party. He's probably still a Labour Party member, but now no longer an MP. At 4 o'clock, Jeremy Vine, broadcaster at 3:30. Social media questions at 3:10. Channel 5 news interview at 3 o'clock. Talk to Shigeru Aoi, who has worked for Mizuno in Osaka, so we'll talk to someone who's linked with Mizuno, hopefully in Japan. And we'll be talking to Paula Radcliffe, who's a former British long-distance runner, world record holder, and I think is her record. I'm not sure if her world record is still standing or not. She held it for a decent length of time if she didn't, but I think it might well still be there. Because the trouble is, world records, other people come and they challenge you and that kind of thing. But amazing results Paula has done. Yuriko Kotani, who's a UK-based Japanese comedian and funny. And you think, well, Japanese comedy is going to be different, but it isn't. It's human. It is not national. And now someone's looking in the window, completely stomorified by what we're doing. Thank you. I got a thumbs up. Oh, great. The gentleman was looking in the window as if like, what on earth is going on in there? Actually, I suppose that little sign there does explain to people if they just stare into the window and catch hold of it.
Yeah, it's a lovely sign people made. That was very early on, that sign, actually.
Yeah.
Some people came along with a lovely sign saying, "Go Eddie."
Indeedy.
With the with the details of 31 marathons, 31 days.
Well, I can't get my thing to link up. I don't know where it is. So I can't talk to the Swift runners. The Zwift runners. Oh, no, that is working. Good morning, people. Stephen Cousins is out there. Adam Koffler, Zwift runner. Who else we got? Richard Melick. Yes, Mike Pollard, MHG runner. Mike Samuels, MHG runner. Thank you for coming along. Yep, Clive Fidamore out there. There's the Allen MHG. Now, for some reason, my other computer is not linking. Oh, it's because I'm on this one. That's why it's not linking. Yes, I knew there was a reason. Just stay with it, and eventually it works itself out. So, ITV News interview, Dave, it's 12:10. Will that be accurate, or will that be... We're just going to wait and see what happens?
We don't have them yet, so
Right.
we may be slightly later.
There we go. Adam Crawford saying, I am a tad mad. Yes, it's good to be a tad mad. But I think it's bonkers. Adam, bonkers, good bonkers. Good bonkers is what, there's bad bonkers and there's good bonkers.
And talking of good bonkers, you should probably tell everyone what's now happening on Sunday.
Yes, on Sunday we had the final marathon for New York, but that seemed a little bit easy just to do that. So there's going to be the marathon for New York and then a gig. But instead I've decided to do an extra marathon. So I'm going to run a marathon for Aden in Yemen, my city of my birth. And then I'll start running the New York Marathon. And then I will stop and do a gig. And then I'll continue running the rest of the marathon, trying to finish by midnight on the Sunday 31st. That's what we're going to do. That's what I'm going to try and do. Double marathon. Probably take me 13 hours of running. 1 hour stand-up. And what with that stand-up gig, do tune in. I advise you to tune in for the 7th. We can have as big an audience as we want. No seating capacity because it's a virtual gig. It's a streaming gig. And what? And you know, I will fall asleep. I've been falling asleep multiple times, like yesterday, which is obviously not great comedy, but it's intriguing. I actually fall asleep while standing up and come back, and I will try and stay on top of it. And then I got to go back and run. Start rerunning at 8:30. Now to 10:30. I think I've got 3.5 hours to finish. So depending on where we are when we finish. Well, I'll have a vague idea. We'll see how it's going to go. Finish on Monday, Sunday at midnight. On the stroke of midnight, that's what I'm aiming for.
Now is probably a good time to tell everyone how you can donate, considering you've just raised the game again on the last day.
And how can you donate?
So, for everybody watching, Eddie is doing this for an incredibly good reason. It's not an easy thing by any means. So, please do donate if you can. It is very easy. If you go to eddieizzard.com, hit the donate button to give as much as you like via our crowdfunder site. If you have a UK phone, you can send a text instead. To donate £10, just text the word 10, TEN, to 70810. To donate £20, just text the word 20, TWENTY, to the same number, 70810. But anywhere in the world, go to eddieizzard.com. You can donate in any currency. So please do if you can.
There we go. So, Dave's still floating around?
Yeah, no, we can't make the connection at the minute. We're still trying.
Okay. Is that problems our end or their end?
We believe they're in.
Okay. So I may not be doing it with ITV. Yes, so we're going to do that. Tell us about Osaka, Sarah. Tell us about Japan.
Yes, let's do some facts for Osaka.
And we should say Sarah's wearing a hat, Make Humanity Great Again hat, which you can see very clearly there.
Oh yes,
You can
I
buy
should do
those on
that.
eddieizzard.com. Profits go to the charities. So, and there's masks, very nice masks. You haven't got an example of the mask, have you?
No,
I've got
not on me.
I've got one in my bag.
Okay.
Hang on. I'm going to hit the 0 button.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, go stay on until it stops.
Christ, yeah. That wouldn't be great, would it? We've got so far, and then you go off the treadmill. Cool, I will show everyone the masks. And we should say hats and masks and T-shirts are available also easily enough on eddieizzard.com. And all the profits are going to charity as well.
And I should say to Adam and Clive and Stephen and everyone on the MHG runners, Make Humanity Great Again runners on Zwift, I'm doing the show in the middle of the New York Marathon, so I'm going to run until 6:30 from 9 a.m. So we start at 9 a.m. on Sunday, guys. Everyone on Zwift knows this. 9 a.m. for Aden and Yemen, city of my birth. And then run for until 6:30, which is, what is that? 9. Oh my God, mathematics here. 9 to 3. So it'll be 6, 9, 9.5 hours. I'll run for 9.5 hours. I'll have finished the Aden Marathon, started the New York Marathon, and I'll be into the New York Marathon. I'll stop, go and do the gig at 7 p.m. as usual. Finish at 8, back at 8:30. Carry on running. That's Clive. Yes, we're starting at 9 a.m. 9 a.m. on Sunday. Start. The only one that starts at 9.
So I am now sporting the mask.
Yes, there we go.
There you go. This has gone a bit QVC, hasn't it? So here we go.
Yeah.
Comes in a tiny bag.
You get nice bags to make Humanity Great
very
Again
nice
on it.
bag.
And they're adjustable drawstrings behind your ears.
Yeah, I should. Yeah, there's like.
Yeah.
It's nice. They're like little plastic beads. So because I find this, my head is quite small. I have to have a child-size hard hat when we do our arena tours, which everyone finds hilarious. So yes, the little beads are quite good if your head is smaller, so you can tighten the things. And it's got one of the little nose bands, so it kind of fits properly on your nose. And
bendable plastic. Yeah.
it also tucks under your chin, so it's good. And we've tried this on. We've done a lot of testing, haven't we?
Yeah,
On
there were
people
4
of
of
different size faces.
Make Humanity Great on the it's at the merchandising company that we work with at. For me, for 8 years, for my normal merchandising, and we started doing these. So we road tested 4 of us, Hannah and Jack and me and Sarah, constantly trying on different versions. So we got one that we think works
Yeah.
and looks nice, and you got the logo one on the side.
Wait, which side is it? Is it
It's on your left side.
this side?
Yeah, yeah.
There you go.
There you go. There we go. Make humanity great again. And so not overt. We tried it in the middle, but it looks like you're screaming.
Yeah. Yeah, I think because we tried the across like this, but it sort of looked like teeth, didn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
So it's not great. So
So
there you go. And very, very comfy. I feel like I am doing QVC now.
yeah.
But there we go. But yeah, it's nice. There you are.
So I have a slightly different hat today because I'm trying to experiment with running hats, because our hats are sort of normal wearing hats, and you cloth wipe them because the brim has got cardboard in it, and I'm trying to get ones that have plastic in it, and so we're going to keep experimenting that, but we might have to get a separate one. This one I've got is one of my dry running a running hat, but yeah. Anyway. David, any news? Or we're giving up? Dave, tell us.
Hello. We're just on the phone to them at the minute, trying to get the news.
Okay, so we're still trying. Okay,
Yeah,
we'll
still
keep trying. We will keep trying because they'll only want to talk to me for. Normally, for a news program, it's a minute or so. It's like, here we go, we got this person. Now say, quick, say it now, go away.
Yes, it's usually very fast, isn't it?
Yeah.
Information. Thank you very much. There we go.
Okay, Osaka.
Yeah, so I'm gonna. Yes, things are happening in the background. I will talk about Osaka. So we'll find some interesting facts about Osaka. Here we go. Right, see what Google
Yes.
throws us today.
I should repeat again, if anyone wants to tune in on Sunday, I will be starting at 9 a.m. 9 a.m. Sunday, you can have that, watch in bed, having your breakfast, tea or coffee, and just tune in at eddyizzard.com, and I'll be there running for the city of my birth, Aden, in Yemen, which is Aden to the Arabic people. I've decided to go back to calling it Aden because I talked to an Adenese person who was calling it Aden, so maybe it's easier if I do that, and then everyone knows where we are. When I talk to an Arabic person, I'll say Aden. That's how I'm going to deal with it. I've adjusted my plan. There we go.
There we go.
Sarah.
So, here we go. Facts about Osaka. Osaka was once the capital of Japan.
All right.
Japan's first full-scale palace, Naniwa-no-miya Palace, I hope I've said that right, was built in 650. The site of the palace is maintained as a park located south of the current Osaka Castle.
Okay.
Ah.
That is interesting.
So
Just adjusting things here.
okay, what else? It says the current Osaka Castle is a reconstruction. It was originally destroyed in 1615. And its initial reconstruction was destroyed again by lightning in 1665.
Wow. Well, just one bolt of lightning, boom.
Yeah.
I suppose set fire to the wooden structures then.
Yeah. There you go. It is also, Osaka is known as the nation's kitchen and is well known for delicious foods such as takoyaki and okonomiyaki. The most famous food district in Osaka is Dotonbori. So a good place to go for food.
Now, we have been to Japan before. We played Tokyo, but
We did, yes.
I presume that was, unfortunately, more expat audience. I can't remember studying them. Did you study them? Did you?
Yeah, I think we were, but I think that there was a lot of
Eddie.
expats who brought friends along. So
Yes.
We have ITV for you.
Thank you.
Put you through now.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, I can't see you.
I can see me. I can see you as well.
I've got a... like a... Oh, I can see you on the treadmill.
Yes.
Silly me. Right, okay.
Yes, on a treadmill.
Yeah.
There we go. And it's, you see, I'm running a marathon 29 for Osaka in Japan.
Yes.
There's pictures of Osaka behind us. Here's the Japanese flag, the European Union flag, the United Nations flag, and and there's a Zwift app, which has people from all over the world running in. Right. Oh, a handover. I have a handover happening.
Sorry, that was yes. You just witnessed a handover, Eddie. Sorry, that was Natasha who sorted out the call. But my name's Geraint, and I'm the reporter who's going to be doing the piece on your project for tonight's news. So thanks for fitting us in today.
Very good. Very good. Thank you, Geraint.
I'm extremely excited to speak to you because I first saw you in the flesh in the Oxford Apollo in about 25 years ago.
Oh, wow.
And you were fantastic. I went with a bunch of colleagues of mine.
Colleagues from where? Were you in news reporting then, or were you at university, or?
I was just an office boy for a firm based in Oxford, and the girl whose birthday it was a huge fan of yours, so she took us all along, and we left, and we were all fans of yours.
Oh, well, that's very nice, because the early days are very interesting, I find. Well, have we started, or am I just...
No, we haven't started. Sorry, I'm just being a fanboy.
No, I just say this. It doesn't matter if we haven't started, but it's just because I was doing these gigs in French and German. It's like
that's right. Well, you were just about to start that, but you did the Singe dans l'arbre routine was the one I remember from that night.
Le singe sur la branche. Yeah, I used to say dans l'arbre, and then I was tracked down by the daughters of my French teacher, and then my French teacher told me, no, you're getting it wrong. Dans l'arbre means inside the tree, and
right, yeah,
it's sur la branche. So I've adjusted it ever since then. But when I play those places, it's like the early days again. It's very much...
Well, my mum was était une professeuse française. So when I told her about it, and I said, "Oh, this tremendously funny routine," she said it was quite wrong.
Yes.
So she'll be delighted that you have actually acknowledged that this was.
I have, and I changed it. Now, Geraint, we better get on with it because we've got a 12:30.
Yes, sorry, I'm talking nonsense, aren't I? Sorry. Eddie, tell me about A Run for Hope and what it's all about.
Well, it's a time of great separation in the world. It's a time of maybe COVID nationalism and the idea that if you got the vaccine, we should be sharing it with everyone in the world. We should be learning from COVID and sort of, I think, making even stronger connections than before. Some people are saying, I know in our country there is a thing of saying, come on, separate and isolate, and Trump was very much for that. And I think, no, I think this is the 21st century, the coming of age of humanity. The rest of us are going to make even stronger connections than before. So let's make humanity great again. And a fair chance in life should be the right of every person in the world. So fight for the country, be passionate, be patriotic, absolutely. But not our country is better than your country. I just don't believe in that stuff.
Well, you've touched on it there, but has there been a particular incident recently which has made you despair and made you think that we are being divided?
Well, I mean, I'm not in favour of Brexit, but I think Trump, Trump encouraged that whole feeling of, come on, separation, everyone go back to the 1930s. It's just, we've seen with Trump, it's lies upon lies. It's not good. And it gets people aggressive and separation. And who the hell are you? We were 70,000 people 200,000 years ago. We're now 7.8 billion. And if we don't make it a fair chance in life, that's not much to ask for everyone, the right of every person in the world. And if we're not pushing for that, I don't think we're going to make it. I just think it's humanity. No one seems to come down and help. You may be religious, well done, but no one came down for Second World War, no one's coming for COVID. It's up to the goodwill of human beings, men and women around the world. So I'm running for that. Make the connections, help raise money, and help everyone in our country and the world.
I've looked at the list of charities that you're hoping to raise money for. Can you tell me something about them or what the idea is? how you chose them?
Absolutely. We're like Sport Relief, which the Make Humanity Great Again Fund, and then people petition us. So we have a fair share in the UK, getting food out to kids on low-income backgrounds, anyone with low income. You know that at the time of COVID, it's a real difficult time. Marcus Rashford's been doing great work as well in this area. So that fair share is one of us. Walking with the wounded UK service personnel come home. They have physical injuries, mental health problems, or problems when they get back with the criminal justice system. And Walking with the Wounded really does help people. They're linked to the NHS, so that's beautiful. Care International, all around the world, care packages started in America and it's now international, helping people all around the world. Covenant House, beautiful organization helping teenagers and young people who are homeless, drug addicted, have real social problems, and they bring them into Covenant Houses, which they have based in New York and in 6 other countries, and they get them back on their feet, and they even pay for them to go to university. So we've some beautiful stories there. And neglected tropical diseases, they unite to combat against them, and that organization deals people. It's about 1.5 billion people in the world suffering from neglected tropical diseases, which include leprosy and elephantitis, which we thought would have gone, but they're still with us.
You're an experienced marathon runner.
Yep.
You've done it all over the world, but it must be terribly boring on a treadmill. How are you coping with that?
Talking to people like you, Garrett. It's just talking and chatting. That is really it. I got on the treadmill. If anyone's had a treadmill and got on it during these COVID times, it's repetitive, and I'm running for 6.5 hours a day. So I said, can I please talk to people? Can people please come on and have a Zoom chat? And so I'm basically doing a 6.5 hour podcast whilst running, and then I do a gig afterwards. I do a stand-up comedy gig at 7 p.m. every evening, which I have fallen asleep in at least 8 or 9 times last night. It's weird, you fall asleep for a second and you wake up again. But it's a little bit scary, but quite intriguing as the fight for my body to keep my mental energy going to do the gig.
You're concerning yourself with the state of humanity, Eddie, but what about the state of the business that you're in? And how much artists and creative artists have suffered as a result of the lockdown?
Anyone in my position, they're doing okay because their careers are doing okay. Anyone who's up and coming or has been working in the business a number of years, and all the people who are in the events business putting it on, all the experts in sound and lights, box office, very tough time. Something that government wasn't really focusing on. I can understand that government needs to focus on other things, but they've almost slipped down the back of the sofa. Some of the people, the furlough schemes didn't work for them, so it is really tough, and I just hope that they will be included within government financial systems coming up to keep people going, because their businesses are crumbling, and theatres are going to be closing. It's going to be very tough. So I really hope we can get to a better situation after COVID.
Because the arts say so much about who we are as a species, don't they? And if we forget about them or lose them completely as a result of lockdown, then that would be a catastrophe.
Exactly. They say a lot about us and our very vibrant culture in the UK, but also they bring people in who use restaurants, who go to the shops before they go to the shows, who use the parking facilities. And so we need those. Not that we don't want those theatres to be closing and shutting up and bordering up because of this time. So we've got to try and help them get through to the end of COVID.
I've got to ask you a tiresome question now,
Yep.
Eddie, which I'm sure you're sick of answering. But clearly, we're going to acknowledge the change in your pronoun in this report, because I'll be referring to you as she and her.
Yeah.
But for many of our viewers, they may not be aware of your decision and the reasons behind it. So would you mind just telling us something about that and why you decided to do that?
Well, I think people at home will probably know I've been out for 35 years. I came out in 1985 as trans TV. The language has changed over the years, but I have been out that long. And I did a program during COVID. They asked me to come in and sit, and the Young Portrait Artist of the Year. And I came in, I have boy mode and girl mode. I see it as a superhero kind of thing. I'm gender fluid, but I was in girl mode, so I sat there and they said, what pronouns would you like? And I said, well, if you're asking, she and her would be great. They used them. The show was seen, a lot of people saw the show, and it went viral around the world. Now, people have used she and her before, but that was the day it was decided, oh, that's about a month ago or something, and then everyone kind of went a bit crazy on it. But it was a request. It's not an insistence, it's a request. And I'm sort of based in girl mode now. And so if people call me she and her, a lot of organizations have moved over to she and her, and I feel I've been promoted. I've been promoted to she. It's a great honor. If anyone calls me she, if people have difficulty, just call me Eddie, call me mate, call me mush. I'm not going to get head up about it. It's going to be very elastic on this. People call me he and him. Cool. And I'm still, my dramatic acting roles will be in boy mode. So I am gender fluid, but this is the truth of what's going on and what has been in my head since I was 5. I've known this, and I'm just telling people in a very good, positive mental health way what has been in a lot of people's minds since the dawn of time. But it's been very difficult to talk about it over the centuries and millennia because people would ostracize them. So I took it on as my personal fight. Other activists have done it as well before me. But 85 I came out. And so it's as if around the world everyone said, are you serious about this? 35 years later, I wasn't sure. I thought it was a tax thing. Are you really? Yeah. Well, yeah, I am. I'm serious. I have been serious for 35 years. But there we are.
Well, I wonder, Eddie, given what you said about your concerns for human society more generally, that's one thing to be optimistic about, that we're at least thinking more carefully about how we refer to each other and respecting the choices that other people make.
Absolutely. It is a lot better since 1985. When I came out, being trans was essentially toxic. It was seen as a very, very, very negative thing, and people fought me in the streets and hurled abuse at me. I would hurl abuse back, and I would fight them back. But that was my fight. And things have got better slowly but surely. A few steps forward, one step back. Donald Trump, many steps back. But Donald Trump is gone now. And so, with President Biden, we move forwards again. So that's a beautiful thing.
Well, if I may, if I've still got time, Eddie, I just want to ask a question on behalf of a colleague of mine who's preparing some material for LGBT plus month next week. I just wondered if you had any thoughts. Sorry, LGBT plus History Month, I should say.
Right.
Just wondered if you had anything to say about that. Does that mean anything to you? I wonder if you're aware, given what you've just said about being abused in the street, about what a hero or what a heroine maybe you've become to so many people who are struggling or thinking about what their identity might be.
Yes, I do think things are better. I was attacked more in the early days. Well, it was actually, no, let's get this completely clear. One big fight. Were there two fights? There's either one or two fights I had, but the abuse was much more in the beginning. I'm a bit more known now, and also, if you run marathons and you happen to be transgender, some people go, well, and so they give you a bit more room. So I think things do get better. There is a website for any LGBT plus people, itgetsbetter.com. It's a great one to go on. I think it's run by people in America, and lots of stories. I put my story in about how it was when you came out and how things have slowly but surely got better. So having a history day, month, is it a month or a day that we're having?
It's a History Month.
History Month. Well, excellent. I just think that's great, putting it out there. Obviously, some people will push back on that, but, you know, these people need to calm down, because it's my life. I'm just living my life. If they don't want to call me she and her, then just don't talk to me, Don't refer to me. That's quite easy. Or just call me Eddie. It's not too hard, but I think a lot of your average person is getting a lot more, okay, I hear what you're saying, and live and let live. Live and let live. And that's all we ask for.
There's a huge amount of optimism coming out of the laptop at me from your treadmill there.
Yes.
Eddie,
Yes.
There's not you've listed some reasons to despair at the start of our conversation, but there's many more grounds for hope, I think, is the message, right?
I'm a realistic idealist. And I'm also a glasses 2/3 full person. Because I've got my new film 6 Minutes to Midnight coming out with Judi Dench and Jim Broadbent, and that's playing a male role there. That comes out in March, and that's a thriller. So that's beautiful. Be acting with Judy again, and I'm doing stand-up in French, German, and Spanish. That's beautiful, and I'm running all these marathons. So I'm kind of optimistic that if we grab hold of things, push forward, be determined, stay your ground. People with a positive heart we can take humanity forwards and make this a fair world for everyone, which is what we've got to do.
Despite Brexit.
Despite Brexit, because if you look at the polling, half the country for and maybe more than half the country against at the moment. So I know those pollings will shift, but we have to listen to the country and the young who are coming through and they're getting online to vote. And more of the young come on and say, so what happened to our continent? Where has it gone? Why can't we go in there? The Brexit bureaucracy is going to be a problem. I was never positive about it. I was never into it. And £350 million a week have got to go into the NHS. That was the promise, the big battle cry, which apparently is not happening. So there you go. We shall see. We shall see.
Thank you for your time, Eddie. It was just brilliant talking to you, and all the very best of luck with the rest of your projects. How many more have you got to do? Is this?
Oh yeah.
Is this the lot?
I should say I'm doing one today, then one tomorrow. I'm doing a double marathon on the last day. On the Sunday, I'm going to run 2 marathons, finishing with New York and starting the first one is going to be for Aden in Yemen. It was the city of my birth, and they have a civil war and COVID to deal with at the moment. So a very impoverished nation. So 2 marathons. I'm going to be running for 13 hours, trying to finish around midnight on Sunday the 31st.
And what's Osaka like this time of year?
Well, as you can see, this is what it's like throughout the year, and I'm not sure. We're going to be talking to people in Osaka and Japan during the day, so I better jump off because we've got to talk to the Lord Mayor. You're keeping the Lord Mayor waiting.
Oh dear, oh dear. Eddie, yeah, fantastic talking to you. Thanks so much for your time.
Cheers. Thanks very much. Bye. Right, I'm ready to talk to William Russell straight away. Sorry.
And we are just switching Zoom calls, and then we will be there.
Okay. And what's after the Lord Mayor at 1 o'clock?
We are talking to Dave Adams, who's a Walking with the Wounded volunteer.
Okay, that might start a little late then, depending on how things go.
Eddie.
Hi.
Hi, Eddie.
How are you doing?
I'm very well. Very good to see you, and well done.
Thank you.
Amazing, incredible effort.
I'm trying to keep going. I'm sorry we got on a little late, but the guy from ITV, I told him that you were coming on, but he just kind of went on. That's.
Don't worry. Absolutely not an issue at all. But look, it's an incredible event you're doing, and what you're doing, raising for charity. And I've looked at the charity. In fact, I know Ed Parker, who founded Walking for the Wounded, so I know that charity well.
Yeah.
So that's very good. And Food Share is so Fair Share, I mean, is so topical.
Yes.
With what we're doing out there, and so we can relate to that from the Lord Mayor's appeal, because we raise money throughout my year as Lord Mayor for Place to Be, which is a mental health charity, and then Onside Youth Zone and the Samaritans, all sort of interlinked in some way, and then the Duke of Edinburgh Award. So, but we don't run marathons every day like you to raise the money.
Well, I feel that someone's got to do it, which is what I say to myself, even though maybe they don't have to do it. But you know how it is. People have done amazing things in our country and around the world, so you've got to keep lifting the bar a bit higher. And doing the stand-up gig after the marathon run, that is a tricky thing. I tend to run out of mental energy towards the end of the gig, so that's tough. But people, hopefully they buy a ticket, they make a donation, and that's good.
Yeah, well, hopefully lots of as you're coming to the end, the donations will come piling in.
Yes.
Because aren't you ending on Sunday?
Yes, indeed. I don't know if you know this. From what you're saying, I assume you know, it tends to ramp up towards the end of a challenge. A bit like a round-the-world yacht race, that once the yacht goes off, you kind of forget that it ever started off. And towards the end, everyone goes, oh my gosh, this person's coming back. We must do something. So yes, the donations will hopefully pile up. We're getting towards 150,000 now, so that's good. And we'll see where we get to. But can I ask you, as Lord Mayor of London, do do people ever get you confused and say, you're the mayor? You say, and you have to say, actually, no, I'm Lord Mayor, and this is... Does that happen? I assume it does.
It does happen, and I do have to say, if you're expecting Sadiq Khan, I'm sorry, but I'm not Sadiq Khan. But, I mean, you know, the Lord Mayor of the City of London, of which I am, and I'm the 692nd Lord Mayor, dates back to 1189. I mean, it's a hugely historic post. And because of COVID-19, I'm doing a second year. And the last time that happened, Eddie, was in 1861, with somebody called William Cubitt. And you may know Cubitt, yes, the building firm. Exactly.
Yes.
And he built Covent Garden, Fishmongers Hall, where that tragic event happened November a year ago now, the terrorist attack. And then he rather immodestly built a town in the Isle of Dogs called Cubitt Town. So anyway, look, I mean, I haven't been traveling as much as I should have been, but it's been, and this week I've been doing the World Economic Forum virtually. But it's a huge privilege. It's a fascinating job. I get to meet people like you, and it's been a great experience. It's obviously a challenge, but you know, I've thoroughly enjoyed it, and I'm now got another year till November.
And you were a sheriff before this, before you became...
Yeah, you have to be sheriff of the city before this. You're absolutely right. And you live at the Old Bailey, and you sort of look after the judges at the Old Bailey. Right. And that in itself was a great experience. That was back in 2016. But you have to be sheriff of the City of London before you can become Lord Mayor of the City of London. You know, my role really is the ambassador for financial and professional services for the whole of the UK that employs 2.3 million people. And it's quite, you know, topical at the moment with Brexit and everyone saying London, how is it going to cope? But, you know, I'm very optimistic. London is the greatest city in the world, and we aren't complacent, but we will continue to thrive.
Well, I would say, slightly differ on your wording. I'd say London is one of the greatest cities in the world. I'm very inclusive, and we can still be right up there and first equal with everyone. But, I am very proud of our city, but I'd go for first one of the greatest. And then it includes everyone. It encourages everyone to rise. That's my message with Make Humanity Great Again. But so just one thing, you were a sheriff. Were there other sheriffs as well, or there's just one title of sheriff? So
in the City of London, there are two sheriffs for the City of London, but there are sheriffs around the country. Right. And the shrievalty dates back to Saxon times and was always appointed by the monarch. And of course, the most famous sheriff was the Sheriff of Nottingham. Yeah. And sheriffs were employed by the monarch to collect the taxes, basically. And the shrievalty is older than the mayoralty. But what happened in the city in the 12th century did a deal with the monarch and said, look, if you we want to be able to choose our own sheriffs rather than you choose them for us. And that was when the monarch, as all monarchs did, came to the city for money. And they said, look, we'll give you money, but this is the deal. Right. And that was the deal that was struck. So it's unique in the City of London that there are two sheriffs, but there are around 50 sheriffs all around the UK, including Wales. I'm not sure whether they have them in Scotland. They definitely have them in Wales. And those sheriffs are appointed for a year by the monarch across. Well, someone appoints them for the monarch.
Right. Now, William, you know your history, so I'm going to ask you this question. I think a lot of people in Britain, maybe more in England, would ought to know. Dick Whittington. Yeah. That's mainly true, isn't it? He was Lord Mayor.
So he didn't have a pussycat, because I've been looking for one for a while for the Mansion House, and now the Lady Mayoress has got a little wire-haired dachshund called Dilly. But he was Lord Mayor 4 times. Right. And that I do know the dates of. He was Lord Mayor back to back, like myself, right, in 1397 and 1398. And you'll love this story, Eddie. So my grandfather was Lord Mayor in 1969-70. I was 4 years old. Right. And it was the most amazing Lord Mayor show. And that year, the pantomime at the London Palladium was Dick Whittington.
Yeah.
And the person who was doing Dick Whittington that year, I don't know whether you'll know it, was Tommy Steele. And Tommy Steele is still alive, and I'm in contact with him.
Right.
And Tommy Steele is going to get the freedom of the city. And while I'm on the subject, Eddie,
Yeah.
one of the things I would like to offer you, if you don't have it already, is the freedom of the City of London for what you're doing. And it may be a virtual ceremony, but for me, you know, if there were more people like you, the world would be a better place. But it would be my privilege to offer you the freedom of the City of London if you don't have it already.
I do not have it already. Very kind of you. As a trans woman, I just think that's very nice, because yours is such historic, has such history built into the Lord Mayor of the City of London. If you're okay with that, and me being trans,
I'm totally okay with that. I think that would be brilliant. It's what, you know, the world is, as you say, inclusive, and the City of London is inclusive and diverse. And offering you the city, freedom of the City of London would be wonderful. And I'll get my people to contact your people, and we'll sort it out. And we'll have either a virtual ceremony or a real one, if possible.
whichever you like. I would accept it on behalf of the Make Humanity Great Again team and everyone trying and everyone donating. So thank you, William. That's crazy. I wasn't expecting that.
No, well, I wasn't expecting it. I just thought of it now. I love spontaneity.
Yes, it's very good, isn't it? It's very good, because the one thing you were talking about, Tommy Steele, and playing Dick Whittington. I thought Dick Whittington is normally played by a principal boy, by a woman. Is that not so, or is that? So
at this particular time, back in the 1970s, or 1969-70, he was in the Lord Mayor's show, and his float, he was Dick Whittington on the float. And I remember as a 4-year-old boy going to watch the panto with Tommy Steele as Dick Whittington. And he's the most amazing, lovely guy. And we had a very, very, very emotional meeting probably about 12 months ago now, because he remembered so fondly that moment being the Lord Mayor's show, and now he was meeting the grandson of the Lord Mayor 50 years ago. That is crazy. And John Cleese, who can be very opinionated, he acted, he was in a musical, I think, on Broadway with Tommy Steele, and he said he was a very decent person. So there we go. That's a nice thing to hear. And okay, well, my questions have gone weird. Okay, here we go. Here's a question. I'm encouraging can a woman become Lord Mayor of? Absolutely. I mean, rather embarrassingly, we've only had 2 women as Lord Mayors. So Mary Donaldson and Dame Fiona Woolf, who was about 5 or 6 years ago. So, and we have, every intention of more women. There's a Court of Aldermen, which is 25 aldermen that are selected, that are elected, and then you hopefully go on to be sheriff and selected. And in that court, we have 4 women. We aren't diverse or inclusive enough. And it's our intention to continue to make progress. But the answer is yes, absolutely. Very good, very good. And I want to encourage young girls, young women, and boys and young men to go for their dreams. Wherever they come from, whatever background. This is part of my thing, a fair chance in life. So could you tell everyone about how you got to where you are? Did you go to university? What did you do stuff at A-level? So I have a very privileged background, but I recognize my privilege, at least I feel I do. So I did go to university. I went to Durham University. My grandfather paid for my school fees to go to a school down now near Windsor, and you can guess where that was. Right. But I'm very aware of having gone there. Are we talking about Eton, William? We were talking about Eton, yeah. Okay. And actually, I feel that I have a civic duty to use that privilege to help others, and that is what I'm trying to do as Lord Mayor. But I was in financial services, and it would be fair to say that the mayoralty has become a lot more about financial services, because you're representing financial services. We had a wonderful Lord Mayor when I was sheriff 5 years ago called Andrew Palmley. So Andrew Palmley, who was a musician and a brilliant organist, but was not from the financial services. But he did an outstanding job. But I think it's more difficult now to not be Lord Mayor, to be Lord Mayor if you don't have that background. But what you have to do is there are 25 wards, and you have to canvass the constituents, who are the voters, which is a lot of them are businesses, some of them are residents in the city. And if you get elected, then it's probably a 6 to 10 year time frame to becoming Lord Mayor. So it's a big commitment because you're doing a lot for the City of London Corporation on various other things that we do. Because a lot of people may not know this, but the City of London Corporation runs Epping Forest, Burnham Beaches, for starters. We also have a huge crematorium in North London that we run. We do so many things. Hampstead Heath is run by the City of London Corporation. So we have so many things that we do. We have lots of academies, we have a wonderful charity foundation called the City Bridge Trust. So there are lots of things that make up the corporation, which you get involved in. But it's been fascinating, and there is a time commitment, but I would recommend it to anybody if they wanted to stand. Go for it.
And do you have to wear the chain all the time, or can you?
No, I'm just wearing it specially for you. I felt that so just in case you thought an imposter was pretending to be Lord Mayor.
Right, gotcha. In fact, I like the blue bit because the big chains, a lot of mayors have to have the big chain, which is a little unwieldy these days, and the blue sash actually it works quite well.
Well, I have a red gown and an older chain.
Right.
It's the chain of sizes that we think belonged to Thomas More and dates back to the 15th century, 16th century. And that is not worn very often because, to be frank, it's priceless. I think I've worn it once, or been allowed to wear it once. But it's, but there is a lot of, there's a bit of dressing up and tradition. Right. Probably about 5 or 10% of my time is doing that. But as you say, it's part of history. Yeah. And I think, one of our greatest attributes in London and the UK is our history. And that's one thing that people can't take away from us.
No, I think the beautiful thing, I look at history, I have an algorithm, almost an equation, which is history. I came up with this, and it might seem like rubbish, but here it goes. History plus the change in society, all multiplied by the change in technology, equals the future. And the idea of it is, if you look at the repeats of human beings in history, and then you add in society moving forward slowly, then technology makes it jump forward, and you can sort of see where we're going in the future. And I think Churchill did this a lot, studying what we did again and what we keep getting wrong, and what we hopefully keep getting right. And we just need to accentuate the positive and eliminate the negative, I suppose. But
well, I agree with that. I mean, I always describe the mayoralty and the City of London as modernity and tradition together. And I totally agree on the technology front. I think that is one of the biggest and most important aspects of the future. Technology is going to drive a great deal. But the other thing that I'm passionate about, Eddie, is I've referred to myself as the Green Lord Mayor. I'm passionate about climate change and what we can do to save the world. And I also look for positives out of negatives, or positives out of tragedy. And COVID-19 is tragic, but let's see what the positive of COVID-19. One of them is that the world is now focused on climate change, and COVID-19 has woken us up even more to the fact. And we are doing a lot in the city around that. And bottom line is, if we're going to change the world, it's got to be financed. And climate change needs to be financed. So the centre of finance is the City of London. And that is one of the key things that I'm driving forward, along with the past governor of the Bank of England, Mark Carney, who's our COP26 advisor. Because if we don't do something quickly, you and I won't be talking here in 10, 20 years' time.
Yeah, absolutely. I take it you're pleased that America is re-signing the Paris Agreement.
It's the best thing that could have happened.
Yeah.
Best thing that could have happened. Biden already. I was on a World Economic Forum call listening to John Kerry, and what was interesting is he used the word humility, because he recognized that the last 4 years have been wasted 4 years by America and climate change, and they're going to make up for it very quickly.
That is a beautiful thing. And Kamala Harris, her mother's South Asian, her dad's African American. I think it's the strength of the blend of your genetics, which is something that the Nazis got completely wrong. Aryan inbreeding was never going to work. It's in fact like the mongrel dog, and the word mongrel is a negativized word, but in fact they're the healthiest. And the pedigree dogs are often inbred, and that's not so good. So we know most people in the world have a wide variety of genetic influences, and that's a good thing. That's a beautiful thing. Hopefully, I don't know.
No, I think you're right. I mean, I think we've got this. We've got the G7. We've got COP26. But there's a lot of good things going on around climate change, and it's actually a great. I mean, now that we've left Europe, and I think like you, I was a Remainer. But I'm not a Ramona, and I'm getting on with it. And it's like I'm an entrepreneur. We're starting over. We've got to hustle now and get out there and make sure that our voice is heard. And that in itself is a challenge. But the green world and climate change is something that the UK can lead on. And I think government get it, and hopefully they do, because it's a massive opportunity.
Okay, well, I appreciate what you're saying on Brexit. I'm a returner. I'm just not leaving.
Okay, well, that's different. That's different.
A different thing. That's for the future and for the younger generations. But I'm doing my gigs in French, German, and Spanish now, so that hopefully that's putting out connections. Anyway, what the hell?
Very good.
William, thank you very much. Great to talk to you.
Eddie, thank you, and look forward to meeting you again when you get the freedom of the City of London.
Thank you very much. That's a wonderful honour. So I am completely stunned. There we go.
No, that's a pleasure.
Cheers.
Very good.
Take care.
Keep running. Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, well, there you go. I wasn't expecting that. But I do love the history of London, the UK, the world. I do find us human beings fascinating. I tend to focus on the positives of what we've done in history, and unfortunately there are a bunch of negatives. But I better nip to the loo, because we have... I'm going to talk to Dave Adams in just a moment. I'll be back in a sec.
I will have penne alla arrabbiata. He goes,
Yeah, well, you want a tray.
do you know who I am?
All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. Make Humanity Great Again is a title that came into my mind. I don't know where that came from. Maybe it was a play on something or other. All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there.
Okay. Let us talk to Dave when Dave's ready. We're walking with the wounded volunteer. Dave Adams, hello. Hi there.
How are you? You well?
I am okay. How are you doing?
Not too bad at all. Not too bad. I've been looking forward to this all week. So it's been nice to meet you.
Very nice to talk to you. Can I ask what part of the country you're in at the moment? You're based?
I am just outside of Reading at the moment, a place called Aberfield.
Right, and COVID situation, I take it was the same everywhere. How are you getting on, and are you being able to get out and get walks or runs or anything, or how is it in your family?
Well, I'm sort of, I live alone, so getting out and about is it's not as easy as it has been in previous years, as you can well imagine.
Yeah.
And the training, unfortunately, has taken something of a we'll call it a brief hiatus for the time being, but certainly looking forward to getting back on the roads from next week onwards.
Gotcha. Okay, so you were 13 years in the Royal Electrical and Mechanical Engineers as an aircraft technician. Wow, you're aircraft. Because I got a private pilot's license, but I take it you were working on jets and stuff like that. Were you?
I was. So I did both fixed and rotary wing aircraft in my time in the military. Never any fast jets.
Right.
So.
Right. Gotcha. Well, that's the kind of thing. Well, I was on baby things. Mine weren't military ones. And so Afghanistan, difficult experiences, traumatic experiences, PTSD, and medical discharge. So that must have been tough. How long were you in Afghanistan?
So did two stints, one in 2011, one in 2014, both at 4+ months each.
Right.
There's the way that because it's quite a high stress role, rolling out the aircraft and things like that. It's slightly shorter than some of the tours for the likes of the infantry would be.
Right, and so that was tough, and tough things happened there. But working with the wounded have been helping you since you came back to Britain.
Yeah, so it took a little while after returning from Afghanistan to actually understand diagnoses and the current situation with mental health. And as I was on the way out of the armed forces between sort of late 2016 and 2018, that's when I engaged Walking with the Wounded, along with a number of other military charities, to actually reach out and sort of seek help. And
I take it they were good for you. They were helpful. They're a good organisation.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. You know, at the end of the day, there are a number of military charities out there, but the idea of giving back to one, Walking with the Wounded, was certainly right on the top of that list. And as soon as the opportunity was there to be able to do it, I jumped at it.
Excellent. I've heard that they're linked to the NHS as well. People can go in the NHS and they will forward them on to Walking with the Wounded. Is that right?
Yeah, but I believe so. I mean, as you can imagine, the mental health situation around the country is a complex one.
Yep.
And the military side of things is a bit of microcosm within there. So they'd rather, you know, individuals being dealt with by specialists who understand your former career and some of the sort of trials and tribulations that you're going through.
Excellent. Yeah, well, it's excellent that they're there to help you. And now, an insurance company, full-time employment with an insurance company, coming out of that?
Yeah, it certainly wasn't something I imagined doing, you know, 16 years old in Liverpool, thinking, well, I'm going to one day be an insurance broker. But the adoption from Marsh has been absolutely fantastic. You know, the understanding that there is a mental health condition there, but it's not a life limiter, nor is it going to affect the business. So the support that I've received since leaving the armed forces and being gainfully employed has been, you know, quite a fantastic thing. And I can't celebrate the company enough for, you know, allowing me that opportunity and that chance to get to where I am today. And
sorry, say again what the name of the company is so we can all know it and celebrate it.
It's Marsh Limited, under the Marsh and McLaren company's banner.
Well, if they're being nice to you, we should say, if you need insurance, go and talk to them. Look them up on the internet, because I do love it when people have a good attitude. My dad, when Mum died, when me and my brother were sort of 6 and 8 years old, and they were very good with them. And all companies should feel that their social responsibility to help, and it's great when you hear stories like that. So that's a wonderful thing. And I hear you're going to do the Walk of Oman.
Yes, certainly, and thankfully the company have actually allowed us to take the time off to actually get it done. But in just touching upon the sort of social responsibility, you know, I've never seen a company like it, and I mentioned this to a number of our colleague resource groups yesterday, including our mental health colleague resource group and Pride, and they're both quite interested to see, you know, the performance today, if you like. But yeah, moving on to the sort of Walk of Oman, it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah. How far? It's 20 days, I believe.
Yeah, thereabouts. You know, we're expecting to be in the desert for roughly 3 weeks, mainly off our own steam and dragging a trolley behind us. Yeah, it's going to be tough, but interesting to sort of return to the desert. And you know, Oman's a fantastic company, fantastic country with fantastic people. So it's going to be a great experience. Very tough, but good one.
And when you're dragging the thing behind you, is that dragging it on the sand? Will it have skis on it? How does it work?
So that's all up in the air. I think the project manager at the moment is building it now.
Right.
If not, it's already built, and I believe it's going to be on wheels. So.
Oh wow.
It does present challenges, especially if you're going over, you know, the likes of sand dunes and things like that. Yeah. If the wheel size is wrong, then you're going to sink. It's going to be very, very slow going. It's all going to be kind of a moving challenge while we're out there. So
yeah,
you know, route selection and things like that is going to be quite critical, I think.
Well, I was born in Yemen, just over in Aden in Yemen, so I'll be just one. Well, my heritage is just one country over from you. Yes, I'd like to go to Oman. Have you ever been to Oman before?
I've been 3 or 4 times during my time in the military, actually. Only ever on exercise, of course. But like I say, it's a beautiful country, and the people themselves are absolutely fantastic. So I'm certainly looking forward to going back. Right.
Yes. No, I've got to get myself to Oman, because it's the trouble is Yemen is having such a tough time. I keep trying to think what I could do. Well, I'm running an extra marathon, Dave. I don't know if you know, because I finished on the 31st. They might have told you I finished this Sunday, but I've added an extra marathon in, so I'm going to do 2 marathons on the last day. And the first one is going to be for Aden in Yemen, and we're going to start at 9 a.m. So I'm going to run that one, then I'll start the New York Marathon, and then I'll do a gig, and then I'll finish the New York Marathon.
I mean, I have to say, you know, usually the military are always doing these sort of weird and crazy sort of adventures elsewhere, but you know, for doing 31 and 31 and now 32 and 31 days is some achievement, really. It's an absolutely impressive feat that you're doing.
Hopefully, Dave, it's bonkers, but good bonkers. That's what I think.
I'd certainly agree with that. You know, it takes a very strong mindset, I would say, to actually not only volunteer to do what you're doing, but do it multiple times. Yeah, that's very, very impressive.
Thank you for saying that. I do appreciate it. Can you tell us a bit about your early days choosing to go into the Royal Electrical Mechanical Engineers? At school, did you like school? Was it not really for you? Did you want to get out and do things? What age did you join up? That kind of thing.
I actually joined up at 16. Something of a minor tear away at school.
Right.
I was always, you know, relatively academically apt, if you like. And it was a bit of happenstance. I'd not really considered joining the military until I was about 15 years old. When I ran into the recruitment guys while I was trying to sneak into the Passion of the Christ. And they sort of convinced us that within 2 or 3 years you'd be flying Apaches, which turned out not to be the case. But yeah, I didn't really look back. It was a career as soon as I got in that I wanted to remain in for the sort of full 22. But as with many soldiers, you know, things get in the way every now and again, and sometimes that's just not achievable.
Right. And why not the Apache helicopters? Why was it? Did you choose not to do that, or did they say you're not allowed to do that, or what? Because
I think it's probably a bit of a mutual decision between myself and the Army Air Corps, but it was something I didn't really pursue after I got in. You know, I quite like the engineering type of thing.
Right.
I'm gaining that kind of experience, and was lucky enough to sort of move through the sort of experience brackets quite quickly. So I was enjoying the role. Quite like getting quite hands-on. Which begs the question, why go from engineering into insurance, where you're definitely not going to be turning spanners for a living?
yeah, but it's okay. But you've got a supportive company. I think that's a huge thing. So as you know, my overarching title of this is "Make Humanity Great Again," and I think the Walking with the Wounded does that. So can I finally just say, to you, can you say things to people who are listening to encourage them to donate about Walking with the Wounded? Just give them a final bit of encouragement for people to donate from yourself. Is that possible?
Yeah, certainly. You know, I'd like to say sort of my message would be, you know, having been in a circumstance that was certainly not ideal and struggled significantly with mental health. Just because the conflict in Afghanistan is largely over, there are still people that are coming out the other way, and without the likes of Walking with the Wounded, not only doing these expeditions, but all of the other fundraising that's been happening, without that, you're going to see a community of veterans that are going to struggle, you know, and it's going to be a very, very difficult time of their lives. And any donation from a penny to, you know, £100 will go some way to keeping the lights on. But most importantly, supporting the veterans that have gone out and fought for the country in the past. So anything that you're able to give would be absolutely wonderful.
Wonderful, excellent. So yes, Walking with the Wounded, you can look them up online for giving there, or you can go through us, Izzard.com, and we're donating to Walking with the Wounded, as with other charities around the world, and helping everyone get into a better place. Thank you very much, Dave. Great to talk to you. And
thank you for your time, Eddie. It's been fantastic.
Thank you, and good luck in the Walk of the Man.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
Good luck with the rest of the marathons.
Thank you. I'll keep going. I'll soldier on. Thanks, Dave. Cheers. Okay. So now let's go back. Sarah. With Sarah on the screen, we're going to talk about Osaka.
Yes, let's do some more things about Osaka in Japan. Yep. So some more questions, some more facts. Oh, here's one. It says vending machines are everywhere. It is estimated that about 3% of Japan's power goes towards powering its 5.5 million vending machines. So that's across Japan. Wow. So that's 3% of Japan's power.
Wow. So I suppose they're quite complex because they're Japanese technology. Because I remember when I started seeing you could buy, you know, iPods and iPhones in vending machines, and that probably came from Japan.
Yeah. Yes, I've just heard Dave, who's been in Japan a bit for work, telling me in my ear that there's like whole shops full of vending machines. So.
Oh wow.
It's
crazy. They're not selling vending machines; they're just selling the stuff in it. Dave?
Yeah.
Tell us more, Dave.
Yeah. When I was in Tokyo, there's what looks like a shop, and you go into the shop, and it's just lined with vending machines, and there's obviously no shop assistant. You just go and use the vending machine, selling all sorts of things. You know, it's Japan.
What's the most weird things like? Because you know, obviously drinks, yes, and chocolate, yes, but what else?
Everything from electronics to adult toys.
Oh wow, there you go. There we go, the whole gamut. Actually, I think that's all that's left, isn't it? Adult toys and electronic and computers. And then food. I'd want scrunchies. That's what I do for my ponytail.
Vending machines as far as the eye can see. Yep. Scrunchies.
Okay.
Oh, they must have that. I do remember seeing a really good vending machine in Rome. It was Rome when we were over there, when you were physically running in Rome last year. And it was a really kind of impressively complex espresso machine, but a vending machine, which was, very Italy. It was great, Yeah, I remember seeing that. I thought that looks impressive. But, to be expected in Italy to have a good coffee machine.
Yeah, and I have to go back to Italy and do a gig now in English, but with a 5-minute encore in Italiano, which could be all, hey, the pollo con verduras, which is chicken with vegetables, senza batati, no potatoes. This is all the food. I just know food in Italian.
Yes, we are yet to do a gig, aren't we? Which is bonkers, thinking about it.
I thought English wouldn't really work, but
Yeah.
maybe it would half work. Okay, more points.
More facts. The first Universal Studios theme park outside of the United States was built in Osaka.
The
There
first
we go.
one?
Universal Studios theme park outside of the United States of America.
It's in Osaka. Okay.
Yeah. This is lovely. I love these, actually. The cherry blossom is the national symbol of Japan. In April, the trees flower for 2 weeks during a period known as Hanami. I love cherry blossoms. That is a lovely thing. Here's another Osaka fact. People from Osaka are said to be the most outgoing in Japan.
Okay.
Oh, interesting. Many famous Japanese comedians come from Osaka. And many say that Osaka feels more friendly and down-to-earth than other major Japanese cities.
Ah.
Interesting.
Okay.
Have to later ask Yuriko about that one.
Do you know Yuriko?
Yes, so we work with Yuriko at the Edinburgh Fringe. Yuriko.
Well, let's have you on during that interview, yeah? We'll have all three of us on the screen. Is that all right?
Yes, yeah, we can do that. Yep.
If you don't respond, I just go, no, screen again. Oh, what?
Jesus, not again. No, it's fine. It's my lack of multitasking as I look at another fact. Here we go. Oh, this is good. The underground shopping complex in Osaka's central district, Umeda, actually has fossils from the Jurassic to Cretaceous periods.
Ah.
If you want to see them, it says pay attention to the walls of the shopping complex. There's just fossils in the walls. That's great. This is also interesting. Osaka is the birthplace of Kabuki and Banraku Theatre. The National Banraku Theatre of Japan provides English translations through headphones. That's very good. My main knowledge of Kabuki is a technique in theatre where you use what's called a Kabuki drop, which is when you have like a big curtain across the stage and it drops the whole curtain and it drops from the top and drops to the ground. Which usually uses magnets to do that.
What is Kabuki exactly?
Kabuki is a style of theatre, and I'm just so I'm accurate on this, and I think actually it was something that David Bowie got influenced by a lot, I think. Kabuki theatre. But I must admit I'm slightly hazy on details. Kabuki. Actually, I might be slightly wrong. Here we go. Kabuki is a classical Japanese dance drama. Kabuki theatre is known for the stylization of its drama, the often glamorous costumes worn by performers, and the elaborate kumadori makeup worn by some of its performers. Kabuki is considered to have begun in 1603, when Izumo no Okuni formed a female dance troupe to perform dances and light sketches in Kyoto, but developed into an all-male theatrical form after females were banned from Kabuki theatre in 1629.
There you go. That's by weak character men.
Yeah.
Weak character men have been the causes of most of the ills of the world. Weak character. It could be weak character women, but men usually white. Well, not necessarily white men. I suppose men in charge of positions of power have had the ability to block women out, which was absolutely wrong.
We did hear that story about the women's football, didn't we, in the FA, which was, yeah.
UK women's football, or England women's football, I don't know if it was Welsh and Scottish, but women were banned from playing football because they thought, they argued that it was dangerous to them. Some rubbish from a white male of weak character in power. Beware of those people.
Yeah, and before that, women's football was drawing like huge crowds. It was like hugely popular, and there we are. There we are.
I mean, some don't have loud voices, these weak characters, like Trump. Loud voice, weak character.
Yes, it'd be nice if that was some sort of genetic thing where you just had to have a really small voice if you had a weak character.
Yeah.
But you were in power. You can only have a small voice. Anyway, yes, kabukis, there you go. In 2005, the Kabuki Theatre was proclaimed by UNESCO as an intangible heritage possessing outstanding universal value. Yes, I've heard about this now. UNESCO can give protection to something that isn't tangible now as well, like a cultural thing. I can't remember what I heard they gave it to something else, but I can't remember what it was, but I remember, yeah, that was kind of interesting that they can do that now. Yeah, so another fact about Osaka. The Osaka Kaiyukan Aquarium is the second largest aquarium in the world and one of Osaka's most popular tourist destinations. There you go. And I'm now going to look up some facts about Japan in general. Yeah, it was great when we visited Japan, but I'm sad we didn't have longer. Also very sad that I didn't really see it because I got food poisoning, so that was sad.
Are you just in the bed and wrap around the loo?
Yeah, I learned, I figured out all the buttons on the high-tech Japanese toilet in my hotel room, sadly. But there you go. Have to go back.
Yeah, we'll go back and do some in Japanese. I'll do this. The encore in Japanese, but I want to stay. I want to do a month. If I could do a month blitz, that's the thing I got to do. The minimum length of time I need to be somewhere to get the language, to get a grasp, not a grasp, a foothold there. Get a handle on the language. Put it that way. Okay, I'm going to stop for a quick break.
Okay.
I'll be back in a sec. Need to do one of these. I'm going to change my hat.
Yeah, no worries.
This hat is not...
It started with a box, and 2.8 million more just like it. Rations meant for war would now help those victimized by it. Passed from hand to hand, they moved together across land and sea, to a place where everything was broken, where everything had been lost. The box revealed its gift: food, survival, hope. The knowledge that someone, somewhere far away, wanted to help. Goodwill put into action, a world embraced, and yet only the beginning of the story. The need was bigger, deeper, more fundamental. It still is. A chronic absence of food and clean water. Hunger, starvation, desperation. Sickness that racks young and old, mounting pressure on communities already in distress. The ones who can change the world for the better, stripped of their gifts. Every path blocked, and seemingly no way out. But as understanding of the problems grew, our simple box changed. It now turned to the roots of suffering, to empower those at the brink, life flowing back into communities, nourishment sustained, the seeds of hope planted, communities freed from sickness, the good building on the good, powering the engines of change, the future we will all share, built on a simple truth, that when you give of yourself, you can be the difference in people's lives. You can help deliver lasting change. Its colors are different. Its mission has grown, but it's the same care package. The simple box that gives us all the power to change the world for good.
Life is a journey. We set out not knowing exactly where we will end up. It can be tough. It can be hard. Sometimes it takes a "I will." Other times a simple "I do." We take each step with our focus ahead. We have plans and strategies, but they do not always work out. There are times when we get knocked down and doors close behind us. Our hopes can often be replaced by fears. We can lose our direction and struggle with change, become passengers in a life that is spinning too fast. At times like this, we need someone beside us. Someone to listen, to advise and support us, see what is really possible. Someone to give hope and to get us over that line. And someone to say bye when the job is done. Walking with the Wounded supports ex-servicemen and women with physical, mental or social injuries to gain skills and qualifications to develop new careers outside the military, reintegrate into society and provide long-term security for themselves and their families. Our programs give vital support to the most vulnerable and hard-to-reach veterans, those who are wounded, homeless, or within the criminal justice system. Support more of our wounded to regain their independence.
Eddie and
Okay.
Yuriko for you.
Hello. Yuriko, hi, how are you?
Hi, Eddie. I'm very good, thank you. How are you? It's amazing that what you're doing now is incredible.
Well, you know, it's just, you know how it is, Yuriko. Yeah. Yuriko, sorry, I'm dyslexic, so I get names. I don't want to get your name wrong. So Yuriko, it's a...
Me too, I get my name wrong.
Very good comedy. It's, you know, it's in the head, isn't it? It's like your decision to do stand-up in English. You decided it in here. And there aren't many Japanese comedians doing it stand-up in English, are there, at the moment?
I don't think so. Maybe a few, but in Britain, maybe not yet. It's just, I think, maybe a few.
But my thought is that you decided that in your head. It must be it's quite a big jump to do, isn't it? Me doing this, you doing stand-up. They're tricky things, but you decide up here, and then you go do it, yeah?
Yeah. So, yeah, I never thought I can do the stand-up or public speech or anything that speak in front of people I thought it's absolutely impossible.
Right.
And in another language, it's like there's no way. And then make people laugh is like, okay, that's no way. But because I love British humor so much, so at some point I wanted to writing might be,
yeah,
you know, not talking but writing. But then one day I decided that, okay, I've got nothing to lose.
Yeah.
Let's do it, and I'm not gonna tell anybody.
Yeah.
If it goes wrong, nothing happens, and it's fine. And let's do it, and I did it.
Now you started in 2014, yeah?
That's right. Yes.
Yeah. And that was in the UK. So therefore, you weren't doing stand-up. You've not done stand-up in Japan, in Japanese, or have you done it back in Japan?
Oh, I've never done stand-up in Japan, or we call it manzai. It's like a very popular style. So there are two people, and then bounce off the conversation each other.
Yep.
And once again, I've never thought that I can be funny on stage or do public speech, so I never thought about it. But after I started stand-up in Britain, and I did some gigs in Japan in English.
Okay.
But there was one show that the act from all over the world did in the stand-up in Japanese.
Right.
And I hosted it in Japanese. I emceed.
Right.
And because I've never done stand-up in Japanese, so I translated from my set, English set into Japanese, and some worked.
Right.
But some audience were like, ah.
Okay. So.
Like acknowledge.
And could you tell, in hindsight, can you tell which bits worked and which bit didn't, and why they didn't work, or why it did work?
It was a while ago, so I cannot remember which bit. But I think, I think there's some structure, so the lines works in English because of the funny structure.
Right.
And if I made it into Japanese, I think it just became one sentence or some information.
Okay, because you may know this, but I have a theory that there is there is essentially no difference between comedy in Britain, Japan, America, China, Venezuela, Ulaanbaatar. It's essentially the comedians and the audience. If it's a mainstream audience, mainstream comedians, they will talk about pop stars, people in politics, what's on the television, going to the supermarket, that kind of thing. If it's more alternative stand-ups, we talk about, relationships. We can talk about human sacrifice, playing the banjo. I talk about weird things with animals on the moon and stuff. And that needs a more alternative audience. But I believe you should be, if you wanted to, you should be able to write universal humor. If you're talking about haircuts and families and love and sex and whatever it was, in Britain, it should be able to be translated into Japanese, and if it's funny in Britain, it should be funny in Japan, I think. Because I've already done it in French, German, and Spanish, and it works. That's my...
Just hats off. It's incredible. It's really like... Oh, it's just, yes, it's just total respect. But that's so true, because we wake up in the morning and what we do is a similar thing.
Yeah.
Or our hope, or how we feel sad, or yes, anything that everyday life is very relatable to everyone in the whole world, I think.
Exactly. Do you have any wish? Because obviously you want to carry on being a comedian in the UK, I assume, yeah? And do it in the future. Do you have any wish to get known in Japan for your comedy? To keep pushing, going back?
Because I really enjoy doing stand-up in English, and it's like a training, it's so hard, but it's the satisfaction, or something like when audience laugh at the new joke I wrote, and that gives me some sort of not success, but what's the word?
It gives you a positive feeling. You feel positive.
Yes.
You feel happy.
Yes.
It gives you a hit.
Happiness.
Yeah.
And
but wouldn't you like that in Japanese as well?
Yes. So one day, because doing it in English is I need so much focus. But one day, I'd love to do in Japanese and laugh with audience about silly things, or just my stupid experience, or anything.
Okay.
And
have you done the Edinburgh Festival here up in Scotland?
Yeah. Yes, I did my debut show in 2019. Yes, and it was it's just an amazing experience.
Did you do it all the way through? Did you do 26 performances, one after the other? Yeah?
I did. So it's the one of the biggest art festivals in the whole world.
Yeah.
And I tell my friends and family in Japan that I'm gonna do this festival, and then they think it's just a short period of time. But when I say a whole month, and then they are like, "What do you mean whole month?" And I do this show every day, and then what? And then not just the show, but other, be on the guest, or do the spot at other comedy shows, and yes, it's the...
And Eureka, my next question is, did you do an hour-long show? Was it half an hour or a full hour?
So in 2019, I did a full-hour show.
Wow.
And yeah,
it's good training, isn't it? Good training, because you have to get better. Would you say?
Yes. So the day one and the end of the festival is I think the show. I think it's supposed to be the same, but actually it's so much like a bam, 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 and then that what you want to tell, and it's that gets much better at the end.
Right. Because what I was going to say to you is, I would love for you to get your stand-up better and better in English, and write, if you write it universal, because sometimes you say, in Japan we do this, in Britain you do that, and that is a thing that people like. But if you can do stuff about haircuts, about sex, about love, about politics in general, Donald Trump, you can take those back to Japan. But what you need to do is like this, 1 month, you need to be there doing gig after gig after gig in Japanese, and then you'll find you're doing the same thing in 2 languages. And if you ever want to, if you don't want to, don't do it, but I encourage you to, because I need to find people who are brave and go out, and I'm doing mine in different languages, and if you take it back to Japan, then other Japanese kids, young women, young men growing up saying, well, she's doing it, I'm gonna do it too. And then we get more people coming backwards and forwards, and I think that's better for
Yes.
for world of comedy and for world in general.
Absolutely. I want, yes, the kids in Japan, because there are so many, you know, the voices from like adults and, oh, you can't do this, you can't do that, but then just please ignore and just do what you want to do. Like, please give it a go, do it now.
Yeah.
And I want them to try, because yes, as you said, I'm doing this, and I'm not like, you know, superhero or anything. I'm just like you, and you can do it as well.
Because I plan to go to, I have to go back to Tokyo or Osaka, and I need to do my show in English again, because I did it in English, but I need to do 5 minutes in Japanese at the end. That's what I need to do. How do you say, how would I say 5 minutes in Japanese, if I translated that into Japanese?
5 minutes is
yeah,
5 分.
How long's that? How do I say 5 minutes?
5分.
Gotha.
5分.
Gotha, that means 5 minutes, yeah?
5 minutes.
So go is 5?
Yes, that's right, yes.
So Gotha and in Japanese. So Gotha in Nippon, in Nihon.
Nihon is Japan, and if you add go at the end, means Japanese language.
So how do I say 5 minutes in Japanese?
日本語で5分.
Nihongo de gohan. Okay, that's tricky. I'm gonna have to work it out on Google. Actually, I can do it right here.
Oh, if you do in that will be just yes, amazing.
It will be weird, won't it? Here we go. I'm gonna test if Google Translate is any good.
Eddie,
yeah.
Google Translation is sometimes yes, comes up with total bonkers.
I know, total bonkers stuff. Here we go. Bear with me a sec. Here we go. It's very quiet. Nihongo de gohun. Is that any good?
Yes.
Nihongo de gohun. Something like that. 5 minutes in Japanese. That's what I've got to learn to do. Anyway, well, if you try it your way, I'll try it my way. And because I want to encourage, particularly as a trans woman, young girls and young women to do anything they want to do. It's brilliant that you're a woman doing stand-up. You know there's more men doing stand-up for whatever reasons. So I think it's great that you're doing it. And so keep doing it and don't stop. Is what I was
saying. Thank you so much. Yes, sadly, Japan is still like behind regarding gender equality. For example, World Economic Forum publish the gender gap report every year.
Right.
And the latest one was Japan was 121st, the ranking 121st within the 153 countries.
Oh, really?
So
oh, God.
Very, very behind. But
you've escaped that. Is that you find it's better in the UK? Is it more balanced?
Yes. It's like the UK is still changing and it's amazing. But yes, compared to Japan, so different. And sometimes I feel like because technology in Japan got advanced with such high speed.
Yeah.
So hopefully humanity will catch up.
Yes, I hope so. Now tell everyone, what were you doing before 2014, before you started doing stand-up? Tell us, so in Japan first and then coming over here. Tell us how that happened. I just want to inspire young people to go for their dreams. So if you tell your story, people might say, oh, I'll try something like that. So that's what I want to know.
So before, yes, I came to Japan, the Britain, and yes, I studied hard. But so once I graduated uni, somehow I felt that gender gap suddenly.
Right.
And
that was in Japan. You were at university in Japan.
yes, I went to university in Japan.
Which
graduate.
city? Which city?
Which city? Which in the IT prefecture. But so IT prefecture is a big prefecture, but nobody knows in Britain. So
okay.
So
that's an
yes.
area. IT prefecture is an area, is it?
Yes. Tokyo and Osaka.
Yeah.
Is a I think prefecture.
Yeah. Okay. Prefecture. Yeah. An area.
Yes. Area, and yes, and so I felt so when I graduated uni, and I felt sad because I studied hard, I worked hard.
What subject?
However,
what subject, Eureka? What subject did you study?
Oh, okay. Eddie, it's so embarrassing to say this, but I studied German.
Oh wow.
What I noticed was their English is so good.
Yeah.
So that I was so embarrassed to talk to them in German.
Okay.
And so I haven't tried much.
Ah.
But you do in the stand-up in German language, which is like just amazing. It just blows my mind.
You have to push through, Eureka. You have to push through. So now that you're doing it in English, you've got to go. I can hook you up with the Quatsch Comedy Club. I think it'd be beautiful for you to try some in German. Alles auf Deutsch. Sie haben einen gutes Sinnhumor. Sinnhumor. And you must get your self-confidence, but your Selbstvertrauen. And but you should try it because it's there. And you did a degree in German, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, das ist sehr gut.
Yeah. Aber oh no, I'm doing this on.
Okay, don't worry, jumping. It's good. Yeah. In English, tell me.
Alles klar.
Alles klar, alles klar. That's good. All is clear. Yeah, you can tell me. Du kannst mir sprechen auf Englisch. You can talk because you probably understand, yeah. Du kannst mir verstehen, ja. Wenn ich auf Deutsch.
Verstehen.
Yeah, understand. Yeah, when it's easier to understand than to speak. But the only way to get good at speaking, and you know this in English, is to speak a lot. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's put German on one side. You got a degree in German in Japan, and then what happened?
And so in Japan, to get work.
Yeah.
Is so important, and so we, as we all do in the last 1 year, we did a job huntings. But one that year I did was it's called Hyogaki, means ice age.
Okay.
So it was the economy-wise, Japan's economy was like so bad. So it was so tough.
Yep.
For everyone graduates to get a job.
Yep.
But at the same time, I just realized that okay, so there's a gender inequality.
Yeah.
I noticed it before, but I didn't see this so close.
Yep. Yep.
But I got a job and I worked, but that was really tough. I don't know if everybody knows the Japanese work environment. I think it's getting so much better compared to before, but it was so hard. And then I left the company.
Yep.
Then I thought, what can I do? What should I do? And then I decided to visit Britain for a short time, like a tourist kind of because I worked so hard, so I just need the holiday or breathing time. and then I visited Britain.
Yeah. And then you visited, and then what happened?
Then I'm doing stand-up, so...
Hang on, so you visit and then you do stand-up. There must be something. So you were...
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So, then I was trying to
Did you
learn and live and understand and struggling and yes, I did everything I could.
Yeah.
But somehow I loved Britain, and something just inspired me
to do the stand-up.
So
yeah.
So and then after a while I started to work like a full-time job.
Yeah. Which was what? What kind of job?
More like in the office job. So again, totally nothing to do with stand-up. But yes, and then after that, I found my passion, like what I really love about, which is a humor, comedy, make people laugh.
Yeah.
And the style of comedy in Britain is so different from the comedy in Japan, and it just hooked me in.
Okay. Well, we're gonna have to take this kind of world comedy, because I think our style of comedy is just world comedy. You know, we talk about whatever we talk about, and it doesn't. And I know it doesn't matter what language you say it in. People will laugh if they're progressive people. Mainstream audiences don't really dig my stuff, but that's cool. Anyway.
Everyone love your stuff.
Well, thank you. And you're Japanese, so therefore, other Japanese people will like my stuff. I think so, because it's just, you know, it's intelligent and very silly at the same time. That's the mix. It's Monty Python is the blend.
Yes.
Is Monty Python known in Japan? Monty Python? Flying Circus?
Yes. Yes. I think my the generation, I think above or yes, Monty Python, and yes, what else? I'm trying to think.
No, don't worry, it's okay. I just want to know about the Monty Python thing. That's cool. That's cool. Well, thank you, Eureka. I've got to go and talk to other people now. But
yes, absolutely.
Thank you for joining us. And
thank you very much for having me.
I should know it, but how do I say thank you in Japanese?
Arigato.
Arigato. Arigato. So arigato. And I will come back to Japan, even though you're in UK now. I'll come back and I'll do 5 minutes in Japanese.
Japanese.
Yes.
And I'll do in Japanese and German.
Yes, you got to do German. If you want, I can link you up with this place, the Quatsch Comedy Club, and you could do it in German. But the thing is, if you go back to Japan, you got to do a month. You got to do a bundle of stuff. Don't do one gig. Do a whole bunch of gigs. Boom, 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 boom. Just like you saw what happened in Edinburgh. You get match fit. So you need to be match fit, and it is your first language, so there will be something easier about it, and you'll struggle, and then you'll break through, and then you'll be off. And I just think it would be good for Japan. Anyway, because I like your comedy. I saw a little bit of your comedy, and it's good. It's in a good area. It's bonkers like mine. We like bonkers. Bonkers is good.
Yes, love bonkers.
Yes, very good. Thank you, Eureka.
Thank you very much, and good luck, and I'm supporting.
Thank you.
Yay!
Arigato, arigato. Okay. So, yes, go to eddieizzard.com to donate if you wish. I'm going to talk to Paula Radcliffe in just a second. And, yes, eddieizzard.com. And how else, Sarah, apart from eddieizzard.com for donation?
Yes, we should do another donation bit of information. So, yes, eddieizzard.com is where you can go to make donations. That's from anywhere in the world. You can go to eddieizzard.com. You just hit the donate button and you can give as much as you like via our crowdfunder site. But if you have a UK phone, you can send a text instead. You can, to donate £10, text the word 10, TEN, to 70810. To donate £20, just text the word 20, TWENTY, to the same number, 70810. For anywhere else in the world, eddyizzard.com, all details there, and you can donate in any currency.
Excellent. Righty. Oh, so I've got to just keep piling up the pressure. Gig tonight, 7 o'clock. You can go to eddyizzard.com again. You can buy tickets there, streaming around the world. I will try and stay awake, and the comedy is it's in English. All the rest of the gigs are in English now. I've done the French one.
And yes, we should reiterate again that Sunday now will be a double marathon. So the gig will actually be midway through the second marathon. The marathons are running concurrently with a break just for the gig. So that will be a rather special one as well. When the show is finished, Eddie will be getting back on the treadmill to complete the second marathon of the day. So quite a thing.
That's on the 31st, first marathon for Aden, the city of my birth in the country of Yemen. And then for New York, for the United States of America, New York is like a second or third home in my mind, in my heart. Great spirit there for the New Yorkers, which I totally identify with. I totally understand John Lennon moving there. But I live everywhere. I kind of in my head live everywhere. You know, if I'm in Paris, if I'm in New York, in Berlin, I'm happy to be there. Moscow, I'd love to live in Moscow. St. Petersburg. Yeah. So, trying to fight off my hot toes syndrome, this weird thing. I get my right foot. Don't know why I wasn't getting that at all. Now I'm sort of sometimes getting it. I have to keep them moving. I don't wonder if it's circulation or what it is. Yeah, oh, well, I'm ready to talk to Paula whenever you are, Dave, by the way. Can we...
We are still waiting on.
Okay. And we can scroll up, can't we? My screen has now gone blank.
That is all fine. There's a little
My screen is
magical things in the background happening. It will reappear shortly.
Okay. Very good.
It's the hamsters doing things.
Hamsters of rock.
I could do some more facts.
Yep. Go for it.
For a minute. Yeah, it's great to listen to Yuriko there. So yes, some facts. These are facts generally for Japan. It says the bow is the new hello. It says perhaps bowing more than any other tradition is the most well-known of Japanese traditions to Western travellers, and bowing to others is drilled into young Japanese children from a young age. Whilst you wouldn't be expected to conform as a visitor, a small bend of the head will go a long way. It's a good thing to know.
Right. And I think there's different levels of bowing as well, but I mean, I think leave that to the Japanese culture, but you know, if you're very senior, other people will do a deeper bow, or if you're revered.
Eddie,
yes.
Paula for you.
Hi, Paula.
Hi, Eddie. How are you doing?
I'm okay. Well, I'm doing these things. You know these things, marathons, but what I think is hysterical is that elite runners like yourself, and you're a super elite runner, you'd be finished by now. I've been running 2 hours. Your world record, I know, unfortunately, it's gone, but that's a real pain in the backside, but, you know, in another, you would have finished. I started running at 12 o'clock, and you would have finished in about 12 minutes' time. And I'm going to go for another 4 hours, so...
Yeah, but I hadn't done another 28 before that.
I know. I still think I'm slow. I still think I can be fast. But I do think there is an equation, which is interesting. Is that the faster you go, the more you pound the body. And maybe I'm surviving a little bit better. You know, obviously things are going wrong, but I'm not pounding it so hard, maybe, because I'm so...
No, exactly. I don't think you'd be able to recover and put them back to back like you are doing so phenomenally well if you were trying to run them maximally each time. So just think your maximum after this is probably going to be about that 2 hours 15.
Well, no, I think my fastest ever is 5 hours. You see, it's so slow. So people say, what's your personal best? You know, and everyone's kind of fast. And I say, what, do you want my personal worst, my PW? It's 12 hours. And I'm kind of proud of that. Who does 12 hours? I did once. I had some.
It's so huge.
I know. I had some.
But it's in the context as well, though, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's in the context of what you're doing around it.
Yeah, and I had interviews in the middle of that, and I went and played football in the middle of it as well, in Belfast, and with some kids, and so I got excuses, but I still quite like 12 hours being a ridiculously long period of time. So now, I just mentioned your world record, your world record of 12 hours and 15 minutes plus change. Unfortunately, that went last year. That must be a slightly pissing off thing, is it? Because it's such a beautiful thing to have.
Well, it is, but I think it's the nature of the sport and the nature of world records that they're not really yours. You're kind of just looking after them for a little while. But it's always going to be my personal best.
Yeah.
And I think in the beginning, I never would have expected for it to stand as long as it did. I thought I was going to run quicker. So then it went on, and it kind of went on so long that I did start to feel like it was part of the family. And I started to probably get a little bit more attached to it. But then I knew in the build-up to Chicago that Koskai was running so well that she was very, very capable of smashing it, which she did. And
what did she get?
Yeah, the marathon, you have time to get around it, because your head around it, because it was happening for a long time.
I just realised. Can I ask, what did she get when she broke it? What time was it?
2:14, 0406. She broke it by a way.
Yeah. But the thing, I think the way to measure world records is how long you've kept them. So that's 16 years you had that. So that's pretty beautiful. 16 years. It's, yeah, I do love it. This is what, and also, I'm very competitive, you see. Even though I'm so slow, I am very competitive, but I win all my marathons because I'm the only one here. So this is my trick. In my head, I keep winning, even though I'm the slowest person I know. So that's kind of how I do it. Slightly cheating, but
are you racing anyone though on screen? Have you got anything like the Zwift app or something like that?
I do indeed. Can you see it? Can you see blue runners on the screen at the top of the?
Oh yes, yeah. I can in the corner. Sorry.
So they're all running, and they've got MHG. A lot of them have got blue tops. If they're wearing a blue top, they're running with me. It's like we're all the Praetorian Guard for each other, and they just support. If I slow down, they slow down with me, and they're very helpful and wonderful people, and they're running for Make Humanity Great. And so, and on the last day, I'm doing a double marathon on the last day. I don't know if they told you this, but on the 31st.
Just because you hadn't done enough.
I know. Well, you know, you try and ramp it up, because I didn't realize this. They told me that people would donate more towards the end. And you're going along and you're doing okay, you know, but towards the end it just goes blah. It just shifts, and you know, real exponential jump. So I thought I'd put in an extra one, and then Monday I'm going to really hold on to Monday morning, because Monday is such a day of rest.
I bet.
Oh, I'm gonna have such a rest. And then apparently Tuesday I have to go to the dentist on Tuesday, because I got a hole in one of my teeth exploded for no particular reason.
During this challenge?
Yes, you know sometimes your teeth goes. It was one of those filled ones, and it just goes. I've had enough, and so a bit broke off, and I was chewing it and going, I don't think that's a crunchy bit. I think that's a bit that's. I think, oh God, it is. It's tooth, and I've got a hole, but it's not hurting, and it's set, you know, like a filling, but a bit of the filling fell out. So I don't know, just. I'm running. I'm not running on my teeth, so I don't know what the hell that is about. Now let's go back.
It's all the agony in the night where you're grinding your teeth, probably.
Well, no, I don't really sleep well. I have to take half a sleeping pill at night. But it's not too bad. I've got into a system now. I'm getting hot toes. Did you ever have hot toes? I think it's a nerve thing in my right foot. But my toes used to.
It might be. Maybe try changing your. Are you changing your shoes each day?
Not each day. Yeah, maybe I should just change them up. Well, we've had problems with the treadmill doing things and destroying the shoes, which is weird.
Yeah, maybe the treadmill's getting a little hot.
The treadmill's just getting pissed off with me, I think. I think that's what it is. But seeing as I know that you're passionate about getting kids running and active, and I'm, as a trans woman, I'm very passionate about encouraging girls and young women and boys and young men to do whatever they want to in life. So you got yourself into this position. Can you tell us about the early days before Loughborough? And Loughborough's interesting because that's a sporting university, but you did languages there.
Yeah, I did. So I got into running with my dad, and I would have been maybe 5 or 6, and he was training for the very early London marathons in the 80s. And at the weekend we would go to give him a drink and a snack in the forest, and I would join in for little bits, and I just loved it. And it's still my favourite thing to do is to run in a forest, run through the trees. You just feel like you're running much faster, and appreciate things better and feel a little bit more alive.
Yep.
So then I joined an athletics club when I was 11. When I was 9, Frodsham Harriers. And then when we moved down to Bedford, I linked up with my coaches, Alec and Rosemary. And we had a really, really successful girls team, won a lot of national cross-country team titles through the age groups. And I think that was really, really important in keeping all of us girls involved in sport, doing well at school. And I really am a big believer in that physical and mental health really coming together and being united in that way. And I think particularly for girls going through puberty, growing up, the changes that go on, the dramas that happen, if you like, at school, I think all of that is just handled much better if you have a sporting passion that keeps you fit and keeps you healthy and keeps you valuing your body for how great it is and what it's able to achieve.
Yeah.
And I think all of that helps to achieve better. So now in this lockdown situation at the moment, I think it's more important than ever for everybody's mental health as well as physical health that we just make ways for people to get out and be active as much as possible, obviously respecting the rules and
Oh, we lost you. If you can hear me, Paula, we've lost the sync for a second.
not getting together in big groups, but sport.
Oh, can you hear me? Oh. Paula, we just lost you.
Sorry, I lost you there. Yeah, I was just saying. Did you get that? I was just saying that sport is one of those great things that we can make it fit what we want to get out of it. And everybody in lockdown, even if they're stuck and have got a very small garden or even only their front room, you can still do some exercises, some physical activity that will keep you healthy and keep you feeling better.
Yeah. So you didn't, as a young girl with your dad, you're going through. You decided to. So you obviously love languages. If you took it at university, languages was your thing, yeah? Which ones?
So I studied French, German and economics at university. And I can remember still now, if I go back to my A-level choices, and I really didn't know what to choose. And I was going backward and forward. And my dad gave me the best advice again. And he just said, pick the subjects that you like, because you're going to do better at those. So I chose a really weird combination of French, German and maths. But I liked them and I did well in them. And I got into university. And I think it was a big thing for me, from my parents and from my coach, that we get qualifications, that I got my qualifications, because sport is fickle. You're always one injury away from not being able to make a career out of it. So I wanted to choose my university based on the best qualifications, not the best place for sport. And it just so happened that with Loughborough, I really got the best of everything. And I could continue with my sport. I was not too far away from my coach in Bedford, and my studies went very well as well. So, and I met my husband there, so I kind of came out of it really happy with my time at university and loved my time there.
Yeah, no, that sounds great. And I have a theory about languages and how they're taught, is it seems to be 80% written and 20% verbal. And then when you go to a country, it's 80% verbal and 20% written. Is that fair, even up to university?
Yeah, I think it changes a little bit at university, particularly because you spend the third year abroad. But certainly now, if I contrast, so my kids are growing up bilingually. They're growing up with French and English, and they're learning French in a very different way to the way that I learned it, which was writing it out, memorising it, learning genders.
Can I ask, sorry, I'm going to interrupt you there. How bilingually? Is your husband from a different country, or are you speaking them in French or German?
No, we live in Monaco. They were born in Monaco,
gotcha.
and they're in the French school system.
Gotcha.
So they're at school all day in French, and I did speak to them in French when they were born, so that it wasn't just being thrown at them when they started school. But now in the home we speak English, and then at school they speak French.
Gotcha.
But it fascinates me because they just know. And if I say to them, "What is your what's the gender? Is this one le or la?" They know. Whereas I had to learn it.
Well, it's interesting because my brother was on yesterday, and he has got French, German, and Spanish pretty, much close to fluent level, and degrees in French and Spanish. And he's as he said, a grammar nerd, and I'm communication nerd. So I will dive in. And what I did in German, you'll find this interesting. My last show, Wunderbar. I decided I normally develop them. I don't write them. I'm dyslexic, so I find it very difficult to write them. So I workshop it. I go out and say, chickens, what's going on with chicken? Why, Donald Trump or a chicken? Would you vote? I think I'd vote for the chicken first, because Donald Trump is less trustworthy. These chickens do they do eggs, don't they? But yeah. Anyway, so I do that, but I just did it in French. So I go, les poulets, Donald Trump, presque le même, un vote pour un poulet, on vote pour Donald Trump. Je pense que c'est pas une différence, ou peut-être, and I just muck about in French. And then I did it in German. And of course, French has got le and la, but German's got this, as you know, nominative, accusative, dative, and genitive, and masculine, feminine, and a neuter, and neutrum. So I decided to dump all the endings from worry, and I just estimate them. Because I knew that the genitive was probably des, even though it's not in the feminine, and der is probably masculine, D is probably feminine. So I just estimated things, and I assumed the intelligence of my audience, and that they would sort it out, kind of like a child would do when they're growing up. So that's what I did, and the masculine, feminine, en français, the masculine, feminine. I mean, do you speak? Because you've done them at university. Is your level of French good if you're in Monaco? Is it presque couramment, or do you speak more English than French, or how do you do it?
No, I think it's certainly now my French is way better than my German, because I am speaking my French, using my French every day.
Oui.
And practicing it, and I'm competitive in everything that I do, and I'm a little bit competitive with my daughter now as well. So
Excellent.
She will be. Maybe she will sound more fluent because she doesn't have a trace of an accent in either language, whereas I do. You can always tell I'm English even if I'm speaking French without errors. But grammatically, I'm probably still a little bit ahead.
Je pense que c'est pas un problème. Avec un accent, c'est cute, c'est mignon. Oui, on m'a dit, and no one told this at school, did it? Apparently it's cute to speak with an English accent, French with an English accent. No one said it at school, but we know that if French speak English, with a French accent, that's cute, or even a German accent or a Russian accent, as long as it's the confidence behind it which makes it the cute thing. So I just barrel it. Yeah.
And I think it's the respect as well for just trying to speak the language.
Yeah, exactly. I just have a go and go for it. I'm just talking to Yuriko just before you, and she's a Japanese citizen who's now based in the UK and doing stand-up in English. So I told her I'm going to go back to Tokyo because I played there once, but next time I'll play in English with 5 minutes in Japanese at the end. I'll phonetically learn it, even just to get it out, because it's the same. Interesting, it's the same. They've talked for years about French sense of humour. British, Germans don't have it. French is only visual. It's all rubbish. There's a mixture of sense of humours in every country. Just think about British humour. It's all kind of mixed up. Some people this, some people that. Some people do racist and sexist humour still in this day and age. And there's an audience for it, which is very sad. But anyway, so is it lovely sunshine? Is that a palm tree I can see behind me?
Yeah. No, I'm just actually in the Stad, and so that's the Mediterranean behind and the port.
There you go.
It's a very lucky, nice place to be growing up, and I think obviously we talked about the differences between the countries, and I think Brexit might have made it a little bit more complicated, but I'm still going with my choice to be in Europe.
Yeah, well, I'm not a fan of Brexit at all, because I think retreating into isolationism is just not good for humanity. And I think the young people of Britain understand that. They're coming through, they're getting signed up for voting, and it's inevitable.
Yeah.
It's inevitable that we will rejoin our continent because it's ours as much as anyone. So the isolation thing is just, it's not good.
I think it's what your hashtag says it all, doesn't it? Make humanity great again. I mean, we're not going to do that on our own.
No.
We're only going to do that together and as part of a team. And it's probably no more valid than at the moment when we're all arguing over who gets the vaccines instead of just getting as many people vaccinated as possible.
Exactly. And, if you think of the end point of Brexit, it's everything breaks up. The United Kingdom breaks up. We go back to some sort of medieval system, and then the North breaks off. And so that's no way forward for humanity. And Boris Johnson got it way wrong, I'm afraid. Anyway, that's for later. I'm going into politics, so...
Okay, good luck.
You may have heard about this. No, I was trying to get a seat in the last election, and I will push for a by-election or next general election, but I'm seriously going in, as Glenda Jackson did for 23 years, as Arnold Schwarzenegger did over in America. I'm going in. I'll come out afterwards, but I love what I'm doing, but I'm going in, so that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, go in and fight for everyone. Yeah. No, it's brilliant, everything.
Yeah, well, I'll just, I don't know what I can do, but I can do more than nothing. Let's put it that way. That's where I'm setting the bar.
Yeah.
I've just read you got a first-class degree in modern languages, so yes, you should be competitive. Well done. And there was a lot of sport, though, at Loughborough, wasn't there? Did that help?
Yes, it always helped for me to have my sport alongside, because I think when the academic side and the revision just got a little bit too much just to be able to escape and clear your head, I always do my best thinking when I'm running anyway. I always kind of find solutions to things. So yeah. I think if I hadn't have had the two running parallel, it would have been tougher. Having said that, it was pretty difficult getting ready for... So I was getting ready for the Atlanta Olympics at the same time as I was doing my finals.
Right. God, crazy. And you know about Zwift as well, because you'll be running with Zwift.
Yeah, well, no, I haven't run with Zwift. I've actually biked. So I took part in an event called World Cancer Day, the Solidarity Challenge, and it's a bike event, and I'm not a cyclist at all.
Right.
I actually am pretty scared on a bike. This was a stationary bike on Zwift, and I got into it, and I wasn't very good at the beginning, but I kind of got the hang of it during the event and had a lot of fun. And I think it's a great way to get people together as part of a group, as part of a community. Yeah. In lockdown, where they're not able to get out on the roads, and it's really a strong way of engaging people in activity, and I think it's brilliant.
No, it's good. And so you did that last February the 4th, like last year?
No, it's for this year. It's for this year. So I can't talk about the result of it, of course, but I didn't win.
Oh, right.
And so it was just kind of raising awareness, and it will come out on World Cancer Day, which is February the 4th.
I've got you.
This year.
I've got you. Well, I celebrate anyone fighting against cancer, so good for them. I'm going to have to do it all before February the 4th. But now, if we get into the actual running, I remember I met some ultramarathon runners when I was running, and I initially, when I started doing my kind of endurance running as opposed to your elite running, that it was probably 70% mental and 30% was physical. As I went on it, I thought maybe it's 80% mental. And they said that, I met these ultramarathon runners, they said, we have a joke that it's 90% mental and the other 10% is in your head. So that's the big joke, it's like 100% mental. And what about at the elite level? Is it the command center is really the thing that has to be right because everyone else is pretty fit as well? Is that true? Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, I think it's so intertwined, it's difficult to separate it. But if you're not strong, if you're not 100% there in your head, you're not going to make it. Whereas if you're 80, 90% fit, you can probably still wing it and win the race if you're fully there mentally and psychologically. So I think that's the battle. And the marathon, that's what's so fascinating and so great about it. And I think that's why it intrigues so many people and brings so many people together, because it is that battle against the distance, against your own body, against your own mind, and against the other people in the race. So I think that's what really draws people in, and it makes it into, you can play so many mind games in the race and find so many little techniques that just help you push the pain back into a different corner. And control it and actually embrace that battle with the pain. which I'm not sure you can do in another sport to quite the same degree.
Oh, that's interesting. That is interesting. I found that it was so monumentally boring just being on a, well done the people who make the machines, but still if you're just in a room and nothing going on, there's just no visuals. So
I agree with you there.
Yeah, I asked if I could talk to people, so I'm doing a 6.5-hour podcast every day. That's essentially keeping my mind off my right foot, which is just doing weird things at the moment with me. So I'll just keep pounding on. And now, as someone, what do you competitive running? Is that something you've retired from now, or are you still doing competitions, or are you in a different thing, in a different space in your life?
No, I mean, I think certainly my competitive days are behind me, but you can never completely wipe out that kind of competitive instinct, and I just try and channel that, I guess, into other areas, like trying to get as many kids active as I can, like trying to help people, just trying to be the best I can be in whatever else I choose to do now, like trying to be a better commentator and things like that. But I still enjoy, nothing beats, does it, being in the atmosphere of a big city marathon or a big race. And so even if you're not at the competitive end of it, you still get exactly the same atmosphere and buzz and adrenaline, and just maybe see a slightly different side of it too. So I love doing that. It's just that my competitive side now, I guess, is challenged into helping other people break their personal best, because I'm never going to be able to get near mine again.
Okay, and finally, Paula, I want you, again, as I said, I'm a trans woman now. I've been promoted to she. I don't know if you heard there's the whole pronouns thing that went on, but I'd like you to say something to girls, young women, teenage girls growing up, to go for their dreams in your own words, anything just to inspire them, because you've gone there, you've done it.
I think it's to teenage girls, to teenage boys, to all of the kids. I think the most important thing you can do is really think about what you want to do and where you're going, and have that dream goal up there. And there'll be other stepping stone, milestone goals along the way, and you should celebrate each and every one of those. But even if you never achieve your dream goal, by having set it, you will stretch yourself, and you'll find out that you're capable of so many things that you would never achieve if you didn't aim for those big goals. So I think dream high, dream big, and stretch yourself going after that. But always remember to respect everybody around you. That's the big thing. Respect for yourself, I think, comes from respecting the world around you and the people around you, and really fighting for that.
Thank you very much, Paula Radcliffe. Great to talk to you.
Thank you, and good luck, Eddie. Keep going.
I'll keep going. Thanks, Paula. Cheers. So, EddieIzzard.com. If Paula has inspired you, if anything we're doing is inspiring you, EddieIzzard.com to donate. And there you'll find, if you have a UK phone, you can donate to 70810. That's the number, 70810. It's written on EddieIzzard.com, so all this stuff is there. You can check on it. But if you want to do £10, you write TEN and you send it off to that number. £20, TWENTY. The English word for 10 and 20, and either one or the other. Or you could do multiples. You could do it several times if you wish. There is no limit to the amount you can donate. And I've heard we've just broken £150,000. You heard that, Sarah?
I'm just getting that through now. That's incredible.
We've just broken as we're talking to Paula.
That's incredible.
So we've extended our target to 175,000. If you guys are going to be that generous that you've already given 150 grand, which is 10 grand more, 10 grand, 10,000 pounds, 10k more than we had last time. The whole run that I did got 140,000, so we're already at 150. And this is the Friday before the Saturday before the double marathon on Sunday.
Yes.
Ultra marathon on the last day, 2 back to back.
That's brilliant. Wow.
Yeah.
That's incredible. In the current tough time as well, that is fantastic, those donations.
Okay. Sorry, just sorting something out here.
Yes, I think that's a phrase that you said, wasn't it? Is that in times of hardship, good people become outstanding. And I think that's, you were saying in times of hardship, the good people become outstanding, you know, the good people become great.
Yes.
And I think,
good people outstanding, yes. I was hearing good people start standing.
Become outstanding. Well, I was saying, well, that is a whole load of people who've donated there. Thank you for stepping up. That's really great. It's a good example of that.
I dropped my protein bar. Oh, shit. Mother fudge cake.
All right.
Yeah. Just wet my head.
At the iPad.
Yeah. Did the shot.
That would not be good. 28 marathons down and you get taken out by the treadmill. Would not be ideal. You okay?
I found this trick that if I get a bang on the head, I just rub it endlessly and it doesn't go into a bump. But that, I think I just caught the edge of the iPad.
Yep. Oh, I thought you were going to say it distributes the pain, which is what the physio cream that Tim uses does. That's how it works. I think is it distributes the sensation across a larger area.
Mothers. Okay, ready to talk to Shigeru or Shigs. I'm ready to talk to Shigs when you want, even though I just banged my head. Dave, talk to me.
Just got online, so we're just making.
Okay.
Just lining up, I think. Yes. Oi, yeah, that's not how we want you to be taken out of this. Feeling all right? Not feeling dizzy or anything?
No.
Okay.
No, it's just a bit of a whack.
Yeah.
Oh, I got hot toes again. Oh. So we're going to talk to Shigs. Shigs' second name is spelled AOE, so AOE. But that's me. I'm doing phonetics pronunciation there.
I'm going to put you through now.
Ah, Shigs, hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Oh, I just banged my head on an iPad, which is... so that's not...
That's not good. That is not a good way to start my interview.
No, it's not the thing. I just dropped my bloody protein bar again. So that's not good either. But apart from that, I'm hanging in there, Shigs. You know what I'm doing, don't you? They've told you what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
Yes, they have told me what you're doing. I've been following along with it as well. And it's beyond a belief what you're doing. It's just amazing.
Well, you're working at Mizuno, and you work for Mizuno, and Mizuno have been very helpful to us. So I thought, as you know, Mizuno is based in Osaka, isn't it? That's the main company.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, our headquarters are in Osaka, yes.
And you work there as well. And your story is kind of beautiful. So, born in New York City, 2 Japanese parents, and you lived in the USA till you're 27 and then moved to Osaka. So you grew up bilingual?
Yes.
Cool. Is it fun being bilingual, or do you not really notice because you've just got 2 languages and what the hell?
I think it's something definitely as I've grown up, I've really grown a larger appreciation for.
Yeah.
I think when you're a kid, a lot of times you want to fit in with whatever else is going around you. And when I would have to go to Japanese school on the weekends, and my friends were staying home watching Saturday morning cartoons, it definitely didn't feel like a lot of fun.
All right.
But I really appreciate it now that my parents really pushed me to continue on learning a second language.
Yeah, I think it's good. I mean, obviously, I think every child, I don't know if you have kids, but every kid's going to go, really? I have to do this? What the hell is this for? Cartoons are much more fun. But next time I play Japan, it'll probably be in Tokyo, unfortunately not Osaka. But I will do 5 minutes in Japanese at the end of my stand-up set. So I will phonetically.
That's amazing.
I will phonetically learn, because you know I'm doing it. You may know I'm doing it in French and German and Spanish. So it'd be nice to try 5 minutes in Japanese to see if I can get it right. Do you have tones in Japanese like in Mandarin Chinese? Does it have tones?
Yeah, I mean, there's different tones, there's different ways of pronouncing that, can kind of direct how that word means or what it might stand for. But, I was watching your earlier interviews and, it completely makes sense that there's a lot of, translation between, different types of comedy. And it doesn't matter if it's in English or French or Japanese.
Yeah.
So definitely don't appreciate it over here if you do 5 minutes in Japanese.
Yeah, absolutely. It's as I was saying before, if you're talking about haircuts or go to the supermarket or love or sex or politics, it's there. I mean, specific politics in Japan will be different to specific one in America or Britain, but the general thing is all the same. And now, if you grew up in the USA and in New York, a city that I love, what was it like going to Osaka? Were your parents from Osaka, or were they from Tokyo, or from a different city?
Actually, my mother was from Tokyo and my father was from Osaka. So it was interesting listening to Sarah talk about a lot of interesting facts of Osaka.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of it is completely true, and I actually learned a lot as well. But Osaka is a pretty laid-back place. It's really easy to kind of get along with the individuals here, and it also is the kind of the capital for comedy. There's a lot of laughter, a lot of jokes around, and a very high level of laughter.
Oh, great.
So, very entertaining.
So do you think if I was going back to Japan, I should play Osaka before I should play Tokyo, or I should play both?
If you can play both, I would definitely say both. But I think there's a lot of people in Osaka that would appreciate the challenge of you going over there and, doing your comedy routine in Osaka.
And if I did it in English, I take it, because it's in European countries. I mean, where are you based at the moment?
Well, right now I'm actually in Osaka.
Oh, wow.
Because Netherlands is in a lockdown. But right now, generally I'm in the Netherlands.
Right.
But right now I'm in Osaka. So it actually worked out that we're doing this interview for Osaka, and I'm in Osaka.
I found that in Europe, like in Eastern Europe, a lot of the young kids were learning English because they could find they could do business, more job opportunities for travel, all sorts of reasons. But young Japanese kids, if I performed in English in Osaka, say, would young kids have enough English, or would it be only the last 5 minutes that I did in Japanese that they'd really understand?
I think there's even more now than ever, the younger generation understands English.
Right.
Has to do with the changing times and technology and people having phones and, and that has kind of bridged the gap and kind of, made English not just something you learn in school, but can definitely be something that you utilize, for your general interests. If you want to learn more about, let's say, football, I love football and there's a lot of football fanatics in Japan.
Yep.
Naturally you're going to want to learn English so you can watch English Premier League and the other leagues as well.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah, there's a group of young individuals here that would appreciate your comedy routine in English.
Great. Okay. Well, we need to put it on the list. We'll put it on the list because I just want to get out and do things. Can you talk about the early days of Mizuno? Was it two brothers? Are the two brothers still with us in the world who started the company?
Well, actually, it was one individual named Rihachiro Mizuno who started the company.
Right.
And one of the main reasons he really felt passionate about this is because he saw in the early days of Japan that a lot of the, let's say, sport equipment coming in from overseas or that he was seeing out there wasn't made to its truest form. I mean, it could definitely be improved, it could be perfected, let's say, of higher quality. And so really our company is set on, delivering to society, contributing to society through sports. And so it's being, truthful in what we do and truthful in the products that we deliver. And so that really resonated with the people of Japan. It's, probably one of the biggest reasons our brand's been around for 110 years and more.
And as a trans person who's running, Mizuno's been very inclusive and positive and said, look, I know your pronouns are changing, and this was right in the moment. This happened just before we started running, so everyone there, Anna and Zwift, will be trying to say, okay, let's get this right. So I think most people have been kind of positive on this, so I must appreciate the help and the positivity that the company has been offering. So that's good. Yeah, and so Mizuno's based all around the world. Yeah, is that right?
Yeah, we have offices all around the world, the U.S., China, Australia. Yeah, we're pretty much in a lot of, or most of the countries that you can kind of see, having a really high appreciation for running.
How do when you're in Osaka, your dad's from Osaka, but you grew up in the USA, but you are, your genetics come from Japanese stock and heritage. How do people see you? Do they see you as an American kid who's over there, an American guy, or do they see you as Japanese? Or obviously, I suppose people in the streets don't really know you're just a guy from Japan. But do you feel a fish out of water or a fish in water?
Well, I think it's a really good question. I think when I'm in Japan, I feel like it's quite inclusive. That I'm no different from the person next to me, but I believe there are things that perhaps the way I speak Japanese, I might have a bit of a slang to the words that I pronounce, or perhaps the way I communicate to individuals being perhaps rather more direct because of being grown up in the Western culture. People, I think, quickly realize that perhaps this person did not grow up in Japan.
And does that link in with the culture of the bows, the bowing system?
It does. I would much rather just shake their hand and give them a quick hug as a hello, but they're very big on their bows. And, I was fortunate enough to learn from the company that I was with, these etiquettes beforehand.
Right.
And so it's really helped me out. But, it's not that strict. If you, give a bow as a gesture, people appreciate it. They're not looking at, proper form or anything. So, it's just similar to a handshake in Western culture. If you bow, people will look at it as a compliment.
For a tourist coming in, because I like to be of the culture, if I came in and if someone gave me a bow, I should just bow back and that would be nice, an equal bow. Would that be the way to approach it?
Yeah, I mean, if someone bows with you, you give a bow and a nice smile, and people are, it's just pretty much the same thing, just saying hi.
Yeah, just the same as a handshake. Okay, that's good to know. And also, there is this thing that, Second World War, you got a general told you got militarism happens in Japan. Can you, you're way outside this. I don't know when your parents left Japan, but do people in Japan, do your parents, does it look like Japan went just, let me tell you about Germany. I say that Germany was kidnapped by Hitler. He kidnapped freedom of speech, he kidnapped dissent, and so if you stood up and said, this is wrong, you were off to a camp, they shot you in the head, they hung you right there and then. Horrible stories. Japan, very military, quite, it was stuff that happened there is not great. How do the people of Japan look at it? How do you see it through, obviously a different lens? Did your parents ever talk about it? Were they alive in that time? How is it seen these days?
Yeah, during that time was kind of my grandparents' time.
Right.
And my parents were, growing up in a time when it was over as part of their history lesson. And generally the feeling here is that, there's nothing more important than peace.
Right.
And I think that is what needs to be always at the forefront. And that when there are quarrels with other countries, that, pulling out the weapons and kind of flexing your muscles is not the correct answer.
Right.
And the reason of that is because of the past history of Japan. And so I think there's a lot of individuals that understand that, and it's kind of been passed down from generation to generation. It is also part of, I believe, the educational curriculum.
Right.
To make sure that it's known that, if there is a peaceful way of getting through an issue, it is always the right way.
Yeah.
And I believe that's very much felt. And another large portion of that is because after the war, it wasn't as though people just left this country to kind of rebuild itself. The U.S. kind of came back and supported them to kind of rebuild, providing protection so that outside countries couldn't come in and invade when Japan was down on their knees. And I think that kind of structure really has changed how people in the country view the outside world or the Western culture.
Yeah. Yeah, I do believe in my head that Germany, and I've said this before, that Germany and hopefully Japan as well, because of what they've been through, which wasn't, you know, not the citizens now who are there, just the previous generations, hopefully they will help save the world. Help always say, there's a line in German, nie wieder, never again. And hopefully there's the equivalent nie wieder in Japanese that says, guys, we went there, we did this stuff. It was called nationalism. It's no good. Us, we're better than you, and we're going to do this stuff. And I hope, as we go into the future, that between Germany and Japan, if they can be strong countries and proud countries, but say, guys, you must not go to that place because we went there, and it's not good. So that's my hope. I don't know if that works, but let's
yeah, definitely. I think.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Now, I see one of your passions is football. So.
Yes.
Now, did you grow up playing it? Because I think, again, football's another thing can save the world because it spreads the respect around, and no one goes they go into battle to play, you know, national teams, but you know, no one dies. It's a game, respect, and it's growing in America now, isn't it? Over your lifetime, have you seen football, soccer grow?
Yeah, it's I've played my whole life. Started in elementary school and still play it now, and it definitely is very big in the U.S. It was big when I was growing up, but more of as a recreational sport.
Yeah.
And then fortunately, I've been around to see a professional league start up, very successful professional league, and then see a lot of American talent move out to the European countries and other countries and perform quite well. And so I really feel that football has been a large part of my life and also a great way to bridge the gap with other cultures and other countries. Yep. And I was fortunate enough to visit a lot of different countries while playing football, to Europe and South America, and see all these other individuals that might speak a different language or look different from you, but you know, that common bond of playing football or sport, you know, really brings people together. And so I think that kind of experience I had as a child has really resonated in how I bring up my kids, and also in the work that I do, you know, working for a company that stands for sports, and this idea that, you know, through sports we are united, you know, we are one society, has really been instilled in me through the participation in football and running.
Very good. Yeah, no, I did. So you played in different countries because you were that good? You were that good that you played there?
No, I'm not. It was just kind of my club team or my collegiate team, right, having you know, a training for a week in
I understand.
South America or Europe.
I never got that far. I played for my team, my town. That's the one. Mm-hmm. The best. There were 4 schools, and there was a town team. And we played another town, but I was reserve. I wasn't quite in the team, so there were 11 players and me sitting on the sidelines. So, oh well, I got a medal for that, but a tiny medal, but I wasn't in the game. So that was a bit annoying. But yeah, I did love football. Okay, and well, this is brilliant. Thank you very much for talking to us. COVID situation. What's the COVID situation like in Osaka? Everything locked down, or is it getting easier?
Well, they have kind of stated that it is a state of emergency.
Right.
So that individuals should really look to stay home, work from home, only go to work if necessary, and that, you know, restaurants and local shops should look to close by 8 o'clock.
Yep.
But outside of that, you know, generally people are asked to wear masks and take precaution, but you're still allowed to go out to do your general shopping, yep, or whatever you might have to do for work. So you do still see people outside and on the trains going about their daily lives, right, in that sense.
Okay, well, good luck to the people of Japan, and I hope we all get through it sooner rather than later. Thanks, Shakes.
Yeah, definitely.
Thanks for talking.
Thank you so much. Very good luck to you, and I look forward to watching you all the way through until the 31st.
Absolutely. I'm doing 2 marathons on the 31st. So I'm doing one for 8. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, whatever we can do to support you on that, just let us know, and I'm sure we'll be there to do anything we can.
Well, we wanted to do this one today. This one is for Osaka, for Japan, and that's for you guys and for Mizuno, so thank you for helping.
Yeah, anything we can do.
Okay. Take care.
Great, thank you very much.
Cheers. Okay. Now a pit stop. Right, I'll be back in a second. A new one of these, please.
Shockingly, over 2 million tonnes of food a year is wasted within the UK supply chain. FareShare is tackling this problem in a strikingly simple way. We work with farmers, producers, distributors and retailers to save good quality fresh food from being wasted, so we can get it onto people's plates instead. In practice, it's a huge logistical feat, involving hundreds of volunteers working tirelessly to unload the produce, unpack and sort it at any one of our network of food warehouses across the UK. The food might be surplus, but it looks and tastes just like the food you'd eat at home. Most of it arrives well before it would have hit the supermarket shelves. Food becomes surplus for all sorts of reasons: a glut of courgettes from overproduction, or a lack of demand as unpredictable weather plays its part. Incorrect packaging and labelling, wonky fruits and veg, and cancelled orders. Wherever it comes from, with the support of our team of volunteers, we prioritise the incoming food, itemising it for traceability and breaking it down into smaller quantities for redistribution. FareShare gives nearly 11,000 charities access to food, all of whom are onboarded safely and meet all food safety regulations. These charities and groups range from food banks, children's breakfast clubs and homeless centres to small local community groups. Not only does this food save charities thousands of pounds on their food bills, it means they can offer the people they support more fresh, healthy fruit and veg and a wider range of food in general. New innovations like the FareShare Go app have seen direct pickups from the supermarkets, meaning perishable goods like fresh bread and fruit can quickly be redistributed. FareShare is more than meals though. Food brings people together. It helps local organisations tackle loneliness and isolation within their communities, or help connect struggling families with the services that can support them. It's such a simple concept. Food that could have been wasted is instead used for good.
NTD. It's not terribly descriptive. Needlessly tricky denomination. We need to disentangle, need to define, nothing to declare, National Turnip Day, never tickle dinosaurs. No, that's daft. Now the disclosure. Neglected tropical diseases. Not that difficult. Neglected though? Deserted. Disenfranchised, desperate, dying. No, that's dreadful. Now these diseases need to discontinue, need to disappear. Never mind the difficulties. No more tedious delays. Now's the decade. Nations together declare no to disease, no to discrimination. Nobody treated differently. Neglected tropical diseases. End the neglect.
Okay, I'm back. I've hit my head. I've got my ponytail working again. Flying for Japan with the Japanese flag today. Just talked to Shigs in Osaka, which is the city we're celebrating. And, so, I'm going to be talking to Channel 5 News at 3 o'clock, and then ITN News at 3:10. So, if you're watching in, you're going to hear summaries of what I'm doing twice, which might be a bit annoying for you, but anyway.
Just an update, Eddie. Channel 5 will be quite prompt at 3 o'clock, I believe.
I'm ready now.
So
Ready when they are. Oh, so I'm trying to get into a rhythm. Trying to sort myself out here. Oh, the more I can get down in a rhythm. I have this thing that I start running, and I get back a bit high and go to the loo too much, or have to go to the loo too much. And then I have to finish at 6:30. That's the latest I can stop to get ready for the gig at 7. And I find it, and sometimes I'm, really pushing it to finish, which is not fun. So we have increased. We have broken 150,000. Thank you, everyone around the world who's donated. Go to Izzard.com to continue donating. And if you haven't got the money, don't donate. If you're struggling, or just put a little bit in. Thank you so much to the kids up at Aintree, near Aintree in the racecourse in Liverpool. They came with us on their bikes back in 2009, my first ever challenge. And they gave me their dinner money and to give to the charity, which is beautiful. And but if you haven't got it, you hang on to it. But if you have got it, you can give as much as you want. This is the point. There's no limit. Oh no, we don't put limits on donations. 100 billion million pounds, zillion pounds, 1 zillion, which hasn't really been invented yet. So we don't mind. But Izzard.com, it's all there. You have hats. Sarah, does it make humanity great again? It's written on the hat. And always looks slightly one-sided, lopsided. I feel that I'm always running slightly lopsided. But those are there. Profits go to charity. You've got masks. Sarah was showing the masks. Let's show them again. Cameras on Sarah quickly, Dave. I know we're going to this interview at 3. There's the hat. Do a nice lean down for the hat. There we go, the hat.
Am I on there? There we
yeah,
go.
there you go. Let's make you to go to get a hat. Profits will go to charity. Of course, we're going to pay to make them. And here's the mask that you can also buy at Izzard.com. Just scroll down, you can see that there with the logo on there. Adjustable straps, as Sarah is modelling on QVC.
Yes, need to get into my QVC modelling. Yes, there's a little, I have a small head. It fits well. It also fits on bigger heads.
Yes,
We've tested it on many heads.
My face I have a big face. And so, yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Oh, and it comes in a little bag and do the full QVC. Little make humanity great again, little bag, which is lovely.
Yeah, so they're nice. You get the bags, you get the thing, and the profits go to charity. And sorry, there's someone looking at the window. They're reading the poster about what I'm doing. I thought they'd look up, and I was going to give them a wave and hope they donate, but they walked away and were invisible. But you've also got T-shirts as well.
Yes.
T-shirts for men and for women. And as a trans woman, I was very lucky to be able to test drive the ones for women as well, to see if they fit my form.
Yeah, we did a lot of road testing, actually, didn't we? And actually, I should also say, in case anybody is wondering why normally in this room Eddie and I do not have masks on, it is because we are in a work bubble, which allows us to work safely without masks together.
We're actually in a home bubble as well, work home bubble. We go from home to car to here to car to home. That's what we do. And I would say fashion-wise, I'd wear the hat or the mask. But if you wear them both, it's a bit over the top. But like wear a different hat thing, or no hat and a mask, or wear the hat and neutral mask or something. But I don't know. I think both of them. Yeah, and you've also got the top on. That's a Mizuno top, isn't it?
Yes. This is This is my Mizuno top. This is my MHG Mizuno top,
which they will have some of. And it's all written on the back as well, isn't it?
Yeah. Gonna do a little spin around.
Yeah, do a spin. Oh no, we can't. We better wait for Dave. Are we just trying to go? Let's wait for you to come in.
I am just waiting on them.
Oh, we're waiting.
Okay, there you go.
Do a spin. There we go. Make your mouth great again. Yeah. So.
There you go.
I think Mizuno might be releasing them, selling them off for charity. Anyway, something after the gig. They've obviously got. They can do that. They can make more, and it's a nice message to be twinned with Mizuno there.
Yeah, no, they are nice, and the masks are nice. I think we might have tested those masks more than anyone has ever tested masks for fit ever. But it did work. It did work, didn't
Jack and Hannah at the merchandise company, and me and Sarah trying on different ones. The good thing is your face is smaller, my face is bigger. I feel my face is too big.
But I have a very small head. I do know this.
But you were asked to do a PhD with your very small head, so which implies there's less brain in there, or maybe all your brain is being used for intelligent stuff and the bits that no one uses, because we only use a certain amount of our brain, it seems.
Yeah, it is. It's supposed to be a very low percentage. Yeah.
You must be full of good stuff.
Is it? Well, thanks. Yeah, my small head. I don't know if that was a requirement for the PhD, but yeah.
No, but it is interesting if they say brain size, because we know brain size matters in some way, but you would have thought, okay, some big head there. We call them big head, don't we? Oh, come on, big head.
Yeah.
Tell us how to lace your shoelaces up. That's obviously when you're 2 years old. Well, it's right over left and left over right.
It is interesting. I mean, the brain is fascinating. So, but actually, when I was studying, I volunteered for a study, and it was kind of the best one you could do because they just built an fMRI scanner, and everyone was very excited about it, and everyone was trying to do research with it, and you could volunteer as an undergrad to do experiments. And this one we all thought was great because you basically lay down for about an hour, and then you got £10 and you got a picture of your brain, which was we all thought was great. So I got a picture of my brain. So, and there was one little gap, and I attribute that to spelling. I think that's the bit I'm missing. It was the spelling section.
Are you no good at spelling?
No, terrible.
Well, are you dyslexic?
Yeah.
Are you dyslexic?
I am. I don't think not to. I think mildly. I read slow and I can't spell, and my writing's a bit around the place. But yeah. But yes, not. I think
means
mild.
You should be creative then, and you should be good at backgammon and lacrosse. Yeah.
Well, funnily, you should say that, but no.
Netball.
I did like netball and rounders. Rounders is fun as well.
Rounders is good.
Even though I think I broke my nose playing rounders.
Yeah.
The ball went straight into my nose, but other than that, it was great.
Yeah, those tennis balls.
Tennis balls.
Made of lead. You have lead.
Yeah, they're quite hard a rounders ball actually. Yeah. Yeah, it is a fun game though. It's weird though, isn't it? Because you do sort of stop. One day you just stop as a kid. I don't know how much it's played around the world, but in the UK, rounders is like a kind of similar to baseball, but you do stop about age 12, 13. It just seems to stop. Like nobody says anything, and just one day it's not in a lesson at school anymore. So, yeah. But I do like watching baseball when we've had a few chances to watch baseball. I kind of like that loads of stuff goes on around it. You know, everyone's eating, having a chat, some competitions going on and with giving away pizzas.
Hello.
Claudia, Channel 5.
Thank you.
Hello, Eddie, can you hear me?
I can indeed. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, I am almost scared. I don't want to distract you or catch you off guard because I don't need to trip up or anything.
That's okay, I'm fine. I did just hit my head, but I was trying to reach for a protein bar that had fallen off, but I'm okay. I'll keep going.
Okay, good. This is it. I just want to make sure, no distractions. You can focus and you don't trip up and hurt yourself.
Okay.
Really good to talk to you on day 29 of this.
Yes. Well, it's good to be on day 29, I tell you, because I know that Monday is going to be a day of rest, a day of brunch. Wonderful American invention where breakfast leads into lunch. I could call it brunch tea, because it's going to lead into tea, I think. It's just going to be a big, relaxy day. But as you know, I'm running today, Friday and Sunday. Saturday, a second, another marathon. And then on Sunday, 2 marathons on Sunday. That's what I'm going to do, and then finish.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you know how, lockdown's supposed to work. At least in my household, it means, more time in bed. You do wear your sweats, but you don't usually do much exercise. You chill a bit. Why would you take on 31 marathons in 31 days, Eddie?
Well, our slogan is Make Humanity Great Again. Now, I don't know how I got that slogan. I just really can't. I was racking my brain. It came to me one day. There was another slogan that someone who's now in the history books had. But I would say to all Americans are now in the humanity thing. We're back in humanity with President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. And we need to make humanity great again. And it's about the fact that we're all in this together. And we go into this nationalism periods where people say, come on, let's try the 1930s again. How did that work out? Anyone checked on that? And this nationalism thing of our country's better than your country, it never works. Be patriotic, be proud of your country, love your country, absolutely. But we are as good as, one of the best countries in the world. It's better to say that rather than we are better than other ones. And I want to link up at a time of separation and make even stronger connections than before, because a lot of us in the world want to do that. And we see the wisdom of linking up and saying everyone, 7.8 billion people, need a fair chance in life. That's what we're fighting for.
And so you're going to raise money to reward and help the kind of charities doing the very thing that you just mentioned there, helping others, those who are disadvantaged, vulnerable.
Absolutely. Yes, there's 2 that are, it's in the UK and it's around the world. So there's 2 that are very UK, which are fair share, getting food out to kids on low-income backgrounds, anyone who's struggling to get good food. Marcus Rashford has done a lot of work in this area, and Fair Share, an organisation who've been doing it for years. Well done to them. Walking with the Wounded, UK service people coming out. It could be physical injuries, mental health problems, or problems they get into with the criminal justice system, and they are there to help them. They're linked to the NHS, which is beautiful, but also Care International, helping with packages around the world. Covenant House, which helps in 6 countries, based in New York, but they deal with people who are homeless, people who are drug addicted, substance addicted, abuse happening, and they get them off the streets, and they even fund them to go to university. We talked to someone called CB who had got a first in psychology, which is a wonderful, wonderful story of redemption there. And then, of course, there's also neglected tropical diseases, which affect over 1.5 billion people around the world. And these are ones including elephantitis and leprosy, which we thought was gone from the world. But the Unite to Combat the Neglected Tropical Diseases is the 5th charity that we are highlighting.
Eddie, how are you doing this? I can't believe that you have even the time and the energy to talk to me while running, and you're going to be doing some comedy shows as well. So you've been fitting all this with comedy shows every night as well.
Yeah, well, I thought, you might know that I've done this before. People around the UK or even the world may know that I've done some of these before, but we thought, why don't we put a comedy show at the end of each run? So I do an hour's comedy show, and we celebrate a different city and a different country each time. Today it's Osaka in Japan. And that's an East Asian company. I was born actually in Aden in Yemen, which is a West Asian country. So we're reaching out around the world. And then I'll do my show. It'll be in English because my Japanese is not good. all I can say is thank you. But it's a test of that's mental strength, mental energy, and this is physical energy. And hopefully it encourages people to say, well, I'll go to eddieizzard.com and I will donate, because all the details are there. They can do a text as well. They can buy hats with Make Humanity Great Again. All the profits go to charity. Buy tickets for the streaming show, and it's all there at my website. So it's quite an easy one-stop call for everything. And we're over £150,000 now, which is £10,000 more than we did last time. So we're going onwards and upwards.
Yeah, you have, as you mentioned, you've run many marathons before in the UK, through Europe, South Africa. This is the first time you're doing this on a treadmill like this. How are you finding it?
Well, it's horrible. That's the truth of it. It's much better to have things, even with weather, even with snow and rain and intense heat in South Africa. You saw things, you met people, you could talk to cows and dogs and anyone. You could stop. And the stopping on this is different, and the microclimate in the room is different. So I asked if I could talk to people. So I'm happy to do interviews. And we talked to Judi Dench the other day. We're going to be talking to Michael Palin, hopefully talking to Ewan McGregor later on the last day. Lots of people coming in, stopping by Tim Peake, the British astronaut. So it's like a 6-hour podcast, and that keeps my mind going. And so I can ignore my legs while they're struggling to deal with the relentlessness of 6.5 hours of running every day.
Yeah, how it seems, because you've done so many, and of course it is hard, but you do more, you're still doing it. Are marathons now, for you, very, very easy to do? It's, you know, the way that I struggle to do, like run down the road, is doing a marathon like running down the road for you, as it would be for me?
No, well, what I say is when I start these, the first 10 are they're always kind of evil, because your first 10 are the training for the rest of them. So even if you do training in between these events, you cannot keep up this kind of level of fitness. And now that I've gone past the first 10, I'm up to 29, I can do this, but I am beyond exhausted. I am running on fumes, and I charge up overnight. If you imagine the battery of a phone going up to 100% overnight, I charge up to about 5%, and I start each run with 5% energy, and then I just eke it out over the day, and then I leave a little bit for the gig. Try to get, when I was falling asleep, up to about 10 times. I just go to sleep for a split second while standing up, which is very weird, but it's tough. So I can do them, but it's not fun. I long to stop. But if you don't do something like this, if it isn't tough, then no one will donate, and then you don't help the world. So we want to make humanity great again, so I keep pounding on. And I'm a trans woman doing this, so hopefully that's also sending out a positive message.
Well, what a wonderful thing you are doing to push your body the way you do continuously, time after time. Eddie, good luck to you. If you ever want to chat again, if I can do my bit in all of this, which is talking to you, distracting you, I'm here for it, okay?
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Cheers.
Just a couple of more days, you're there.
Okay, thank you very much. Great to talk to you.
Likewise.
Okay. Again, donations at eddieizzard.com, as I've mentioned. And now we're going to talk to ITN and say similar things. Now, if you've been watching this morning, I already talked to ITN, but they didn't press the record button, which seems they must be admonished for this. Anyway, we're coming back on.
We're just getting that connection made, so we'll be with you shortly.
Okay. Oh. What were we talking about before, Sarah?
I think we were talking about me having a picture of my brain.
Oh, yeah.
Weirdly.
You said something was a spelling mistake. There's a bit missing.
Oh, yes, that was my joke. There was it looked like there was a gap in my brain, a little gap in the picture. So I said, I think that's where spelling should have gone.
Oh, yeah, that's where spelling.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yep, can't spell. Read slow.
Well, you spell phonetically, don't you, then?
Yeah, yes.
Cat with a K.
Yeah, although I don't think I ever did cat with a K, but I did spell fruit, F-R-O-O-T, which
Why
to me
not?
sounded very logical.
Yeah.
Fruit.
I spell Sticks, S-T-E-K-S.
There you go.
Sticks. If you'd like to download my biography right now, believe me, my autobiography, you can see something I wrote when I was 8, which was a kind of a précis summation of the book, The Magician's Nephew, or The Magic Ian's Nephew, as I seem to have written it. And it shows my wild dyslexia in that, and my crazy handwriting. Have you seen that?
I have, yeah. Yeah, the Magician's Nephew, the Magic Ian's.
And all the lines that I wrote.
Yeah, I did see some of it, yeah. But it's very logical, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Because there's no reason in the English language to have the letter C. S takes care of all the S's, and K takes care of all the hard K sounds, and C just pretends to be one or the other.
Yeah, that is true. I think there's some languages that don't use both.
Well, if you look in German, there's always K's there when you're expecting a C.
Right, yes.
Karl is K with a Karl for K. We do Karl with a C, but that's a name. But a lot of things you'd expect, oh, that must be a C, and you'll find it's a K. Right.
So when do they use a C in German?
I don't know, I haven't examined
Hello.
Yeah.
We have ICM for you.
Hello. What the fuck?
Hello again, Eddie.
What the fuck, Garant? What the fuck? I think we can say that. I need to say that in the interview. All right, get it going.
I'll definitely use it. I'll tweet that bit.
Yeah. Have we started?
We have started, and I promise it won't take as long as it did last time, Eddie. Okay. I won't bore you with the reasons why we're doing it again, but it was basically down to my incompetence.
Your competence or incompetence?
Incompetence. Incompetence. There's very little in this place as a result of my competence.
Right, got you. Very good.
Tell me what a run for hope is about, Eddie, please.
Well, a run for hope is my overall slogan. Our overall slogan is "Make Humanity Great Again." So that's what we're running for. I don't know how I got this name for the slogan, but it came to me one day, and someone else had one similar to it. But anyway, we include everyone, including Americans, in humanity. So 7.8 billion of us, and a fair chance in life should be the right of every person in the world. So that's what we're fighting for. At a time when some people are saying, no, come on, separate, let's go back, let's retreat, let's go back to how we were, say, back in the 1930s, 1950s. And it doesn't work. Nationalism does not work. Patriotism, absolutely. Be proud of your country. But one country is better than another country. Never works. And so I'm saying at a time of separation, the rest of us should make even stronger connections than before. So I'm running marathons. I'm celebrating a different city in a different country every marathon I'm doing. And we're raising money. We've just broken £150,000. I'm on my 29th marathon, 29 days, in 29 days. And I'm doing a gig at 7 p.m. every evening at the end of every marathon. So that's what I'm doing, and raising money and trying to encourage people to think globally, because we are absolutely, and COVID proves this, all in this together, and surely we should learn coming out of this. What was the best way of doing lockdown? What was the best way of doing vaccinations? Because we can't, another one will come, be sure another one will come, and we need to be ready the next time and not going through all this again.
What is dividing us, Eddie? What is it? Why are we separated? Is there something in particular that has made you concerned about humanity not doing things together in the way that it once did?
Well, Trumpism, Brexit and Trump, those ideas together. Trump, obviously, a big friend of Brexit, and that's what he said, it was Brexit plus, and it's not a great place to go. So we've had a referendum, and we've been promised that all this money was going to go to the NHS. I didn't believe in it. I still don't believe in it, but I think the young people coming through, they're thinking, look, it's the whole world, it's our continent, it's our world. Let's make connections, let's trade, let's not have Brexit bureaucracy. But, that's going to happen, so for a period of time, I understand. But the rest of us just want to make connections. We want to reach out, and nationalism isn't a good thing. We did try it before. Just check the last century, check a documentary. It's not a beautiful thing. But living together, working together in some shape or form, surely that's what humanity is for. We were 20,000 people 200,000 years ago. We're now 7.8 billion people. And surely that is the way to go. Humanity must go forwards, and we can't go forwards if we're going backwards.
Don't list them, Eddie, but just tell me something about the charities that you're raising money for. They're all to do with healing, aren't they, of various types?
They are. I mean, they're charities that help make humanity great. Two of them, Fair Share and Walking with the Wounded, specifically in the UK. One, food distribution to people on low-income backgrounds, Walking with the Wounded, helping ex-service people in the UK get back into society. But the others are in and around the world, Care International, Covenant House, and working to combat neglected tropical diseases, helping billions of people all around the world in tough situations. And that's great that the generous people in the UK, and people are donating from everywhere, and a lot from America as well, are helping their fellow citizens around the world.
You're a seasoned marathon runner, but you haven't done so many in a row on a treadmill before. Why isn't it horribly boring? How are you keeping yourself interested?
Well, I'm talking to people like yourself, Garen, and sometimes I'm doing interviews twice, like with yourself, Garen, because I did this interview this morning, and you didn't press the record button, apparently. That's what we heard. But it does actually help me. Bizarrely, doing it twice is okay, because while I'm talking, I'm not thinking about the legs and the nerves in my right foot, which are playing around at the moment. So I keep focused on the thing. And I'm doing a 6.5-hour podcast. You know, we've talked to Judi Dench, we've talked to Tim Peake, British astronaut. We've talked to loads of interesting people. And we've got Michael Palin coming on, and we got, hopefully Ewan McGregor's going to come by. So we chat to people, people tune in. They go to Twitter, go to eddieizzard.com, and they can donate from anywhere in the world.
You talk about unity, Eddie. Does the world feel like an easier place for you personally to be a part of now that you've changed your pronoun?
Well, I requested in one TV program, they very nicely asked me, what pronouns would you like? And I said, well, she and her, because, you know, I've been out for 35 years. Let's get this right, 35 years. Not 35 minutes, 35 days. I've been out since 1985, so changing my pronouns now, which made some people go, really? Oh my God, we must call the moon or something. It's not, and it's a request. It's not an insistence, it's a request. But I am gender fluid. I will do all my dramatic roles as male roles, but I am running in girl mode and doing comedy in girl mode and activism. And I call them girl mode and boy mode. Maybe they're not the brilliantest terms, but it's a superhero thing, and the best terms I can come up with to explain gender fluidity. And this is true. I've known since I was 5, and I'm being honest. Now, it's very difficult to be perfectly honest your entire life. If someone says, does my bum look big in this? And you have to go, well, yeah, it looks pretty good. But anyway, I'm trying to, and I've been trying to be honest since I was 23, and tell people what is actually happening. Surely that's good for mental health. So I told people, came out, and after 35 years later, I said, can you give me, would it be possible to have she and her pronouns? And a lot of people were supportive, and some people were very negative. But I think those people should just relax, sit down and have a cup of tea.
Do you think that, I guess I'm looking forward to LGBT plus History Month.
Yes.
Which is coming up soon. Eddie, do you feel like that there's more room, perhaps more toleration in the world now for difference than there used to be?
With Donald Trump gone, yes, it's kind of as simple as that in a way. Sometimes it's leaders of countries that are in charge of the levers of government, and they put a lot of negativity into the world. Transgender people, as you'll know, were banned from the American forces by Donald Trump, and then in comes President Joe Biden, and he re-allows transgender people in, who will fight bravely, who will fight even more bravely, maybe because they know that they're trans and that people are watching them, so they will be out there on the line doing what they can and trying as hard as anyone. So Donald Trump was just such a negative person. He was a fake president. There's a poster picture of Donald Trump, fake president. That's it. That's his legacy. And so things change, things move forward. We tend to go 1 or 2 steps forward, 1 step back. If you take Adolf Hitler, maybe 10 steps back. But the beautiful thing is, Konrad Adenauer came in as the new chancellor of a free Germany in 1945, and immediately human rights snapped back to where they were back in 1933. So even if things go adrift, just as Joe Biden has done, he can snap the laws back, and we get back to moving forward positively, inclusively, and progressively.
It's sending an optimistic message despite all the things that have gone wrong in the world recently.
Yes. Well, if you track back through history, as I always do, like Churchill, Churchill's looked through history to find the patterns of repeat, and so do I. You find that history has always been bad. It's always been bad. At any particular time, you take a snapshot and there are things going wrong. But I'm a glasses 2/3 full person. I'm a trans person who came out so long ago, and I'm doing drama films with Judi Dench, Stephen Frears films. I'm doing stand-up comedy in French, German, and Spanish, as well as English, playing around the world, 45 countries now. And that's definitely more positive than when I came out and when I was born even. You know, it's just things do slowly move forward. And your average British person, your average world citizen is just kind of live and let live. Yeah, okay, if it's not affecting me, okay, well, you know, you be happy. Because they know, everyone knows mental health in the end, you'd want to be in a positive place. If it's not affecting someone, then why do you need to lean in and stop other people just trying to create a little space for themselves to be positive? This is not an attacking thing, this is just existing. This is being trans I'm talking about. But the rest of it is just my life. I have a career. I'd like to be in politics. I wish to be a member of parliament. And I will fight to get a seat as soon as I can.
Thank you, Eddie. Thank you again for your patience and for putting up with my being generally crap.
Garen, I would like to come back and do this again in about an hour's time and have a third go at it. All right.
Many thanks. All the best, Eddie. You're brilliant. Bye-bye.
Cheers. Okay. So, it's maybe told me Jeremy Vine, who was born in Epsom, went to Durham. I know somebody went to Durham University, joined the BBC in '87 as a news trainee. And so we're going to talk to him in just a sec. Slow down for a second. What is my... Oh, hang on. I'm going to speed up. What's that? 240. Okay. A little bit of a slow down. Hot toes. Didn't have hot toes for some time, and now I've got them. I don't know why. We think it's a nerve thing. Yes. Sarah, we have 2 or 3 minutes more.
Yes, we do.
Osaka, Japan.
Yeah. I can have a little look more at some general Japan facts.
Yes, I can tell you things generally on Japan as well, which is they were cut off from the world. There was a period where Japan was completely cut off from the world. They self-cut themselves, they self-isolated. Nothing to be influenced by. And then they changed, and then they went into extreme modernization. And then they went into World War II, which some people believe World War II started in the early 30s when Japan invaded Manchuria and fighting against Japan, an older Japan before the communists. So, yeah. Anyway, what have you got?
So, more facts from the internet. I'm glad that Shigs, our previous guest, did corroborate our facts. That was reassuring. So here's another one. Anyone entering a house in Japan will be expected to remove their shoes and put on the slippers provided. And it says it's not just in houses either. Temples, traditional restaurants, and even some museums will expect this behaviour too. So if you ever come across a row of slippers in Japan, embrace the tradition and swap them for your shoes. Which is very logical, isn't it? It's, you know, because essentially you've got shoes on from outside and then you're going inside, you're kind of bringing outside stuff in. Yeah, makes sense. Here's another one. This is a superstitious fact. It says, if you didn't already know, the Japanese word for death is almost identical to their word for fall. So naturally, this has become an unlucky number for the country, much like our number 13, just worse. So number 13, I think certainly in the UK, I think US, some other countries maybe, like it's like 13 is a unlucky number or considered unlucky. So it says, if you really want to get a feel for the Japanese way of life, don't buy things in groups of 4 or take any risky decisions on the 4th day of any month. And don't be surprised if buildings miss out the 4th floor altogether. That's interesting, because I have seen hotels in the UK here, and maybe in the US, who don't have a 13th floor.
Yeah.
So there you go. Here's another one. I don't know if it's slightly relevant to you and running and the snacks that we need to give you as you go. But it says, over in Japan, eating whilst walking is considered a sign of low status. And it's seen as rude. Although it says, don't worry, usually it depends on your location. So definitely avoid it on public transport. And you'll be glad to know ice creams are considered an exception to the rule altogether. That's great. So there you go. You can fine with an ice cream. Here's another fact. This is like an etiquette fact as well. It says, to most Japanese people, blowing your nose won't just be considered rude, but totally disgusting. It is considered the most catastrophic faux pas of tourists, so keep your tissues in your pockets. Yeah, there you go.
Don't ever blow your nose.
Don't blow your nose in public.
Dave, are we close? David, talk to me.
Sorry, hello, Lee.
Are we close?
We're still awaiting Jeremy to join, I believe.
I'll carry on with a few more facts. Okay, shall I go do more facts?
Yes.
Okay. So, yes, we're in the world of etiquette here. So it says, this is train etiquette with mobile phones. It says, it is considered incredibly disrespectful to be chatting on a phone call on the train or bus. But the one thing you will be granted is a grace period where you have around 10 seconds to finish up a conversation as soon as you've stepped on the train. So there you go.
So you're not allowed to talk on a train or a bus?
It seemed, on the phone, it seemed as very, very rude.
But to each other?
Oh, yes, it doesn't say that. I think that's a good point. Sort of be silent. No, I think that's okay, it seems. It's just on the phone calls. I quite like that. That's quite nice because, you sometimes get somebody on the train who's incredibly loud having a call.
Yeah, there was a weird thing of people talking on the phone and they talk louder than humanity needs. Well, there's a weird thing because if they talk to someone else, they wouldn't be talking that loud. They're going, yeah, I know what you mean. And you're going, what have you lost? Have you lost the ability to sense that? Maybe it's because one ear is squashed. So you're only getting your voice through one ear. So you talk extra loud. Does that make sense? Normally you get the sound going in 2 ears. You're getting someone else's voice in one ear, and you're only getting your voice going in one ear instead of 2 ears, so you up the volume. See what I mean?
Yeah, because it's so you're sort of therefore compensating by.
You're compensating because you can't hear your voice through the ear that's squashed to the phone, or that has an earphone, a headphone plug-in, so you get louder because you think that's normal.
Yeah, some people are incredibly loud, aren't they, on the phone? It just does feel like they're trying to shout, acoustically to wherever that person is. Right, another fact. This is about the rush hour. So, it says, Japan put rush hour into a new light with roughly 1.2 million people travelling by train on just one line per day. That's a staggering 64,000 passengers per hour. To put it into some context, Germany's trains only transport 10 million passengers per year. So that is less than 1% of the trains in Tokyo. Wow. Yes, and then it mentions that there's certain Japanese railway station workers whose full job is to push people into the commuter trains to get more people in.
Yes, I've heard that.
Yeah.
I've seen that.
Yeah, wow. There you go. I didn't realise so many passengers. There you go. Oh, here's another thing on being on a train, which is quite interesting. It says it's perfectly acceptable for a stranger to lay their head on your shoulder and go to sleep.
No, it's not. I've just decided that's wrong. That is odd. You'd think that would be the height of non-good behaviour. There you go. I mean, that sounds unlikely, but there we are. Oh, now here's an interesting thing as well. This is on tipping, because that's always quite a sort of thing an etiquette thing wherever you go in all countries, isn't it? There's lots of different etiquettes on do you tip, how much do you tip. Yeah.
And it says, so it says the UK and America might be big on leaving a tip wherever you go, whether it be your cruise ship cabin or dinner, but Japan is very different. It's actually considered rude, and your server would sooner think you've overpaid or misunderstood your cost. So it says, if you try and leave a tip, you might actually be sort of chased down the street with the extra money to make sure that you get it back. So yeah, no tipping. That's not a customary thing in Japan.
David, anything? Dave?
I believe a couple of minutes. We're just waiting for the connection.
Okay, I'll do another fact.
I need another one of these, by the way, when you go.
Okay, shall I grab that now?
Yes, please.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So, sometimes my legs feel like lead. Well, they move between lead and less lead. So many marathons. Now the sun's come out. The sun's very bright. It's bleaching half of my face. This is Marathon 29, Osaka, Japan. Got the Japanese flag here. Just rolled it around to show a little bit more of it. And maybe I can do that in a minute.
Eddie,
Yeah.
Jeremy for you.
Hi, Jeremy.
Oh gosh, I'm so excited to be part of this. Where are you?
I'm in Osaka, Japan, in a virtual way. I'm in Osaka, Japan. That's my mind, but I'm actually in Riverside Studios near Hammersmith, London.
That's so funny because, I mean, I understand it's virtual, so you don't have to say the Riverside thing, but Riverside is a mile from where I am, my friend, so I could just pop down with some Diet Coke for you if you need it.
Well, you can actually go past the window. There is the Riverside Walk here by the river. And people walk by. We have 3 windows. The sun is streaming in there, and there's a pay station at the door. Obviously, people can donate at eddieizzard.com. But if they want, and people go down, they go boop boop boop, and they make that noise, and a $5 goes off to the fund, which is a wonderful thing. So anyway, good to
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Lovely to talk to you. Lovely to talk to you. I mean, I'm full of admiration. I'm not a runner. And the reason I'm not a runner is that my knees hurt when I run. And I went to a physio and I said, look, every time I run, my knees hurt. And she said, stop running. And that cured it. But I'm jealous of you. You've got great knees.
Well, I went to the knee shop and I said, you got any knees, mate? And he said, you want Jeremy Vine knees or you want good ones?
Yeah, exactly.
I'll have good knees, please. Now, I may have knees. Here's a theory for you to try on, because you're a person who I'm going to assume your intelligence. If you're a political reporter, you can't be someone who gets there, and not by being able to put some ideas together. But how about this? I went to boarding school, thank you, and when I was 11 and 12, they pooled the 11 and 12-year-olds, and the best 11-year-olds who play football in the first team could play in the first team with the 12-year-olds if they were good enough. And I was in that team. So I played the first team for football, 11 and 12. Then I went to a school that didn't play it. So I never really played football again. And it's I don't like regretting because you can't get anything back. But anyway, it's in that kind of area. But I wonder that in the teenage years, if you're any good at sport, they push you. And then you've got hormones, you've got bone changes, you've got puberty happening. And maybe that's the worst time for us to push individuals is in their teenage years, in the puberty years, because everything is moving. And I didn't. So my sports activity really dropped off from the age of, after 12. And maybe it saved my body and my knees for later years.
That's fascinating, because I'm always attracted by the Tony Blackburn argument, which is that exercise is bad for us. I mean, there are many days of the week where I'd love that to be true. I don't think it is, though.
No, it can't be, because we were born, we were created to be hunters and gatherers. So if hunting and gathering was actually bad for us, then, see, Tony Blackburn would not have been a good DJ in the hunter-gatherer years.
No.
He would have been back at home saying, welcome back, the hunters and the gatherers. I see what you've got, but this record coming up is just me, because we haven't got records. And I'm singing, I'm glad you're getting the bacon in, because I'm starving, me, and I'm not doing any exercise. And actually, he would have been eaten. Tony Blackburn would have been somebody's dinner in the minus 3,000. We mean no harm to Tony Blackburn, but this is the old ancestor of Tony Blackburn, who was probably had a very bad time, but he must have made it through. Otherwise, Tony Blackburn wouldn't be with us. I tell you what, I'm thinking. First of all, I feel like you're getting out of breath because you're having to talk more than you really should. No, I'm worried about that. No, just ask me questions. I got one question. I'm going to start with. There's two questions I got to ask you. Okay, good. You can ask me questions in between mine. Yeah. We'll share it. Your band, Flared Generation. What was that about? Well, when I think we were sort of 17 or 18, myself, my brother Tim, who you'll know, and our friend Simon Williams, we wanted a band, and we wanted to be like Jam, because everyone did in 1980. And so, of course, we played songs like Paul Weller or whoever it was, and U2 and stuff. And, of course, we got nowhere. And then we suddenly thought maybe we should just reverse it all, and we should just have a band which wears flared trousers, which in the early 80s, or late 70s, was obviously completely out. Yeah. And what amazed us, and I suppose it still to this day has been a lesson, is that this thing went. We couldn't even get arrested when we were trying to be the Jam or whoever it was. When we then become the Flared Generation, whose songs are terrible, who wear flared trousers, who are plainly ridiculous, it goes completely crazy. We end up on Radio 1, we end up in the Sun newspaper, etc. So the lesson, what's that? A lesson about news, isn't it? It's about man bites dog is a story, and dog bites man isn't. And it's sort of, in a way, a sad thing, because we could only draw attention to ourselves by being silly. But I think my brother took that on board, because then, like yourself, he's realised that the best communication is laughter, that laughter is the shortest route between two people. So the Flared Generation was that, and it was quite good fun. And it showed Tim's musical talent as well, actually. What did he play? What did you play? He wrote everything. I mean, I played the drums, and then I was the singer, but I can't sing. Tim played guitar and keyboards and whatnot. He could basically play everything. But it's so funny, because whenever I meet comedians, I'm really feel in sync. And I always think of you as a comedian, Eddie. So forgive me if you now go under a broader label: comedian, runner, everything. Well, my acting career for 25 years with Judi Dench in Victoria and Abdul, and in the upcoming film, 6 Minutes to Midnight, I do feel I've hit a certain thing, but I think journalists delight in saying comedian and only comedian. I know. Do you know, as soon as I said it, I thought I could be on thin ice here. No, anyway, it's cool. I will forgive you. It means that you've made a lot of people laugh in your life. And I know from my brother, this is why I mentioned the connection here, is that it just shows me how hard it is. I mean, you will have done this back in the day. You drive to some club, you paid up, 80 quid, you maybe die a death,
You then come back, you then worry none of your jokes are funny. Then you've got another club the next night. Tim was driving all over the country doing it. And everyone wants to be one, and it's really hard. So whenever I meet comedians, I'm full of respect. And I always think that the artistic sort of spectrum is the safest bit is journalism. That's where the jobs are. That's where all the material is. And it's the easiest bit because we just have other people's material work for us. And then if you go right on the hard side, you've got comedians, very difficult. And poet, I think, is the hardest. I think it's very difficult to make a living as a poet.
It is. I think it's very hard to make a living as a poet. But I believe there's a link between journalism and comedy in that both journalists and comedians are really paid to find an angle on a thing. If you just report what happens, okay. But what's really interesting, which is maybe the think piece, is the angle. Look at all this, and in fact, this is going on. This diagonal thing is going through it. And that's what we do when I started upping my subjects from, I loved talking about very silly things and weird things, very much Python, and then I started realizing if you could put substance in behind it, it gets very curious, like on human sacrifice, where I realized in distilling it down, someone was saying, years ago, the weather is bad, the crops have failed, the gods obviously hate us, so we're going to kill Steve. And then it's all going to pick up next year, because Steve, we're going to rip his entrails out while he's alive, and we've just chosen Steve at random. It's not because I fucking hate him, it's just because he's getting all the girls, and so I thought, rip his entrails out, the crops will pick up, and then you think someone would go, hey, hang on, Mr. Witch Doctor, surely, Steve was made by the gods. And they're going to be written. No, actually, no, I'm talking to them right now. They say they want Steve. In fact, you, Jeff, you're next in line. Actually, no, forget about it, And it was, and then you could see mind control from it. And that's the angle on it. It was that simple. The weather's bad, the crops have fell, the gods hate us, we're going to kill Steve. There's 4 little lines. Sums it up. What the hell was going on? And we did it without discussing it. The Vikings were doing it. And they were doing it in South America, the Aztecs, and they were, hey, are you the Vikings? Yeah, we're the Aztecs. Are you killing people? Yeah, we're doing it. It's like a political control thing. Is it helping with the crops? The figures are dodgy. Figures a bit out there. Jury's not in yet, but we're going to keep doing it for another 100 years. It's that kind of bizarreness. So that angle, we take it, and you, as journalists, you take it and to sum up, how humanity is working, how behavior is working, and that kind of thing.
I love that. I mean, of course, once we start to unpack the mechanics of jokes, they all fail, which is fatal. But I noticed that when I became a dad, my kids are now 16 and 14, so it's a while back when they were small. But the thing they loved was incongruity. So they loved if I walk in the kitchen with a sock on my head and I say, okay, who threw this? In a really serious voice. That's brilliant. And I think your human sacrifice thing becomes really funny when you use the word Steve, because it's the new world and the old world.
Yeah.
And the very first joke is so funny because you're reminding me the first joke I heard you do, but it's not really a joke, it's an observation, was just you said you were brought up by wolves and they used to drive around, their ears would flap like that. Do you remember that?
Yeah, it was I brought up by wolves, they gave me a name, they called me And wolves are like cigarettes, they hunt in packs of 20. And
genius, man.
Said they had 4 legs and I had 2. I couldn't keep up with them, so I used to drive a small red car. And it was a hatchback. It was quite roomy, so I said, guys, get in the back. So there were me and 19 wolves in a small red car. And we'd wind down the windows and their ears would blow in the wind. And we'd chasing gazelle and buffalo and hedgehogs and ratatouille and gorillas and anything, basically. Yeah, you just make it's this weird, it's very Python,
That is a golden moment in my life to hear you do that joke for me. And I know you don't, it's not a joke, is it? What do we call it? It's a riff. An observation. It's a riff. It's so gorgeous. I want to see it written down. I want to see the whole thing word for word. Do you know, funny enough, today, I must tell you, I was on my Channel 5 show and we did a little thing about who are the best witches and wizards ever on film. And of course, somebody chooses the Wizard of Oz and someone chooses the Bewitched Woman. And I chose the wizard who appears in the Monty Python and the Holy Grail when they're crossing the bridge. Do you remember that?
You don't mean Tim the Enchanter, because he was pretty good when John Cleese played. There is some who call me Tim, and he could do all these explosions and stuff. You go, holy crap! But
I think I just looked at a clip up, and it's the one where he asks everyone a question so they can cross the bridge.
Terry Gilliam.
And
Terry Gilliam.
Yeah. And so Cleese, he asked Cleese what his favourite colour is, and Cleese says blue, and he goes over. And then the next night comes up, and he asks him what the flying speed of the Asian squirrel is in winter, or a sparrow, or so. And of course the question's so hard, the night then just explodes. Anyway, as we cut back to the studio, I was the only one laughing, and I thought, has that gone now? That humour, is it not funny anymore, or what?
No, well, you slightly misreported it because it goes. It's first of all, there's a question. The second one is Michael Palin, and he goes blue, no green, and then he gets thrown.
Oh yeah.
And the third one. It says the flight of a swallow. He says African swallow or European swallow. He says, and then Gilliam goes, oh, I don't know, and then he gets thrown over. So that's kind
brilliant.
No,
you're right. Do you know what I think happened was I think someone took the middle 30 seconds out to shorten it, and that's what killed it.
Oh right, because it was playing that. Well, also the thing is that Python is what alternative comedy is. What there's alternative music and mainstream music, alternative comedy and mainstream comedy, and what we alternatives do is that anyone in our audience has to have watched all the standard comedy, all the 1, 2, 3, here comes the line, here comes the line. So we know all the audience and all the performers know that, and we're playing with the form, and that's what we do, and hopefully people come with us, because we're taking it to bonkers places, being brought up by wolves. They gave me a name, they called me Earth. So you're going from reality to surrealism to driving in a car. Well, the wolves would get in a car. You know, you just keep playing around with that. And yet, I'll tell you a story. I was collecting, I'm playing more and more countries. I've now played 45. When I had played about 28 countries, I just finished playing in Reykjavik in Iceland with my show. I think it was Stripped at the time. And then I did a big TV show in London, which is a mainstream program, and it was 3 hours long, and I was asked to come and do it, and I thought, why not? And everyone was laughing all the way through it, and I came on towards the end, ninth position, and I went on, and they didn't get it. And
no.
Well, I realized I kind of left the building because they were mainstream. Now, the jokes were this. I was going there, I said, talking about Julius Caesar, and I said, Caesar, did he ever think he would end up as a salad? And so they laughed a bit at this, and their laughs were going, and then it was drawing away. And then I talked about the death of Caesar and how he was killed by all these strange named people. And then I said, and a chicken Caesar salad, even more popular than Caesar salad. Why is that, I hear you ask? It's because Caesar was often advised by chickens in his military battles. And then I took them to the Battle of Alesia, a true battle of Caesar, down in Gaul against Vercingetorix. And Caesar's going, I have Vercingetorix. He's in his hilltop fortress in Alesia. I have the base surrounded by my men. Mark Antony, what should I do now? And Mark Antony goes, I should build a fortified wall around the base of the fortress? Yeah! So the chicken is being Mark Antony, and they didn't get it. And I think they were going, is this Mark Antony the singer? Who was Caesar?
Man.
I was assuming that the references would get through, but if you don't know who Julius Caesar is and you don't know who Mark Antony is, who's actually his general, and the Battle of Alesia and all these little details, I did the whole of the Battle of Alesia. I should build a second fortified wall, yeah, all the way around. That would be a corridor of power, yeah, corridor of power. So
brilliant.
That's what he actually did in the Battle of Alesia.
Oh
so
gosh, that's if you get deep into that routine and they're not with you, then how do you get out?
It was interesting because in my early days I would have panicked and sped up, and then you chuck it down. You don't do your punchlines and you just leave it bare. But I knew it was a TV show, so what I did was I just played Reykjavik. They got it in Reykjavik, and now London, in the heart of London, wasn't getting it. My hometown kind of thing. So what I did was I left the gaps. I left the gaps for the laughter. And I went, boom. And I kept religiously leaving the laughter. I gritted my teeth, kept a sort of a, God, am I having fun look on my face. And I went off and I went, that's probably one of the worst gigs I've done for 10 years. And I said to my agent, just tell them to drop laughter on from other people's bits in the show, which they did, and no one noticed.
Oh gosh!
Because
I grew up with the understanding that you would never appear on TV.
But you understand the importance of that they dropped the laughter on because it is actually funny, but they didn't get it. So we borrowed the laughs from other people's sketches, dropped it on, and when people watched it, they said, you went down well there, and I didn't, but it was actually the audience was not my audience anymore. So that, so it's, I managed to get through it professionally, but it was a rough old gig. Anyway, sorry, just to interrupt you.
No, I was going to make an observation about that, which maybe you've just answered my question. When I was kind of, I'm probably much older than you. I'm 55, right?
When I was 58.
Okay, so when I was about in my late teens, or maybe mid-20s probably, there was this. The word was Eddie Izzard is brilliant, but he will not appear on TV.
Yeah.
So there was this, and I know that's not the case now, but that was my kind of clause in my head, and I don't even know how I was allowed to hear the Wolves joke because there wasn't any YouTube in those days. But it probably goes back to that event.
Hysteria 3, Bennett. It was the first bit of television I agreed to do, and it was for charity. It was helping people with AIDS. I thought, let's do it, and people saw it. But what I did was I was so desperate to get on television from the age of about 12 that and I went through 3 years of sketch comedy, 4 years of street performing, and then another, and from 88 I was doing stand-up. So once the stand-up was working, I said, I'm not going to do it, guys, because I can feel the it thing. I can feel it coming off. I don't need to do it, and I've been so desperate to do it. Let's just block it off. And I also made an executive decision, which is weird, not to do, I always want to do like a Python sketch show. I decided I will not do the sketch show, which I haven't done. I will not do the sitcom, which I haven't done. I will not do the comedy film. I've been in a couple of comedy films, but they've been character-based, and they've been sort of brought, sort of comedy story kind of things. But generally, I just do serious roles in films, and I just do my stand-up, and I don't do the comedy thing on the television because I want to do the drama, and I realized my comedy is a bit too grabbable, a bit too druggy. The people would just look at me playing a serious role and go on, pull your face, do something weird. And I wanted to hold that down. I mean,
but you're right, because also TV kills your material, doesn't it? You do it once and it's gone.
There is that. I wasn't so worried about that. Because I was coming out with shows after shows after shows. I was worried about becoming the person of comedy. If I wanted to do a dramatic role, if I want to play Edward VII against Judi Dench in the Stephen Frears film, if I'm known for this. I mean, Stephen came and saw me in the show, which I advise directors not to, but he said he wanted that energy, that confidence in the role. So I was happy, but he didn't know my stand-up because people can't really get it. They've got to, watch DVD or they've got to see it live.
I was, when I think of this group of comedians that are in the zone that you're in, sorry for the word comedian, I also have to include that guy who does the Far Side cartoons. I bet you love him.
Gary Larson, excellent. Beautiful.
Wow, and there's a comedian in the States called Stephen Wright. Do you follow him?
Yeah, Stephen's very good. His stuff are one-liners, though. I can't do what Stephen does. Patton Oswalt is a beautiful guy in America doing great stuff. There's a lot of great people. Jerry Seinfeld does wonderful stuff. And, we know Seinfeld's been very successful. But, I'm really doing Python. And I've developed the narrator part of it. But then when I play the characters, I'm doing Python. Well, I shouldn't be here. Why don't you go stand over there? So that was all my sketch comedy. It's basically sketch comedy plus street performing plus stand-up. You can't get that training. You can only get that training by accident. No one would do it. It's too long and it's too hard. So I accidentally trained myself as a ninja of comedy.
Wow. Love it. I love it.
There you go.
Now, it's funny seeing you running in Japan because about a year ago I decided I'm ignorant of flags. I only know the UK flag and the Japanese flag. So I learnt them all, right? All the flags in the world. 211 or whatever it is.
Wow.
I got a bit rusty now. But looking at you're with that Japanese flag, it's really interesting because it's just. I know this is not comedy related, but that's a very unusual flag because it's like the simplest and most memorable flag in the world.
Yeah.
And there are 3 flags which are a solid circle in a rectangle. And I'm trying to remember what they are. Do you know what they are?
No, because you memorized them. I didn't.
Okay. One's Bangladesh.
Okay.
And one's Palau. And the third one is Japan. It's a great, I'm a really shit quizzer, but quizzers know that I know, that's a classic Eggheads question, that.
Oh, wow. No,
the 3 flags with a circle in the middle.
Hang on, I've never even heard of Palau. Where's Palau?
I think it must be usually, if in doubt, just say in the Pacific, because the Pacific's bigger, so it's probably an island in the Pacific.
Yeah.
I would have guessed.
Because I thought there were about 195, 196 countries registered with the United Nations, but are there more flags than nations?
No, that's a good question. You never quite get the definitive answer of how many nations there are. And of course, our own UK is an example which would test people, wouldn't it? Because would they include Wales, Scotland as separate?
Yeah,
we have terrible trouble in the news world of if you do the UK and you want to do 4 flags, England, Wales, Scotland, we know those. What the hell do you put up for Northern Ireland? That's an ongoing issue.
I invented one. I invented one for Northern Ireland. I lived there for 3 years. In my autobiography, it's called Wonderland, because we had such a wonderful time. Mum was still alive.
Oh, I love it.
And so I ran through, as you probably know, I ran around the UK. And when I ran through Northern Ireland, I came up with the bottle green of the football team with the white dove of peace in the top right corner, or the top left-hand corner if you're looking at the other side. So, and I wondered what the reaction would be. And I think most people in Northern Ireland went, who's that guy? Who's your man there with the fucking flag with the bird? Is that the bird party? Who's fucking doves there? I have no idea there. So they just ignored me because I seemed to be running with a flag that had nothing to do with anything.
It's not easy to do a flag for that province, that's for sure. No, but I think the key thing is the rule of flags is it's got to be a flag a child can draw. So that would rule out Sri Lanka. It's a number of others are impossible to draw. So the dove would be difficult, but then again, the Welsh flag isn't very easy to draw either. So
Welsh flag is great. And why don't we have a dragon? And we've got nothing really representing Wales, have we? In the Union Jack, they say the cross of St David. I can't really see anything green in there. So
no.
If you put the great big dragon in the middle of it, that would look great, I think.
It's true. It would look quite fierce, wouldn't it? But that's a good idea actually. Let's design a flag.
Yeah, redesign a flag. Anyway, look, I think you had to go 5 minutes ago. We had a thing. He's got to go
listen.
away. He's got to
It's such a pleasure.
Call the Queen. Take care. Have fun. And I didn't even ask you the second question, but I'll next time I interview you.
You're amazing, Eddie, and you take care.
Well, I try to be. All right, thank you.
All right, bless you.
Bye-bye. So, Jeremy, now we're going to talk to Ed Ball. EddieIzzard.com to donate. As I go on, I'm going very slowly at the moment. And need to up my speed. 205, not too bad. Not too bad. Not too shabby. I find if I don't never go to the toilet, then my time is better. I need the other one. It's the other one I need. Yeah, the chocolate one. So, right foot still giving me jib. Why is it doing it? I don't know. Maybe I should change your shoes for tomorrow.
Yeah, we could look at changing those up. Yep.
So, I'm running. I'm about to talk to Ed Balls, who is an ex-MP and is now Professor of Political Economy. Political Economy. Not politics and economics, but political economy at King's College, London. That's interesting. I'll talk about that. Yes. Vice President and former Chairman of Norwich City Football Club. So Vice President, former Chairman. So, yes. So we're going to have a chat with him and talk about other things as well. Let's get my foot in the right place. I would like everything to be over. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Get everything sorted. Dave?
Eddie, I've got Ed for you.
Thank you. Hi, Ed.
Hi there, how are you doing?
I am okay.
This is the most crazy thing to be doing.
Yeah, well, you know I've done them before, but I keep upping the bar, and so it's.
I think 2 on Sunday sounds particularly hard. At least you're not doing it through the desert or across some mountain range. But other than that, could it be harder?
No, well, I think the marathons on treadmills is the hardest thing. So I did ask. Yeah. I think the idea was I was going to talk to 1 or 2, maybe 3 people a day. And as soon as I started, I thought, no, I need to talk to everyone every half hour. Because in the talking and the chatting and the discussing of ideas and humanity, you can get to I get to a place in your head and you forget about the fact that my right foot is kind of burning at the moment. My toes, I get this hot toes, burning toes feeling. And I think it's something to do with nerves or something. But, you know, there's not much you can do when you're just plowing on. So
I saw some pictures of your feet in the newspapers a few days ago, and they look pretty rough, but presumably it gets to a certain point where you've just got through the pain barrier and you can see the end and you just keep going.
Yeah, that's it. You know, it's all, I mean, if you think about anything in life, it's mind control. Just, you know, in your life, starting up to say what you wanted to do, you had to say, okay, I'll think it up here. And you must have known people, I don't know what you think of this thing. I have a theory that determination is more important than raw talent. I saw some people growing up who had a thing. They had a thing, maybe an unpolished diamond thing, but they didn't. If they weren't determined at it, they just fell away at it. What do you think about that statement?
I think most people get knocked back, and lots of people can't deal with that. And we also have a society where the people who are talented and are projected out into the public eye, they get knocked back, and then you see whether or not they can deal with that. So if you take David Beckham, the footballer.
Yes.
Young lad, scoring great goals. He then gets sent off in the World Cup.
Yep.
Huge kind of media storm against him.
Yep.
The next 6 months, he was booed by crowds all around the country.
Yep.
But he worked and he was dedicated and he kept going and he did his talking on the pitch, ends up scoring the amazing goal against Greece in the qualifier, and people think, well, now he's a hero. And he could quite easily have just not been able to deal with that pressure of failure, and that would have been the end of him. And, you know, if you think America as a society always seems to me a society where you always celebrate people's successes. And even if they get knocked back, you celebrate their comeback. Whereas in Britain, we're not so good at that. We tend to knock people down and see. And the ones who recover are the ones who really make it and get into the nation's hearts. And so you can have huge talent and not be able to deal with the maybe unfair pressure society puts upon you, and then that's the end of your achievement. Whereas, you know, the guy who can miss a penalty and then come back, the person who can make a bad speech and then recover. If you think of Theresa May when she was Prime Minister and what some of the things she went through, you know, losing her voice in making a conference speech, can you come back from that? Have you got the resilience to do that? And that resilience and strength isn't about talent, it's about something else.
Yeah, I think the determination thing is important. And, and talking about this, I've been an MP for some time. I take it was a tough time when you stopped being an MP. Are you in a better place now?
I think I'm I mean, I've had a kind of really good few years, and it's been really nice to spend more time with our children, and as they've been sort of kind of growing up and leaving home, going to university. And it's been a pretty wild time to be in politics. So I think lots of people who are in Parliament for the last few years had a very torrid time.
Yeah.
So it didn't feel necessarily a bad thing to be on the outside of it, but it was the best thing I ever did, being a cabinet minister.
Yeah.
And being a member of Parliament and a government minister is the hardest thing I've ever done. And so you definitely miss that and feel some guilt. You know, when I look at, I mean, it's so hard what's happening in our country, in the world at the moment, and so hard for decision makers to deal with the uncertainty and the changes in what's going on. And when you've been in the middle of that and then you're on the outside, you sort of feel like you should be doing your bit. So currently I'm on a television cooking show, and I'm feeling slightly guilty. I should be doing more to solve the pandemic, but there you are.
Yeah.
You take what's thrown at you, and I've always been an optimist, so smile and look forward.
And you're now professor of political economy at King's College, London.
I am.
Yep.
I've actually spent the morning marking essays. We've been teaching this course for 6 years.
Right.
And we look back on the whole history of economic policy since the Second World War, with a sort of economics but also history kind of lens. And it's taught by a guy called John Davis, who's an academic at King's, but also Nick McPherson, who was the permanent secretary at the Treasury, and me, and we have other guests who come along. Bill Keegan's often there, the Observer. And after 5 years of doing that, they asked me to actually join the faculty. So I now share some of the organisation and the marking of all the essays. This year we have 80 did the class, of which 20 were current Treasury civil servants. So the government and the Treasury have decided that, as the next generation of civil servants come through, it's good for them to spend some time studying the past. So as part of their working day, they've been doing this 2 hours a week. And then I've been reading an essay today, what changed, what was the break in the post-war consensus? The Labour government of 74 to 79, or the Thatcher government in 79? Or another one was, how did the decision about the euro contribute to the referendum decision? And you read these really thoughtful essays written by these young civil servants, and it makes me think maybe we're going to be in good hands as we get older, Eddie.
The civil service, well, you were in there. So the civil service and yes, Minister, yes, Prime Minister, they, obviously were taking the mickey out of the relationship, but I think they're political appointments in America, aren't they, into the civil service, where ours are independent. Is our system a better one than the American one, or has the American one got edges on ours, or what do you think?
Well, I think the American one, it takes a long time to hire. The Biden administration won't be able to get all its senior political appointments in to the government for kind of weeks and weeks and weeks. I mean, maybe a few months. And also, when you clear out, if you take the Treasury Department, you clear out the top 5 layers, that means that you really do start afresh, and you lose the institutional memory, which we get in the UK from the permanent civil service. On the other hand, you have this whole group of people who, when they leave the administration, because the government changes, they go to universities or to think tanks, or some of them go back to being lawyers or whatever, wait a few years and then come back into those decision-making roles, and they can gain experience through their careers. Whereas in our system, the civil servants can stay in their job all the way through, but the people on the political side, people like me, it's much harder to go in and go out and to go in again. If you lose your place, you have to be in Parliament, which you don't have to be in America. The Treasury Secretary doesn't ever have to be elected to be the top guy. We kind of have a hybrid, really, because although the Chancellor goes in, or the Prime Minister goes in, they take some people in with them. So when we had the change of government in '97, Jonathan Powell, Alistair Campbell, me with Gordon Brown and Ed Miliband, we sort of arrived and we were a bit like those political appointments in the US system. So, and I think one of the things which has been seen over the last 30, 40 years is that those American-style appointments, they're not in conflict with the official civil service. They actually make the system work better. So I kind of think that a hybrid like we have is probably better than the full American system, where I think they lose some continuity.
Right, okay, no, I understand that. So Professor of Political Economy, and it's called Political Economy because it's economics in the political lens put through it, is that right?
I think there is a discipline of political economy which intellectually looks at how political structures in society shape economic outcomes, and so it might study Marxism or totalitarianism, different forms of democratic outcomes, different types of capitalism. You were comparing British capitalism, American capitalism, and Italian capitalism. That would be a form of political economy. But then more broadly, it also means looking at how economic decisions and political decisions interact. So the conversation we just had about the appointment of political outsiders, how do prime ministers drive through change, and how do they build coalitions for support for different outcomes? You know, why was the Brexit referendum lost in 2016, and how do you look at the causes of that, which are how economic outcomes, stagnating growth and incomes, but also political decision making, whether the politicians were listening to the public. That is also where economics and politics interface. And I'm probably slightly less on the intellectual side of things and more on thinking about how politics and economics interact together. And I was an economist for years, but then I was a politician. So how could I not be a political economist?
Right, okay. And
how are you thinking, Eddie? We've talked about this so many times over the years, but where are you currently in your thinking about politics? Because I know you've often thought about it. And by the way, I'm talking. I'm trying to give you a bit of a break. But tell me to shut up and you do the talking if I'm overdoing it.
Let me do this. Well, let me do this because I've always tried to say to everyone, so I might come, you're talking about becoming an MP, yeah? Yeah? Well, I said...
Yeah, but I mean, to be honest, you could be mayor as well.
No.
Doesn't have to be an MP.
No, I want Sadiq to carry on doing it. Sadiq's doing great. He's way up in the polls. He can run as much as he wants. There is no... And it would be crazy of me to come and say, Sadiq, could you just stand aside? I want to be inside the political machine, and the mayor is more of an ambassador for London. And it's wonderful, and he's doing a great job. And but I want to go in as a member of Parliament, and I said, it was always Mayor of London, Member of Parliament, and that was from 2010, and it was definite. It wasn't a maybe; it was always definite. And the message might have got a bit lost, and I said I was going to stand in the May 2020 under the Cameron administration. So May 2020, that's going to be a set election. So that was my date. Then that all changed. I tried to get a seat in the 2019 election.
Oh, did you? I thought.
Oh, yeah. I tried very hard, but for whatever reasons that didn't happen. So, if a by-election comes up that's a good fit, I'm ready to move at 24 hours' notice, and if not, I'll be in at the next election. If anyone will have me in any seat, I'm a fighter, and I will fight hard. And I don't know what I can do, but I can do more than nothing, and I'll bring all this energy in. So. Next election, I want to be in, but if not, if a by-election comes up, I just need 24 hours notice, and all my agents know this. They all know, everyone, accountants, everyone knows the career is about to change, and it could happen in a flash. So, yeah, that's where we are.
And definitely for Labour?
Oh, absolutely. Been a member since '95, been an activist since 2008. I've never moved from that. I've supported every leader going up, every election, and I will fight, and I'll fight hard. For the many, not for the few.
Do you remember coming to talk to the policy forum at Warwick University?
Yes, I do remember going. What was that something that's? I think
that was about 2013, 2014.
Yeah.
I was Shadow Chancellor, and we were doing the economic policy. It's funny, all of those Labour Party meetings that always happened at Warwick. And my son's gone off to Warwick University.
Right.
But for me and Yvette, Warwick never means the university. It always means very long Labour Party meetings. Frightened by people like you coming and talking.
Well, you know, my dad said, well, he's trying to talk and articulate. It's interesting. Comedy is it's not a useful tool for politics. It's a good thing to puncture pomposity. It takes it looks at the state of things with comedy, and you say, this is stupid, this doesn't work. So you can, it actually debuilds the thing. What you've got to have for politics, I've analysed 3 things. You've got to have a worldview. Yep. My worldview is that a fair chance in life should be the right of every person in the world. That's what I'm fighting for. You've got to be able to communicate, and I'm in the business of communication and articulating, and I can now do it in 3 or 4 languages. And you've also got to be able to look at systems and say, what is good? Let's keep that whole system. That system, half of it needs to be junked, but keep the other half, and the other bit we've got to completely rebuild this system and know how to build a new system. So those are the 3 things I think you need. And
how's your Japanese, by the way?
My Japanese, all I can say is obrigado. But
that's not one of the 4.
I know, but my français, c'est formidable. Je fais le spectacle en français. Alles auf Deutsch. Ich kann schon auf Deutsch reden and todo en español. I can do it. My Spanish is not great, but I can get it better quite quickly because I've got French and English. Then I've got Arabic to go to, and then Russian, and then Mandarin Chinese after politics, I think, probably.
I think you're completely right on the worldview, communication, and the systems. And actually, it's the last one, system change, where people often go wrong because, in the end, to succeed in politics and government, it's not enough to make the speech or to have the vision. You've also then got to actually deliver the change, and that means understanding how things actually work.
Yeah, and I know that I need to learn and listen. I learned to fly in my 40s. I throw up on nearly every form of transport, and so I thought the fear of flying I could push back if I learned to fly. So I got a private pilot's license, and all the pilots, all the instructors were in their 20s. So if you imagine, in this kind of life, it's a life danger situation. In a plane, you know, up in the air, you could crash. And I'm 40, 20 years older. When I was leaving school, they were 1. But now the 20-year-old is saying, don't do that, do this. Grab hold of that, turn this now. That's quite good. Thank you. And you need to respect them and know they're 20 years younger. They know more than you. And
don't you always feel that you learn when you're with people within very quickly, independent of their age, whether actually you trust their knowledge and their expertise. And you can have somebody who's 55 or 65 or 75 and feel totally scared, and somebody who's 25 and just feel they totally know what they're doing.
Exactly so, and also with women. I'm now, you know, as you may know, I had a pronouns thing recently. I'm trans. I've been out for 35 years, so why everyone's kind of surprised, I don't know. But I do remember when I did the film The Avengers with Uma Thurman and Ralph Fiennes and Sean Connery. There's a woman who was the fight double for Uma Thurman, and she was a very confident person. She loved playing football. She loved her husband. She loved her kids. She never wore makeup ever. She had her nails painted because she was doubling Uma. She said, "I've never had my nails painted in my life," she said. But when we were up on the top things, and I was doing a fight with Uma Thurman, and you know, it's safe and whatever, but she was in charge, and she said to me, "Stand there, do this, right there." Okay, and I just thought, and I knew I was looking at her like she is the protector, and it wasn't a mother thing. This is the, you know, you would normally had some guy there, but she's now a fight director, and it's brilliant. I'm glad to see her career has advanced like that, but she's just so on it, and that's what I look. Male, female, male, LGBT, skin color doesn't matter, just human beings, and learn to listen as well as to talk.
Yeah. I think the one thing I want to disagree with you on, see, I think you are right about politics. And the reality is, you know, when you go into politics, the worldview, the vision, the ability to explain, all of that is at the centre. And if people think that's not there, you can't succeed. But the comedy, actually, or humour, is hugely important in politics. If you think a politician making a speech to their party conference,
yep.
you use humour to bind your tribe against the opposition. You make jokes about them. If you go to talk to a hostile audience, you use self-deprecating humour about you to sort of show humility to your audience. In the House of Commons, you get attention with humour, and then you then go to the serious. And the skill of politics is to be able to move between humour and the serious, and then the humour and backwards and forwards. And if you only humour, then that doesn't work. But I think politicians who are humorless find it much, much harder because it's such an important part of communication.
No, I totally agree with you. I didn't mention how I normally put it is, comedy is good at the end of the paragraph. You say, I believe in this, I believe in that, we need to do this, we need to do that. And the other team, they say that you should do this. And that's completely stupid. And then that's where you put your funny lines in. So that's right. And it's needed because real politics, the annoying thing about politics is, I think for the average person, your average voter, it looks incredibly complicated and incredibly dry. And, you know, goes into an area of boredom. God, do I really want to watch this? Because I want to get on with my life. Do I really have to sift through this? And so you've got to get an emotional story going. If you do not have an emotional message going out, then you will not capture people. If it's too dry, it won't capture people. So the comedy absolutely can be great, but because they'll expect it from me,
that's right.
I need to go in and prove my credentials and be able to cover a brief and do that as quick as I can, and then I can shove in one or two things because they'll expect it. And at a certain point, I'd say from 6 months in, I'll start getting my feet, and then, you know, then I'll be hopefully in a better place.
The thing which is the great skill you will absolutely have is to be able to move between the serious and the humour, and for the audience to allow you to do that and to come with you on those transitions. And if they feel equally comfortable with you in both, that's incredibly powerful. But your calling card will be the serious.
Yeah.
If you succeed, because the comedy is obvious, and that's kind of already there. But it's the move from the comedy to the serious and back. It's the serious bit which will be the really powerful thing.
Yeah.
And look, which is what you're doing at the moment. You are. There's a huge serious content to this run.
Yeah.
Even if at the end of it, you're doing a show.
Exactly. There's a human political message. It's a human political message. At the time of great separation, the rest of us should make even stronger connections than before, because the ship has already started to turn around. President Joe Biden, Vice President Kamala Harris, they're turning the ship around from the Brexit Trump ideas of separation, of nationalism. Let's try the 1930s again. And I'm saying, no, it doesn't work. You've got to watch a documentary. You've got to read about that time. Nationalism, patriotism, yes. Nationalism, be proud of your country. But my country's better than your country will not work. And the youth of Britain are coming through. They're getting registered, and they want to be part of our continent. It's our continent as much as anyone's. So,
don't you think that compared to, without being kind of presumptuous, I'm going to say when we were young. I think you may be a little bit younger than me.
I'm 58. I'm 58.
You're 58?
Yep.
Okay, well in that case, I'm about to be 54, so I'm 4 years younger. But anyway, so broadly speaking, when we were young, I think politics kind of was less connected, and there may have been more, apathy. Whereas I don't feel that the next generation, the younger generation, or anybody at the moment in our country can feel that politics is irrelevant. When you think of everything happening in the world and the decisions we're having to deal with, the pandemic, but also conflict, trade, what's happening with Brexit and its aftermath, don't you think that people are much more engaged in politics and decisions and choices now than they were 30, 40 years ago?
I think they are. I think it's still, there's a lot of people, well, everyone votes emotionally, and some people do analysis plus emotion, but a lot of people want emotion. So it's still the emotional message. And I know the country split, and it's really half and half, wanting to leave, half wanting to go. The polling at the moment is more people want to remain in Europe. So I think that one particularly, the referendum, got a lot of people engaged, heated up, and well, they were promised 350 million going a week into the NHS, which was kind of a fundamental lie. So we will see what happens as we go forward. But I'm fighting for, if we're not fighting for everyone, and I want to fight for my country, I want to fight for my continent and our world, and if everyone doesn't have a fair chance in life, should be the right of every person. Not a free life, not paid for by government, a fair chance. Surely that should be everyone's right. And if everyone isn't getting it, someone's getting pissed off, someone's going to be clever, they're going to get educated, and if you get a pissed off biochemist inventing another, because COVID, I think, came, I don't think it was a Chinese invention. I think it just came out, but something could be invented. Things can happen. You do see people turning up, like Trump, using lies as a tool of politics. Broad lies, out and out lies as a tool of politics. And unfortunately, Boris Johnson has lied a lot, so we know it's in his wheelhouse. And I just think that's bad for politics. If you can do it and get away with it, then what? What price democracy at that? So I'm going to fight about that. And it's impossible to live a life without, occasionally getting things wrong or seeming to, get on the wrong side of something. But what Trump did, this election was stolen from him. That was a lie. That was the big lie. And Joseph Goebbels talked about this, and he was reading out of the Joseph Goebbels playbook. The election was stolen from me, and it wasn't. We know it wasn't. Untrue. 74 million people that voted for him. What does that say? I don't know.
Amazing. Well, America has still got huge challenges to face. The divisions are. Trump was, an important player and a figurehead and an instigator, but I think that the divides were there before him, and even if he's gone, by the way, I think it's quite conceivable he fights 2024 for the Republicans, or I don't think it'll be Ivanka. I don't think it will be Donald Trump Jr. Could be Lara, who is the Eric's partner, who is also a Trump. But even if it's not a Trump, America still hasn't found a way to come back together yet.
Well, no,
it still feels very divided.
Because he promised them lies. He promised them lies, and if you're allowed to get away with that, he said, you want to be racist and sexist again, because he said Donald Trump was being racist and sexist, so he's giving permission to people to go back to that place. And these are people who had excluded themselves from the franchise. There's the thing of being, disenfranchised. Some people self-disenfranchise by saying, I'm going to behave in a racist way, I'm going to behave in a sexist way, I'm going to hate LGBT people. No, these are hate crimes now, guys, and they always should have been. And there's some people who wanted to do that, and Trump gave them permission. And so that permission has now been removed, and Biden's now in control. So we'll see.
I think that's true, and I'm hugely relieved Biden's the president. But the thing I would say is, that I made some documentaries for the BBC about Trump and Trumpland, travelled around, and within that 70 million who voted for Trump, there was definitely some people who are racist and sexist and reactionary. But there's loads and loads of people who didn't like that aspect of Trump, but still voted for him because they felt on the outside of Washington and excluded, and they wanted to vote for the outsider. And Biden has got to reach out and embrace, and reunite America. I think that's what he was trying to do in his inauguration speech. But this is a huge challenge.
I know it's tricky. I've got to let you go, I'm afraid. I need to talk to Dermot O'Leary. I'm a bit late. Thank you so much.
I was about to ask you about Keir Starmer and how he's doing.
Well, yeah, I want to
do that another time.
I want to get in there and fight for Keir. He's the leader. I'm very happy he's leader. I will be in there, and I've told them so. Told the people around, and told Keir, I'm ready to fight, and I'm good at fighting. So if I can get in, that'll be great. And then what will happen will happen. I don't mind. I just want someone. I want Keir Starmer to get in. I want to help him be the next Prime Minister.
Well, look, can I say good luck for today, good luck for Sunday, and good luck for the years to come. And you are. We started off by saying, does determination count? And it does, and you've got it.
Is it more important?
And it's inspirational to see.
Is it more important than raw talent? That was the thing, because some people have raw talent and they just don't work on it. So anyway, we'll see what happens.
I think if you've not got talent, it won't work. but talent's not enough.
Yeah.
You've got both.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Take care.
Look after your feet.
Well, do. Look after them.
See you later.
Okay. Dermot O'Leary, ready to talk to. Oh. Oh. Toes. 1:30. One. Talking to Dermot O'Leary in any moment. Dave, Sarah, tell me what's happening.
We're just briefing him in. We'll be with you very shortly.
I need to go for a pee as well, but is he just about to come on?
Yes, I think everyone's just lining up. So I would say if you need to,
Go
you
now?
should. Yes.
Okay, just quick pee. Sorry, guys. Oh. Oh, so, here we go. Running, nibbling.
Eddie, put me through to Dermot.
Dermot!
Eddie, how are you?
I am okay. How are you doing?
I'm very well. Really, really good, thanks. Well done, buddy. You're absolutely smashing it.
Thank you. I'm getting there.
Do you? I know we don't talk about running too much, but where? So is it like where you're looking at now?
Yeah.
Is that actually? Are you looking at a map where you would be running in Japan?
No, I'm looking at what I can see as a screen. I've got you on down in one corner. It might be what you see. I can see me running. I can see the flags. I can see the pictures of Osaka behind me there, and I can see Marathon 29 Osaka written there. And up the top corner, I can see the Zwift app, which has runners who are running with me all around the world. And they join me, and they're putting on blue tops, and they're running for the Make Humanity Great team, the blue team. Can you see the runners?
Yeah, I can. And that was going to be my question. Yeah. That's terrific. But so is that like a real road that they're running on, kind of thing?
That is, it's called Watopia. So that's their imaginary world, and they make lots of different courses in their imaginary world and on Zwift. And then people can come in and they search for me at Izzard, and then they can run with me. And a lot of them have put their name, and they put MHG next to it, Make Humanity Great. And on the last day, when I'm doing 2 marathons, they're going to run with me, trying to get a whole group of people to run on treadmills.
The only reason I ask is I was working in South Africa a few years ago. My mum and dad came out to visit me. I was there for maybe 3 months, and my mum and dad came out to visit me, and I was sort of explaining to we're in a cab, and I was explaining to my dad, we're going from downtown to where we were staying in Camps Bay, and I was telling my dad, we have to go over the hill here, and he went, no, I know. And I said, well, how do you know? You've never been to South Africa before. And my dad's has always been a keen cyclist. And he said, no, because when I do my kind of Peloton-y style classes, I go on here and we do a map of Cape Town. So he kind of weirdly knew the way home from where we were.
Wow.
Where we were going, even though he'd never been in the country before.
It will be more, yes, it will get more and more like that. We will be running a virtual New York when we run the second marathon. The first marathon will be Aden in Yemen, the city where I was born, and the second one will be for New York in America, the city where I first started to play to Americans, and I've now played all 50 states, so I'm very proud of that.
How comes you were born in Aden?
You know, we old British, we used to go around taking countries in our kind of colonial way.
My Irish family had filled me in on this.
Yes, they filled you in on that stuff, and we stick a flag in it and said, this is now Britain, okay?
Yeah.
So the British colony of Aden. Now, it's just a port city. It was a deep water port. And we needed, when we're bringing stuff, booty, back from India. Thank you, you Indian people, we'd say, in those days. We've taken over the place, and we'd like to take a lot of silks and spices back. And I suppose there was trading, but yeah, anyway. So they needed a deep water port, and that got through, and you had the Suez Canal, you've got the Red Sea, so that was Aden.
Yeah.
And British Petroleum built a refinery there.
Yeah.
So Dad was an accountant who took a posting, he was offered a posting in Aden. He'd actually stopped there in the Navy when he'd been in the Navy for 3 years, as in his late teens. And he said, I know it, and he must have known also, I tried to ask him about this, he did write his memoirs, but he must have sensed that if you take an overseas posting, as he didn't go to university, but he could get ahead overseas. You know, they tended to favour British people or European people.
Sure.
And so you could, not a lot of people there. So if you show willing, okay, let's promote you to this role, let's promote you. Quicker promotions could happen. So he took that in 55, and he met my mum there in 58, and married in 59. My brother was born, Mark, in 60. I was born in 62. So we
Did you stay there? Do you have memories of it?
I don't, but we have a great cine film that covered it, and it was so huge. Dad was there 8 years, Mum 5 years, my brother Mark 3 years, and I was there 1 year. But it's sort of it's burned into my memory because Mum died when I was 6, so we have that footage of Mum. That was almost the only footage we had. The cine footage of Mum was that, until we found some later from a friend in Sweden. It also had holidays with us and took other footage of my mum. And so I kind of burned it into my memory. Sure. Because if your mum dies early, well, I did. I locked in those memories. I've got quite strong memories.
Yeah.
I remember holidays when I was 3 in Sweden with this wonderful family, the Ridson family, who took lots of cine film. Torre Ridson loved to do that. So Aden means a lot to me. Without it, and in fact, my dad went there with his first wife, who had an affair with someone else, and everyone knew about it except Dad, so it was not good. And then it was serious, and the powers that be said, right, you two are getting off this base, you go somewhere else. And Dad was suddenly getting a divorce in the bachelor's a combination. It must have felt like a demotion, you know, on the relationship scales. He was drinking a pint of gin a day, he said, and then Mum turns up, and Dad was only 5'3.5" tall, not very tall, quite sporty, not very tall, and then Mum was similar height and a nurse. He met her at a dance. I met her a few months after she got there, but there was a dance. She wouldn't have been at that. He wouldn't have been at that dance otherwise. And if the previous wife hadn't buggered off, I wouldn't exist.
That would never have happened, exactly.
Yeah. So
thank you to her.
Yeah, there you go. There's the explanation.
You know, just leading on from that, I had a son some months ago, so we've got a little baby boy, and it strikes you as to how lucky we are as a generation. But this is the first time really we'll have the opportunity to share those images and those videos in perpetuity. And I look back now, and from my grandparents, I just have pictures. You know, if you're lucky, you can maybe get something on an old videotape or an audio recording. And you know, we shouldn't sort of take that for granted. It's such a huge privilege to be able to, from my son to be able. My mum and dad are in lockdown in Ireland at the moment, but it's such a huge privilege for them to still be part of his life.
Yes.
And for them to see videos and for him to see sort of images of them as well.
No, that's a very true point. My dad said this thing. He said, you know, I didn't ask his mum and his dad, my grandparents on his side, any certain questions. He didn't ask them certain questions, and they passed away, and he could never ask them again. So he wrote his memoirs, and I said, he was writing them, and I said, Dad, we should get this published. I know how to self-publish. You can do it these days. It's not that hard. And in fact, if anyone listening hears this, if you've got a parent, get them to encourage them to write their memoirs, because you can get it to Amazon, and they'll sell it as a book, and they'll publish it one by one. They won't hold stock of it, but if you order that book, and my dad's book, Bexhill and Izzard Family Journey, is available on Amazon, and they just print it one at a time, because they can do it these days. They don't have to hold stock, so it's easy. I think they'll accept, you know, any reasonable title, which is kind of nice. Anyone can buy it, and Dad was one of the few. You know, if you think about 10,000 people have written their memoirs since the beginning of time, you know, 50,000 maybe, not many people. So he got it all down there, which was great.
That's wonderful. I overheard Eddie, and I'd messaged your guys and said, listen, I'm in no hurry to come on because I was enjoying your chat with Ed so much, just towards the end. And you stood for the NEC, didn't you?
Yeah, I was in the NEC for 6 months.
How does one go about that? Where do you start? And did you think NEC over kind of, you know, maybe being a councillor or standing for election as an MP?
I always wanted to be an MP, but I wasn't ready. The date I was going to go was the summer of 2020. If you remember, under the Cameron administration, we had set elections. Do you remember this? We had it every 5 years. Going to be. So you could tell that May 2020 was going to be the date. So I said that's when I'm going to stand. And the NEC, you have to be a member of the party, and you have to. You know, it's a party election, so party members vote for you in the end, and you see if you can get voted in. So I had about 70,000 people voting for me, which is great, and but I wasn't considered part of Momentum, so they have a big, you know, activist machine, which is working very well for them, and so I didn't get in the second time, but I did get in. Anyway, I was in there for 6 months, but MP is what I'm looking for, but it was before the date, because I told, if you imagine in your career, you've got agents, you've got business manager, but you know, your money's going to change when you go in. I told everyone for years, for 10 years, this is going to happen. So the people I work with, they know this. My agent in LA and in London, managers, business managers in both places, and they know that, and in 24 hours notice, I can change, and I could be going to politics if a by-election came up that was a good fit. So I'll just keep pushing until I get in, because I am kind of relentless.
Would you? I mean, if that happens, and obviously, like you said, it's the good fit, and you're able to get elected. What an exciting sort of third act of your life.
Yes, well, I'll consider it the second act. Because I have a third act. I'm going to come back. My career will go into hibernation, and then I'll come back. just like Glenda Jackson.
Glenda Jackson, exactly.
23 years, and she went away for 23 years. And I analysed, before she came back, I analysed what you need to do if you go in. You need to have a critical momentum, a momentum of critical, of a certain critical level before you go into something like politics, a big change of career. Politics is the easiest example. If you're a star actor and you're very good looking, you have a certain thing, you go away for 10 years, you come back, you'll be older, people will have forgotten, there'll be some new younger people on there who are very good looking, and so that star rating will have gone down. But if you're doing good work, if my comedy is as good and as reaching as it can possibly be, if my drama can be as intensive as it can possibly be, and as true as it can possibly be, then when you go away for say 10 years or whatever, it could be 15 years, people will remember. They say, well, like Glenda Jackson, 23 years, but she was Oscar winner, I think double Oscar winner, and people know she was a great actor, and she could most probably be a great actor. Let's see what she does now. Let's see what she does now. When she played Lear, and then she was on Broadway as well, in 3 Tall Women, and boom, straight back into it after 23 years.
Because I studied politics at A level in university, and so it's one of the things that I'm sort of one of my main interests really. What kind of what excites you about? I hope you don't mind me just asking you questions. What excites you most about politics? Would it be being a constituency MP or select committees, or what is it about? And also, I'm a big advocate of electoral reform. What about what do you think needs to change particularly? And I don't mean necessarily in a party political way. I just mean across the board.
Well, I campaigned for political reform, for making it a fair system, which will get into percentages and a different system. The country rejected that, so I'm still happy.
I thought they made such an arse of that referendum, though. It was like they picked the hardest electoral system to kind of have a referendum on, and then obviously it's a tough one to have a referendum. I mean, referendums are hard anyway, but it was kind of an odd thing to have a referendum on as well.
It's for other people to decide on that, but I did, and I actually thought it'd probably be not so good for the Labour Party, but probably fairer. And I do think a fair chance in life should be the right of every person in the world. So that's what I try and fight for. But I'm not going to go in and say, constituency, you've got to be a good constituency MP, otherwise it doesn't work. And then I want to be inside the machine, as I call it, because the machine can make change. So you've got to get elected. I've got to try and help Keir Starmer to become the Prime Minister, and then we can make change, which I think is fairer and better and more positive rather than negative. And so I have to be general at this point. If I get very specific and say I want to be in this or that committee, only dealing with this, it's not going to work. But I do know that I like to learn. I can listen as well as I can speak, but I can also listen. And I try and listen carefully. And as I was saying back to Ed Balls, look at systems. What part of the system is working? What part isn't? I've done a lot of the stuff I've done in my life. I've self-built. I took shows up to the Edinburgh Festival myself when I was 19, and then I started street performing and then stand-up. I pushed hard to play in New York, and no one thought that was going to work. Now I've played all 50 states in Madison Square Garden, Hollywood Bowl, performing in French, German, and Spanish. Not on the list of what you should do. I pushed hard to do those for over 20 years now, 25 years, and they're beginning to pay great dividends of my confidence. And just coming out as trans back in '85. I was trying to show leadership in that. So that's what I try and do. I try and do things. I'm a radical and a moderate. I do radical things with a moderate message.
And Eddie, do you think, just looking at, well, actually, there's 2 questions I wanted to ask you off the back of that. Firstly, how exciting was it going up to Edinburgh at 19? And I guess for you, and who have been your alumni around that time?
Well, the other people who are up, well, I tell you what happened up there is that Hugh Laurie, Stephen Fry, and Emma Thompson won the first ever Perrier, and I was there that year. So that's 1981, my first Edinburgh. My last Edinburgh was 93. I did 12 over 13 years. But their careers they didn't exactly take off, but they went on to agents and early TV shows, Absolutely. I think it was Absolutely, anyway, I'll come up with the exact name of the show, and Ben Elton was working on that as well. And they were going up the system, which is what I thought I'd get into, and I didn't.
Yeah.
And so it was actually perfect in a way. I was trying to get somewhere as fast as possible. I knew I should be in a TV series, like a kind of Python thing, by the time of 25. And I dropped out of uni at 19, and so 6 years later, I was absolutely nowhere. And then I was street performing my second medium of comedy, and I changed the system. And I realized, who cares how fast you get a career going? Who cares? Who looks and says, this person in this comedy group, they're only 19 now, they're rubbish, but they're very quick at moving forward. That doesn't matter. It's how good are you?
Yeah.
So I don't want to get somewhere as fast as possible. I should try and get somewhere as good as possible.
Yeah.
So I changed the whole system and just started working on the street. Solo. I became a solo performer. I never believed I was supposed to be a solo performer, and I absolutely never believed I was going to be a stand-up. Two things that were absolutely not in my wheelhouse, and that's what I ended up doing, and just working on it and working on it and working on it, and then adding French on it. Because if you add French, if you're jumping on stage in Paris and going bonsoir, ce soir je vais improviser en français. Mon spectacle est en français. Je suis anglais. Je suis anglaise. Oui. And I just muck about. Like a kid. Think of the confidence that you bring back to your English show. You just don't care anymore.
Yeah.
So I was coming up with ways of doing it that were ninja training, also developing a presence in France and in Germany and in Spain. So I think out of the box, and I'm taking all that and taking that into politics. But I love the career. You know, my first film that I've co-written, I'm starring in 6 Minutes to Midnight, comes out at the end of March. And I broke into Pinewood when I was 15, so it's like 40 years between breaking in and getting my career.
And then being lauded, yeah.
Yeah, which is good, because I didn't want to do rubbish. And I think the film's okay.
And then, like you said, you came out, when did you come out as trans?
85.
And I don't know, it feels to me like the last, maybe even 3, I was going to say 5 years, but maybe 3 years, the world has just moved on so quickly in terms of acceptance and understanding. Would you agree with that? I mean, I know there's a long way to go, and I know people also make mistakes. And I think as an outsider's point of view, I think it's important that people aren't berated for making mistakes, so long as they make them with the best of intentions if they're going the right way.
Yeah.
We do seem like it's far more accepting and an understanding world. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I could tell you why it changed. It was 2014 when it changed.
Yeah.
There was a triple hit tipping point in America. If something happens in America, it's very good, because if it's positive, it does get broadcast around the world.
Sure.
The TV series Transparent started winning Golden Globes and Emmys nominations. So that was one thing about someone transitioning. Secondly, Laverne Cox, black trans activist and actor in Orange is the New Black, was nominated for an Emmy, and I think made Person of the Year by Time magazine. And then there was Caitlyn Jenner, of course. Her politics, I'm not so wild on some of the things she said, but very well known as an Olympic champion, and transitioned and got the front cover of Vanity Fair, and a very positive cover that was, and that went around the world. So those, I think all three happened in 2014, and that was the tipping point that made everyone shift, because it was pretty toxic being trans in 85, in 1995, 2000, 2005. Not good. I had, I reported someone to the police only 2 years ago who was screaming abuse at me in the street, and I reported them. The police were very good. They took it very seriously. They said, this is actually a hate crime. I just wanted to report him because he'd threatened me and to do my house and stuff. And he knew where I lived and everything. And the police said, no, this is a hate crime now. They reported it to Crown Prosecution Service, and they took action, and he was found guilty. So it was, things are moving forward, slowly but surely. And as recently, you might have heard I had a pronoun thing happen to me as well, which was, did you hear this, or you have?
No, well, maybe, but tell me anyway.
Well, it was, I've been out for 35 years. And, so if everyone hasn't got the idea, I don't know where they've been. And I did portrait artist of the year, not young, any portrait artist of the year on Sky. So I'm there, and I have boy mode and girl mode, because I feel trans is a superhero thing. And these are the best terms. I'm gender fluid, and all my dramatic acting is male roles, boy mode. But everything else is in girl mode. So I'm based in, as a trans woman now. And so I was on the program there in girl mode. They said, what pronouns would you like? Oh, I said, first time I've been asked. And she and her would be great. Very good, no problem. Absolutely, do it. Do the program. That shot comes out 3 months later. Well, it came out like December or November, December. A lot of people see it. A lot of people seem to like it. Very good, online stuff. So it went viral. Some people, of course, hated it. Oh, we're very angry. And so it became a thing. All the news organizations, and it happened in America as well as Britain. It went viral in America as well as Britain, because I obviously have a profile of it. And all the news organizations have changed their pronouns, and the TV shows, everyone talking to me, they changed their pronouns. So I've suddenly flipped after 35 years, which I am fine with.
Yeah.
I feel like being promoted to she, and it's an honor. And I said, if I'm in boy mode, you could go he, but I think I actually have to stay in she. They're not going to flip backwards and forwards.
Come on, buddy. We've got your parking space laid out for you. You've got to make your mind up.
But if anyone refers to me to he and him, absolutely, I'm cool. But just call me Eddie. That's the easiest way to get around it.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Well, very good. Thank you, Dermot. So,
my pleasure. I'm sorry, I feel terrible because I know the idea is that people ring in and they talk a lot, but I've just asked you questions, so you've been talking.
No, it's fine. See, if I'm talking, I need actually to talk as well as you to do the answers, because I need to hear. I need to concentrate and get me out of my legs.
Yeah.
Every time I'm thinking, then there's things firing, synapses, whatever it is, endorphins, endorphins I call them, because I prefer the word endorphins, and I think kids like that. And the endorphins help me through it. The natural drugs of endorphins. So, but great to talk to you. And you're okay? You're COVID safe? The family's COVID safe?
Yeah, absolutely. My mum and dad are in Ireland. I mean, that's the only thing. The lovely thing is, like, through this, I can speak to them almost on a daily basis and see them. But they seem to be pretty safe and sound. My wife's father is in Norway. Right. And that even though they're full lockdown, they're still pretty safe and sound over there. And obviously, both those countries, you have the advantage of fewer people and more space. So I'm not romanticizing anything about the fact I'm glad they're back in Ireland. I'm just glad they're back in Ireland because practically there's less people and there's more open space, so they're less likely to get it. Similarly, in Norway, it's the same. So yeah, and it's funny. I think London's been given quite a hard time over this pandemic, and I've been here like throughout the whole thing, and I've just seen, I've seen instances where people have kind of lost it with each other, but for the most part, I've seen people actually behave really well and decently, and give each other space and understand people are feeling quite insecure and vulnerable at the moment. And I think in many ways that, yes, it's a terrible time and we'd rather not have lived through it, but I think in many ways it's brought out the best in us as people.
Yep, it is. I think, crisis accentuates the positive and unfortunately accentuates the negative as well. So let's go with the positive. Thanks, good to talk to you. You take care.
Okay.
Stay well.
Take care, my friend. Thank you.
Be well. Cheers. Now, gonna talk to Russell Brand. Sarah, Russell's got to go at 5:30, so ask Tim.
Yes, we are, and that is happening. Yes.
Very good.
And I think we're just still waiting at the moment, so we'll keep you posted.
And Dave, shove the clock up. Let's see the clock. Oh, there it is. Clock of my life. Just imagine that clock on the last Sunday, on the last marathon, the second marathon. Yeah, that would be good. Are you chatting to her because you're in the picture now?
Say that again?
You're in the picture. I was saying, imagine that clock on the last Sunday.
Oh, that'll be a delight, that clock on the last
When it
day.
gets to this point on the last marathon on the last day, having run the marathon. Not too far to go. That's not too far away.
When that clock appears, that will be quite a thing.
Quite a thing.
So I think I can see Zoom is just lining up at the moment, so it shouldn't be long now.
So just got to keep piling on, ploughing on, piling on, then ploughing on.
Eddie, take us in Russell.
Hi, Russell.
Eddie, how are you?
I'm okay. How are you doing?
I feel pretty peaceful, and like seeing you on a literal treadmill, it makes me feel pretty serene, actually.
Well, that's good. Well, I found that I've asked if I could talk to people because it'll keep me going. You know, if we're talking, chatting, yeah, I can keep my mind off the legs and the feet. And so I'm gonna ask you, you can ask me questions, I'll ask you questions, whatever you'd like.
Is it easier if you feel detached from your body rather than connected to your body then?
Yeah, detached is better because the body is complaining. The body is saying, what are you doing? Why are you running these ridiculous amount of marathons? You know, why don't you lie down? And it's kind of exhausting. Can you see that clock above your head on the screen?
Yeah.
That's how long I've got left. 1 hour, 1 minute. That's all I got. So I know we've only got you to about past, but I'll just keep ploughing on. And it's good to see the clock, you know, because it makes you think, not too long to go, not too long.
You're basically using your human relationships to distract you from reality, which perhaps is what all of us are doing anyway.
Yeah, it's maybe that, and it's also what, you know, people who do these big struggles, even forces people, they've got to get your head into the good place, to ignore the body, because the pain, there's a big mental part of pain, and if you can ignore it, you can get through something, and if you don't ignore it, in the forces situations, they don't make it. So I of course can just stop this, but I want to try and finish it. So anyway, so how are you doing, Jenny? Are you in a good place? Is it COVID making it tough for you?
I was just thinking then that, like, I'm really aware that I'm lucky, you know. I've got young children, I'm not medically affected, I'm not poor, but I think everybody is living with a kind of white noise. Like when I communicate with people or whenever I do anything normal, I recognize that I'm a little bit more tender. I'm lucky that I belong to sort of support groups around alcohol and drug addiction, which are somewhat exempt, i.e. you can belong to bubbles as long as you observe like restrictions, masks, etc. So I do get contact around that, and that's explicitly dealing with sort of mental health and, you know, like in a group context. So listening to other people, what they're going through. A lot of people, you know, people are like, there's like a soaring alcoholism and drug addiction at this time. So that helps me to focus on what other people are going through, takes me out of myself and my own rather less literal marathon of just living ordinary life with addiction. So that really, really helps me. And other than that, I'm like pretty grateful. Plus I meditate a lot. Plus I don't run a marathon every day, which I always find is quite relaxing.
Yeah, I think so. I think not running. I like the stopping. People think I'm addicted to running, but I'm addicted to stopping. And that's the thing, which I think is great. But
I can't imagine what your body says to you when you stop and when you lay down. And I know when I've watched stuff on the TV, when you've been doing, you know, marathons out in physical places like this, annihilated your feet. I think I remember the first time you did it, Eddie, like that, you know, just busted up your feet and stuff. I thought this human being is operating on another level.
Well, it's in a way, I think the cameras and the directors, you know, when they were filming it, they liked the fact that my feet were falling apart because they could show it to people. And if you're encouraging people to donate, I suppose if it looks a bit gruesome, then that kind of helps in a way. But once I'd said I was going to do it, I thought I had to do it. That was the thing. You know, because if you tell people, you say you're going to do it, and then they get a camera team, you feel kind of obliged to run around the country. So, or run 31 marathons. So that's been my kind of technique for for making it happen. But you know, it's all in the mind, isn't it? It's all the mind control. You know that because you got to the place where you are by deciding that you could. So that's your story. Is a very interesting story. You've taken a very curious route. And would you share with people what the beginning of your life was like, and going at school, and what your plans were, what your parents thought of what you were doing? Because it's interesting. I'm trying to inspire people to do things differently and encourage them to do things.
Of course I can. I can do you about a good 12-minute monologue if you want, so you can really focus on your breathing, which is what I feel that you should be doing. Like for me, like yeah, I can't because you've physicalized your. I could identify when you were applying your dedication to stand up. When I was very young, you were one of the first, I would say, great stand-ups that I ever met, and I've had the privilege subsequently to meet Billy and other great American comics and stuff. And like when I met you, you won't remember, I wouldn't imagine, but like you said like don't, and I wouldn't have done 100 gigs yet. I would have done about 5, and you said don't judge yourself until you've done 100 gigs. Right. So I thought, wow, the pressure's off. I got 100 gigs, and I tell that now to whenever I meet young stand-ups or aspiring stand-ups. I tell them, Eddie Izzard told me, don't judge yourself till you've done 100. So like I put that out there.
Good.
And yeah, I passed that on. And like I was always able to devote and dedicate attention and energy to the pursuit of an objective, around creativity. And it was obvious that you had like Noel Fielding always says that Eddie's like the kind of he's just sort of like the general or like sort of army drill sergeant that controls all of us and tells us, right, you've all got to go to Europe and do gigs in other countries. You've all got to learn another language. Noel Fielding like jokes about that a lot. We all regard you, I think, as a sort of outlier and force, but it being so literally applied in an endurance medium such as the marathons that you're doing, that I find it, that's some serious stuff. I hope I get there, Eddie. I hope I get there. But like for me, it comes from, and I know a lot about your childhood and stuff, and your loss of your mother, obviously, God rest her soul. And for me, like my childhood was sort of similarly, like quite lonely. I think living in my own head, living in my own imagination. And for me, like at adolescence, the onset of puberty, I think I became quite fixated on things. I think initially I was fixated on food and chocolate. Then I think I was fixated on sort of porn and codependency and being sort of obsessive and a little bit in love with people and stuff. And then drugs and alcohol. Drugs and alcohol was such a good fit. I think addiction exists as a condition regardless of of what it's attached to. Right. But drugs and alcohol is a real good way of locking it down. So, but what it also does is it brings you to a point of crisis. And once you're at that point of crisis, i.e. health crisis, criminal judicial crisis, the problem has to be addressed. And my experience, Eddie, is that problem has to be addressed spiritually, and spiritually without getting into any particular doctrinal, area, is about the inner life, faith, belief. Yeah, and like, so that's so 18 years ago when I first got clean, that's when I began to appreciate that what I've been looking for in drugs and alcohol was some kind of transcendent experience, some kind of escape, a way to control my feelings, a way to feel connected, a way to quieten the voices within me that told me I wasn't good enough, that dealt with, that helped me with, that sort of that exacerbated my sense of pain and alienation. I always felt, Eddie, that there were at least two sort of competing forces. One that was quite devotional and dedicated and hardworking, and another that was very destructive and annihilating, sort of self-annihilating. And I don't know, I think like me, I know it took you a long while with all the street performance and the open mics and the years of dedication that a craft like stand-up can require, and all of that was being, in my case, undertaken with while the competing forces in me were self-destructive, addictive forces. And now I suppose where I'm at is that I reckon I've dealt with all of the things that were where I felt like being famous or successful might be emotionally fulfilling for me, and I accept that it won't be, and my life is as best as I can when I'm trying to be of service. Eddie, should I do a call to action? So like I'm a pro, I know you've had Dermot on here last, and I bet he was excellent.
Go for it,
but he didn't muck me out.
Go for it.
Right, today is Eddie's 29th marathon. Making a donation, those of you that are watching, is very, very easy. From anywhere in the world, don't matter where you are, look at Eddie, purportedly in Japan, while simultaneously she's battering on the treadmill there. Just go to eddieizzard.com and hit the donate button to give as much as you like via our crowdfunder site, or if you have a UK phone, you can send a text instead. To donate 10 quid, just text the word 10 to 70810. That's the word 10 in caps to 70810. To donate £20, you just text the word 20 to the same number, 70810. Or I'm going to say 7. I mean, I don't know how it's not in words, Eddie. How you guys been saying it? 70810.
70810 is what I tend to say, but whatever you want. It's
70810. 70810. 10 or 20. Just type the word that you can donate. That's if you've got a UK phone. Eddie is raising money for Fair Share, Walking with the Wounded, Care UK International, Uniting to Combat Neglected Tropical Diseases, and Covenant House. That's a New York City-based organisation. Today, Eddie is running in Osaka, Japan, and I've been asked to ask you. This is on my handout, so I bet you've been asked this question. Oh, you're going to ask me if I've got any connections to Japan, or am I to ask you if you've got connections to Japan?
I think we should ask everyone. I've played there, because you've played outside. I saw you playing in Germany, didn't you? You played in Germany. You've played around Europe.
Germany. India.
India, excellent. How was it in India?
Sort of amazing. I feel like I might have been in front of a kind of affluent crowd in Mumbai.
Yeah.
In Bengal, I performed in like an external sort of structure, like a sort of a marquee, and the air conditioning unit is what I remember most. And I don't know if you can ever claim to have had a successful gig if the most memorable thing was the air conditioning unit. It was a powerful, very charismatic, very loud air conditioning unit, and I think I was very much the support act to that air conditioning unit in Bengal. And where else? Somewhere else, I think maybe Delhi. I can't remember. But when somewhere is culturally distinct, I mean, I don't know. Like, you're obviously the person to ask. It's like Australia, America, Anglophonic countries, piece of cake, I think. But when you're in France, or culturally it's similar, I suppose, but linguistically, I think I'm still dazzled by you for doing those things.
But you did play. I saw you play in Berlin, and they loved it, didn't they? It was a good gig. I saw in the Imperial, in the Admiralspalast. The Admiralspalast. Do you remember it?
Yes, I do actually, and I'm amazed and very flattered that you do. And the main thing I remember is that I did do jokes about Hitler, and in a sensitive and intelligent way, and I think that I remember it getting laughs. So I would call that a success.
Exactly. Well, this is the point. If you think about it, the kids that leaders can come into different countries, and imagine if you were a progressive person in America during the Trump 4 years, and everyone thinking, everyone in America loves Trump, and they didn't. 81 million people voted against him. So all the young kids who've been born since Hitler, you do Hitler jokes, they'll love it. They hated that bastard. He was a mass-murdering fuckhead, which is the official historical term for him. But the thing about Admiralsplatz, when you played there, is Hitler used to sit at the back in his own special box. You may have forgotten that. You would have been told that. He had his own box and his own toilet and his own place, and he used to watch comedy musicals there in that bloody building where you play. Yeah, so, but
it was so intense, isn't it?
I know. No, Karen.
Well, like Hitler transcended ordinary human understanding. Well, Hitler oughtn't be allowed to transcend human ordinary human understanding, because I suppose that lets us off the fact that humanity exists within pretty broad parameters, you know, like, but it's almost impossible to envisage and I know you do stand up about this like area, but it's difficult to envisage Hitler as having an ordinary life, and but they took me to that room and showed me that toilet, and that's because Hitler has entered a sort of a shadow myth, a dark myth of our culture, where it sort of becomes difficult to think, well, this was a person who had a dog and that, and I remember your joke on it from ages ago, maybe Just to Kill, maybe even earlier than that. Oh, got a mate coming over, he's a vegetarian, bit of an artist. Oh, fucking hell, it's Hitler! I remember that being a real fave of mine.
No, I did like that. I was actually channeling when my brother was living in Brighton. He was at Sussex University, very political. He was living in a house. They were always having lentils to eat, and I was trying to get sausage, egg, and chips, and they were saying, "Well, we got all this vegetarian stuff." And I just thought that's what I channeled at. I think, we got a guy coming over, vegetarian, bit of a painter. Fucking hell, that's it. He's got a dog as well. Likes dogs, likes children. Not so good at human. Not so good. Got a blind spot with the adults.
Nobody's perfect.
Yeah, it is bizarre. So I know a lot of modern Germans, and well, I think you could understand that when I'm doing gigs, I now improvise in French and German, and that's the fun thing, isn't it? Because if you recite it in German, that's one thing, or English, but to be in Berlin and going, hey, guten Abend, motherfuckers. Heute Abend, ich werde meine Show auf Deutsch machen, ja. Ich bin Engländer und it's auf Deutsch. Warum the fuck nicht? This is the line I like. Why the fuck not? Warum the fuck nicht? And they seem to dig it. Yeah, so you've played in lots of different places, and it's kind of beautiful now, yeah? You can use English and play around the world if you want to. Do you like that?
Yes, of course we can, and I remember you saying how important it was, and that we have this ambassadorial, or roles at least, as emissaries, but I still feel embarrassed by my inability to speak other languages, and I feel because I feel very comfortable with English.
Yeah.
Like when I can't do it, I feel very impaired and apologetic. My friend, sadly, died like a year ago, and I was close to his son, and I was, talking to his son like a couple of days ago. Miro, he's only like 12, and I was talking to him about his dad and some things that his dad had told me while he was alive, of course. And Miro's Italian, like Italian Macedonian, and he speaks Italian, he speaks English, and like I'm like 45, and I'm talking to this 12-year-old bereaved kid. And he's like speaking to me, well, Russell, speaking to me in English. And I feel like, oh, man, I've got to step up. Like that I'm having these conversations. But I don't know, it's cultural. Again, it's another thing that you've done so well to...
Well, I don't see any cultural differences. Of course, there is a difference in certain traditions, certain culture in every country. But I look for the similarities. But I got to say one thing, Russell. I don't have your vocabulary, right? I've got languages, but I can't speak like you can. And I've noticed this, and I think you must have chosen to make your vocabulary as extensive as it is. I'm dyslexic, and I have difficulty. I didn't really want to learn English words. Didn't like English at school, but you do have an extensive vocabulary. Did you ever consciously think of that, or because it sits beautifully with you? Because because you're from Essex. Is that you hail from Essex? Yeah. And you sound like you hail from Essex, and then with this fantastic vocabulary, it's a beautiful mix. Do you feel that, or did you know? Yeah. Did you try and make sure that your vocabulary was good? Because it's way better than mine.
That's beautiful. Thank you so much. I mean, I'm in love with the English language. I'm in love with the capacity and nuance of language, and the discrete, small differences that can be conveyed. I like to find onomatopoeia, rhythm, musicality in language. I think, of course, language can be used to divide us and to hurt us, but language can be used to bring people closer, to evoke images of unity. It can be explosive and divisive, yes, but I always found it very, very exciting. And I suppose I did really make an effort. I used to literally like read the dictionary when I was a kid and look for synonyms and for words that were common and find words that felt good in my mouth, labial, explosives and dental fricatives. And I like I feel like as well that it needn't be tethered to class. For example, our own Danny Dyer, a good, solid, working class fella indeed. Like, I think he uses language beautifully, uses slang so poetically and evocatively. I feel like I'm very, very drawn to and attracted to the language and the power of language, both spoken and written, you know.
You see, I can't do that. I could do that, but I didn't do that. And I went to boarding schools after Mum died. You know, it was 12 years of boarding school, so they give you this accent like my accent that comes from those schools. You know, I couldn't have been Northern Irish because I lived in Bangor, County Down, and we sounded like this. When I was a kid, I sounded like this, and then I was Welsh, so I could have had a Welsh accent and been speaking Wales, and I would have been very happy with either accent, but instead these schools give you this accent. So I kind of like, I'm going almost the inverse of you. My words aren't big, and I'll even say bigly words. I'll make up words. I think we are United Kingdom-y people. You know, I'll just shove words on the end, and I'll play with it like that. Mine's kind of childlike, and yours is kind of professorial-like. But the mix is nice because I've got this posh background, and yours is a much more earthy background, and I think it works really well. I think it sounds great, and you know what you're saying. It shows your intelligence because of your articulation.
God, thank you. I thought I was going to be here really as a kind of living Walkman. I didn't think I'd actually get any compliments out of the experience, and I'm pretty grateful. May I ask you some questions about identity and pronouns? Do you think that, do you feel then now that I recognise the decision that you've made, and like any sane person, obviously I respect it and applaud it, and that you're now to be referred to as she and her? Does that mean that you no longer feel fluidity around gender, but a certainty, may I ask?
No, it's what I actually said in the program. It happened in a program, Portrait Artist of the Year, and they said, what would you prefer? And I think I said in that thing, or what I generally said is, I am gender fluid, but I was based in boy mode until I got to 50. Now I'm going to be based in girl mode. So I'm going to do all my stand-up in girl mode, I'm going to run in girl mode and politics in girl mode, but all my dramatic acting will be in boy mode. So I am gender fluid. And if you can use pronouns accordingly, then great, but that's a bit too much to ask. But I said, look, if in doubt, just call me Eddie. I don't really mind, not a big deal. But it was a request in a show. I didn't request the entire world. I requested it in one show. And then I did not insist. And they asked me. I didn't ask them to ask me. So that went viral when it was seen, and it was picked up in the UK and in America, and suddenly everyone changed. Now I have been officially flipped, and I've been promoted to she, and that's great. And I don't think, even though I'm about to go off and do another dramatic role, you can't really go back and forth. So I think I am now going to be referred to as she from now on. Some people won't, I understand this. And I said, if you've got a doubt, call me Eddie or mate or mush. I don't mind. I'm being very relaxed on this. But, I have been out for 35 years, and it's like I've given everyone enough time to catch up with me. And the surprise in some people's voices on the internet is surprising, because 35 years is enough warning, They must have got, it's as if people were saying, are you really serious about being trans? I didn't know. So that's where it is. It's very loose, and I am gender fluid, and but I'm going to live my life based in what I call girl mode. Boy mode and girl mode, they're not great terms, but I see it as a superhero thing. And trans was demonized when I came out, and for centuries before. So I've positivized it into a superhero place. And that's it. I'm still staying fluid.
You're still staying fluid, but you feel like that does that mean that in some circumstances the other pronouns would be appropriate, or because you say that it was kind of inadvertent and incidental that it happened on that show, the portrait show, but like now it's sort of gone viral. That's how I know about the decision. But you prefer she, but you don't mind may or nothing. You don't care like that, because I suppose the other thing, Eddie, is during the long time. Obviously, I'm aware. Was a fan of yours long before I knew you, and like, do you feel like whilst my understanding as a cis white male is that mostly people are cool about people being trans or identifying however they want, but also I recognise that there is a political charge around identification. Yep. So that do you feel like that you have a role to play in as a comic in ameliorating or what do I want to say? Assuaging that intensity around that debate? Is that something you feel is your duty? And I ask you that as a comedian and also a politically conscientious person.
Yes, I think so. That's why I tried to mention I have been out for 35 years. It's some people going, I didn't realise, I thought it was a tax thing. I'm trying to be comedic about it and tell everyone, as regards me, be calm, be cool, no big deal. And if you don't want to refer to me, just don't talk about me. If people really hate me, you shouldn't need to talk about me. So, but I did this before, and I have been out for so long. And yeah, I'm in the public eye, but I have been taking baby steps, baby steps, 35 years is quite a long time. Some people just, I'm out, I'm trans, and please change your pronouns. And I gave everyone 35 years warning. And so, I'm not insisting. I'm requesting, asking, no big deal, everyone be cool. That's what I say.
Well, I think that's lovely. I think it's that your voice could be an important one, not solely for trans people who, of course, I imagine want all of the support that they can get, but also for anything that advances this area of cultural tension that I'm sort of sensitive to and aware of for everybody, because my general sense is a lot of people don't want to hurt other people but are just unsure. Don't you remember your nan, like my nan was a little bit racist, and that woman was a good person. She was lovely, she'd be lovely to anybody. She wasn't racist in a let's do some committed racism way. She just weren't aware that the world had changed, language had changed. People don't say stuff like that no more, Nan. Like when rules are changing, people have got to be brought gently along. Of course, we have to ensure that nobody's getting hurt as a result of hate speech or not being able to freely be who they are. But I feel that creating an environment for loving communication, such as you currently are doing, even while running in an imaginary Osaka, is what I think can only benefit this situation.
Well, thank you for saying that. I try. I think a fair chance in life, my worldview is a fair chance in life should be the right of every person in the world, and that's not a big thing to ask for, and that's what I'm fighting for. So there you go. We shall see.
You still going to do what are you going to do about politics, Eddie?
Yeah, I'm standing. I wanted to stand in the last election. I couldn't get a seat for whatever reasons, and then I'm up for being in a by-election for the Labour Party if one comes about. If it's a good fit, then I'd love to be up for that. And if not, I'll go in the next election. But I said I was going in 2020, and that time has gone through, but I'm ready to move at 24 hours notice. So that's my feeling.
Any constituency that comes up,
well, I've run everywhere. And I've played everywhere, so I don't mind where, but it's probably going to be in England or Wales, most probably. But I don't mind, I like people. I really do think there's a lot of it. I love chatting to people. I'm not keen on the extreme right because I think they come with hatred as their first calling card. But I come with an open mind, brave and curious. We've got to be brave and curious and not fearful and suspicious. and there's too many fearful and suspicious people around. So I encourage people to be brave and curious, and that's what I try and do, and chat to people and talk to people, you know. So we shall see where we get to. And I don't know what I can do in politics, but I can do more than nothing, and I'm a good fighter. I'm a good fighter, so I will go in and I will fight.
Yeah, it seems like, because I've been thinking a lot about populism and about where populism, I don't mean necessarily right-wing populism, I mean sort of populism more broadly from wherever it features on the political spectra. And I feel like it's a movement that's, I think it's going to be hard for people to be centrist in the same way ever again. It's interesting to see, like, of course, Biden elected and Keir Starmer at the, you know, sort of at the head of the party, you know, your party. But like, I wonder where this emergent sensibility that people feel frustrated, not by, I don't think that anti-globalism is sort of not cosmopolitan or not wanting to be interested in other cultures. I feel that it's a sense that there are anti-elitism is, I think, it's come from economic reality rather than prejudice. Although I think that prejudice is stoked in order to feed it. You know, I feel that I think that people are fearful of globalism because they see what's happening in their own countries and communities, not in terms of migration, in terms of economic deprivation.
Well, if you think about globalism, what people, it's probably global industrialization, the moving, the outsourcing of jobs is the big problem. And you do have a big problem that, you know, people, multinational companies that use it to their advantage, that's kind of what we're against. But global communication, the fact that I can talk to you now, probably in the UK, I assume you're in the UK, you might not be, but I can talk to someone else. I was talking to people in India, people in America, in Texas. I love that global communication. There's things, they have good and bad sides. That's the trouble with, as we've moved into this global situation, global communication. You can save a baby's life with a Zoom call, an internet call. You can also take a person's life with that. You can learn how to make a bomb. So, and populism, I think it's a bad word, populism. It implies these people are popular, but it's simplistic politicians. It's what the people who come, and they come with a simplistic way forward, which makes it very beguiling and quite grabbable, because everyone votes emotionally, and some people use analysis as well as emotion, and some people just go with an emotional message. So these simplistic politicians, the opportunist Trump, he just lied. He used lies as a tool of politics, and if we allow that, then I think you're right. It's difficult to be more moderate, but I'm a radical and a moderate. I do radical things with a moderate message. So that's what I'm going to continue to do.
It's good that you've done some, I feel like during this allotted window of mine,
yes,
we've covered addiction, we've touched on mental health, we've done some basic rudimentary chit chat about about marathons and running, the business end of this. We've tagged the charity. Remember, if you do want to donate, send the word 10 to 70810. 70810. Send the word 10 or the word 20, whatever you can afford. Or go to eddieizzard.com and hit the donate button to give as much as you can via our crowdfunder site. Remember, the money that Eddie is raising right now goes to Fair Share, Walking with the Wounded, Care UK International, Uniting to Combat Neglected Tropical Diseases, Covenant House in NYC. So that's what your money will go to if you can donate. We also, Eddie, we talked about the complexity of pronouns as a cultural topic and the simplicity of your own decision and evolution. We've done some political campaigning for when you do eventually get, I'm assuming and hoping, a relatively safe seat, but that will become applicable. And I, myself, Eddie, I'm going to attend. The reason I'm leaving and I only have this amount of time is because I'm doing. I attend 12-step support groups that are can't be overly specific about.
No, that's brilliant, Russell. You go. You've done great. It's been great talking to you. Thank you. Keep up your vocabulary, and I'll keep up my languages. That's the deal between us. keep expanding your vocabulary, I'll keep expanding my languages. How's that for a deal?
Yes, I will do. I will always obey you. You've been a great mentor, even though mostly remotely, and I want you to know that I love you and I respect you and admire you for everything you do, and both socially and politically, and for your phenomenal ability to endure and for your wonderful imagination and comedic greatness. I send you respect and love, Eddie.
Thank you very much, Russell. I greatly appreciate that.
Cheers.
Take care.
Keep on running, you lunatic.
Okay, I will do. Take care. Stay safe. Very good. That was Russell Brown. And now we have Tim Cruise-Drew. In the Tim Cruise-Drew half hour to get me through to the end. And we can talk about hot toes and what my nerves are doing. And Sarah's going to be on too. So Dave, we've got Sarah and Tim and me. And we'll get it through. What have we got? We've got less than 30 minutes. We're in a good place. Not too bad. We're going to finish about 10 past the hour.
Yes, we'll get
not too shabby.
Tim on, and yes, we could maybe do a if anyone has any questions.
Let's bring up Sarah on the screen for the moment. Dave, what's questions of what?
Yes, running. Yes, we could do, because we haven't really done those today. I thought we might be something we could do.
So coming in on what, like, ask them to go to?
Yes. Let's tell everyone. So yes, this is a little bit impromptu, everyone, but we have Tim coming on, our incredible physio. So seeing as we haven't done any questions today, if anyone has any Tim-related questions, so anything on the sort of running, medical side of things, pop your questions onto Facebook, or actually let's just do Facebook and YouTube for now, in the chat or the comment section, and we'll try and put a few of those to Tim. So questions for Tim.
Okay. Oh. There you go. So, yes, we've been in Osaka all day. Virtual marathon for Osaka. And, Japan is an East Asian country. I was born in a West Asian country. So there's my, and I look for connections. So that's what I do. I encourage you to look for connections. Don't look for the differences. That's what the right wing tends to do. Look for connections. See for the similarities, because that will take us forward as human beings. Is Tim coming on, or is he?
Yes, Tim's just lining up now. I can see things happening. He's got a very good hat on, as usual, as well.
Oh. Melting. So, not too far. You've got to ask me a question or something. I've got to keep my mind off my life.
Yep.
We
have Tim.
Tim, you can ask me a question.
Yes.
Hi, Eddie.
Hi there.
Hey, how are you? Good?
I'm okay. Well, I got the...
I think this is like the worst slot to get Friday evening following Russell Brand. Like, no pressure, keep people entertained.
No, it's okay. We just got to get me through the finishing post, because the right foot is hurting. You know, it's doing the hot toast thing, and it must be what we think it's a nerve thing.
Yeah, it's definitely a little Morton's neuroma. So I've actually, excuse me, I've just put together a little plan, and we can discuss that later on about what we might be able to do to try and ease that off. But it's just the repeated loading on that foot. But anyway, let's focus on something else other than legs. Here's a question for you. Well, first thing I have to say is congratulations on getting the London What was it called
Oh,
that you got
Freedom
today?
of the City.
Freedom of the City of London, yeah.
It's incredible.
Yes, amazing. And when I looked it up, the last two people to get that was Desmond Tutu and Nelson Mandela.
There you go.
They're fantastic. It's in good company. So, so I've got a question. Has there ever been anyone of transgender nature in politics previously?
Yeah, there are trans councillors. Well, the greatest, I think, is Georgina Bayer, who was a trans MP in New Zealand and is no longer being an MP. But she has an amazing story, and she was unfortunately in a gang rape situation when she was an actor in Australia. That was obviously a horrific situation, and then she went back to New Zealand to try and get through that obviously very mental health troubling situation. And she decided to go up country, out in the more rural area, living in a small town. And when she was living there, I think she transitioned at this point, so she decided to stand to be a councillor in the town. And it was proportional representation in New Zealand. So, and somehow the person who was the mayor could do something shimmied with the figures so that she didn't get in as a councillor, because she didn't, mayor, obviously a white male mayor, didn't like the idea of a trans person being a councillor. So then she went and stood for the mayor job against the mayor and beat the mayor. So she became the mayor of this small town. And I think Helen Smith was the Prime Minister in New Zealand. And she headhunted Georgina to come in and become an MP. So she became an MP. So she was the first one. And that would have been in the 80s, 90s. So way ahead. Now, she may not have been the first one, but that's the first person I know, but she was definitely way ahead of the curve. So she set the standard there. But I think in the UK, I think there are some trans councillors. I don't think there has not been a trans MP at the moment. But there are some trans councillors, I do believe, at the moment.
Yeah. And I completely resonate with everything that Russell was saying about the changing kind of landscape of opinion, and he referred to it as the rules. And as as rules change, is that people have to kind of adapt to that and move with that. And I think we had that discussion with Georgia and Finn in terms, my kids, in terms of the fact that for their generation, they didn't live by the previous rules, so it's much easier for them to move forward with the new, kind of new world, as it were.
Yes, that's the thing. And it's interesting, rules can go forwards and backwards. Obviously, Hitler brought in more and more medieval rules, going backwards and backwards and backwards. Trump tried to do this as well. He's going backwards and against human rights and stuff, and then Joe Biden has come in and just repealed those. And we can snap back to a positive and inclusive world, or positive inclusive country. Konrad Adenauer became the Chancellor of Germany after Hitler, and there is an interesting point that you would think, having gone back to the Middle Ages where murder was commonplace by the rule of law, you might think that, well, the rules, the freedom of the people's rules, the people's rights, and just the general rights of the country would have to come back and acclimatise like some sort of diver coming up from the deep. But of course they don't. They can just snap back. And even if you do get insane people who are sociopaths running things, I mean, Donald Trump is a sociopath. He is someone that only cares about his own ego. He's happy to lie as a tool of politics. And then he come in with very bad rules, and they can slap a lot of those back, and Joe Biden is doing that as we speak, so that's wonderful. It's great to think that, we have that, and it doesn't snap the other way. If you get a bad rule in, it doesn't suddenly snap back to the medieval, they have to take it down there, which is, obviously Hitler took it way, way worse than anyone has done for many years.
Yeah, absolutely. But amazing how in the modern world that narcissistic attitude like Trump had can still get so much following.
Yes, that is it. Well, the big lie works better than the small lie. This is the curious thing. This is what Goebbels said. Dr. Goebbels, head of propaganda in the Nazi regime, said the big lie. If its lie is big enough, people will believe it. And the small lies you can argue backwards and forwards, but Trump's attempted coup against the American people, his attempt to steal the election, and you had to, these are the words we have to use. He lied upon lied upon lied. He's probably still lying there. And he said this thing, and a number of people said, yes, it's true. He had no proof. In none of the court cases had he any proof. And it was bizarre. You know, so what is your proof? We have none. Well, you must have something. Nope. We just would like, and even Trump saying, I want you to find me 11,000 votes. 11,000 votes. I want you to find them for me. What? So break the law. You want me, and this is a Republican he was talking to. Anyway, it's, the times are weird, but if we allow the blatant lies to be a tool of politics, then humanity is lost. So that's what we've got to fight against. I don't know quite how we block it, but Trump got away with so much. He's going to encourage other people to do the same.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think the last 4 years and the Trump administration and everything that happened with that is, I think it kind of exposed and revealed the naivety of the social media network and that global kind of ability to fake news to spread itself around. And I think social media and all of those platforms have to kind of mature as we go through this process.
Well, there's also this thing which I hadn't really quite analysed down, but I was watching an interview from an ex-Fox News broadcaster in America, and they were now at MSNBC, I think, talking to Christiane Amanpour on CNN, and this guy said he was worried about the amount of news on Fox News that was actual news, this has happened, this is a fact, and what was opinion. An opinion could be skewed any way you want. And he said it was becoming more and more about opinion and less about actual facts of what has happened and what is happening. And in opinion, you can say, I think this means this, I think this means that, and you can also put untruth into that opinion, which, as you go to the right wing, they know it works, they've seen it work. And if there's no way to stop it, there's got to be some way to actually like VAR. I don't know if you watch the football, VAR. Yeah. Professional fouls used to happen. Everyone knew it because even with the referee and the second referees, the lines people, they couldn't see everything. But VAR shows everything. So some professional fouls have just gone. We need to VAR politics in a way that removes the lie, the overt lie. Some things you might say, I feel this is going to happen, and they say, is that definitely going to happen? It might not happen, you know, and that gets in that. But some people say, we're going to do this. The referendum again, £350 million a week, let's put it into the NHS. That is a fundamental lie. And as Trump said, Trump is Brexit plus. We're going to, he made the link. Boris Johnson was probably his best friend in the world. And that's not a good place to be. Not a good place. And Trump's time is over now. He's going to try and bring it back, but he's going to be tearing the Republican Party apart. And we will see what happens in the future. But he is someone who is quite happy to lie at the drop of a hat. And Boris Johnson has showed that he's very happy to use that technique too. It is not a good place, not a good example for our children. Boris Johnson is just not a good example for our kids.
Yeah. And I think the dissemination of information on the World Wide Web as well has to be honest and true too, rather than their algorithmic systems where you get fed the information that you want to see because of what you've looked at in the past. Yeah, it kind of like narrows everyone's beliefs down to these points, whereas you want people to actually be much more broadly educated. Do you think?
Well, it gets tricky if you've looked at something and they show you something else that backs that up. That's... If you look back at the English Civil War, I remember hearing them talking about this. If you know about the printing presses, and when they made, after the first Bible, was the Gutenberg Bible, and they made the Bible and the printing presses, and suddenly that was there. They could print things much more quickly, rather than scribes, you know, hand drawing and hand making a book. And in the English Civil War, it was the pamphleteers. The pamphleteers were the social media of the time. And something would happen, and the parliamentary pamphleteers would put their take on it, and then the king's men would put their take on it. And so it's been going in humanity for a long time. And if you're positive towards the parliamentary system, you would look at the parliamentary leaflets and you'll probably block out the king's leaflets. So, yeah, I don't know how, if you've seen something in one way, I can see that I don't know if blocking the fact that you should see other things and you should see more broad things, I just don't know if that's going to happen. Because if it did come through, you'd probably just not look at it anyway. But,
yeah, true.
But if a fundamental lie is allowed to sit there, people are allowed to get away with it, and okay, we'll take sexism and racism and homophobia, transphobia, those are now hate crimes, and people are doing it particularly, unfortunately, Civil War, post-Civil War, pre-Civil War in America, the attitude to black people was, you know, these were crimes against humanity, from the kidnapping, the stealing, the selling of people, the splitting up of families, just horror upon horror. And then after winning the Civil War, it took another 100 years to get a civil rights bill to lock in the rules of the Civil War, which has led to Georgia, to Atlanta, Georgia, well, Georgia itself, having 2 senators now that are Democrats, and they voted for Joe Biden. That is kind of, I think that's completely unheard of. I think they voted for Clinton because he was from Arkansas, but I don't think the senators were. And that is an amazing change. And Atlanta was the center of the Confederacy, and now quite a different place because people who are African American are allowed to vote now. So we do progress in some areas as we struggle in others. So, Sarah, what, you going to come on with questions or?
Yes, I've got a few here. Well, actually, this is a nice one because this is, Tim, this is a bit of advice that someone's asking for themselves.
Okay.
I need to find it now again. There's a lady asking how she could get faster at running a 5K, which she says is her limit. I'll find this person's name in a sec.
Okay, so the way to get faster at 5K is to run shorter distances as quick as you can. So what they refer to as interval training, or even you can do some hill repeats as well. But essentially, you've got to do 2 things: increase your cardiovascular output and ability, so running fast, and then if you do it at shorter sort of distances, then what you can do is you can actually teach your legs and your brain to go at a faster cadence. So in terms of you do more steps, you know, or quicker, so the brain and the legs kind of get used to working at that pace, and then what you do is you start working towards that, becoming into the 5K. So essentially what you need to look up is interval training, and interval training related to going faster at 5K, if that makes sense. So if you want to do interval training for a marathon, that's very different from interval training for a 5K. It would be much faster, much shorter distances.
And that was Helen Knight who asked that question, so there's the answer for you, Helen.
Excellent.
Because I did. Do you have another one, or if not, because I have a question for Tim.
Oh yeah, and I can then come back to another question. Yeah.
Oh, tell everyone what we did. What your plan for me was when we were going for the double marathon in South Africa. You did some interesting training. We did training within a marathon of how to. That was the odd thing. We're doing a bloody marathon and we're doing training within it. So what was your plan? What did you do? I can't quite remember how we went.
So basically, what I needed to do was, because you've got to remember the South Africa, we'd never really worked for any great deal of time together. So it was very much me understanding what you were like as an athlete, and I needed to know what you're able to do. So when you came up with the double marathon idea, is that you needed to be able to run a marathon in basically 5.5 hours. That's what I was looking for. And then for you to be able to prove that to me, I then set the challenge of a half marathon, and I wanted you to run a half marathon. I think we decided to try and do it in 2.5 hours. So, and that was outside of Mikey's Fontaine. So we did like repeats up and down outside of the building. And I think that partly that was so we could give the crew a rest, because none of them had a rest for the whole time either. So they all had a line, and you and I went out in the pitch black and started doing up and down repeats to try and aim to get into 2.5 hours. So the principle there was trying to get you to understand running faster.
But that was within the marathon. I did.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I was doing the marathon, but you wanted it faster or slower, whatever you did.
10 minutes to run.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, this journey has been fascinating as well, because we've had two significant injuries. We've had a tenosynovitis on the right and a blown quad on the left. And ordinarily, those two injuries, essentially you would say, okay, we'll manage them with rest. So if somebody had that after a marathon, you would say, okay, well, you need to back off, let that recover, and then slowly. But what's really fascinating is that you have actually run yourself into recovery. So both those conditions have now not fully resolved, but they are definitely going 2 steps forward, 1 step backwards. So, and I think it's fair to say that Sarah's no longer having to strap your quad or your shin. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, just a bit of blister prevention, but that's it.
Shin is not creaking anymore.
You know, and this is amazing. I mean, you will be 59 in a few weeks' time in February, and yet your body is able to repair itself despite the fact that you're continuing to do, 6.5 hour running every day, which is just remarkable kind of, for tissues to be able to do that. It just shows how amazing the human body is.
And it's probably not that I'm special, is it? It's probably just that I'm doing it and think I can do it, and other people this would happen to as well.
Well, and again, it's your determination is the key, and luckily you've got a physio who's prepared to to take my life in my hands and say, okay, well, let's make this happen, let's make this work. And so your determination to keep on going rather than just saying, oh, well, that hurts, I need to stop. Because no one's ever done this before. I don't know of anybody who has developed this level of injury that we had in those two and just said, well, I'm just going to keep on going. So you just have to make it work. And that's what's, for me, amazing experience to do these things, is because they're kind of outside of the normal. There isn't a book with this stuff in it.
But there's people who've done more than me and harder than me and faster than me, haven't there?
Yeah, but I've never done it with them, and I don't know what the level of injuries that they've had within them. I've known people that have done endurance races and ended up in terrible injuries at the end and managed it, but not anyone who's done repeated episodes. Because I know there was a lad that did 401 marathons, but there was a break in the middle because he developed quite bad back pain.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's probably because I'm just not aware. I mean, Pete Thompson, who we had on right at the beginning, who did the 70 marathons in 70 days and the 44 and 44, he had a knee injury, but not anything compared with the level that we're talking about with that tenosynovitis that you had. So, yeah.
Tim, I was going to say, picking up on that, because of the occasional sitting in vans that we've both done together, waiting for Eddie to come by. I remember chatting with you, and you were saying that you're always very into keeping up with, I'm sure, but most physios are, but the sort of latest research and looking at things and going, oh, is there a different way of doing this? Or in actual fact, maybe this way is better. And some of the stuff you're talking about was really fascinating. And it just, you saying, taking on this challenge and previous challenges with Eddie, where there is no template, there is no, book. You go, oh, right, you do this, you do this, you do this. It's like you're kind of working around things. You're not working in a normal way that you would usually work for, say, one particular, single point event or, whatever. And I was very interested to hear that. I feel like that's a way you've always worked. Would that be correct? Like trying to see different ways of doing things?
Absolutely, and I think that was the common denominator in that whole group, and certainly in the Team 27 in South Africa, is that in the same way that Eddie explores comedy, acting, political world, everything is always looking for a different angle, looking for something different. How can I develop that? That's exactly the way that I work with physio, and I know all the people that were on that. It was about making it happen by being intuitive and kind of imaginative with finding solutions to problems rather than looking at the problem and going, oh my God, this isn't going to happen. So I kind of relate to everything Eddie says about humor and acting and creativity in the same way that I do in my small world of physio, is that I'm exactly the same, almost like a maverick, if you like, where there are no rules. We just need to find a solution and do whatever you can. But working on fairly sound principles in terms of, so what's wrong? and how can we improve that situation. So
5 minutes to run.
5 minutes.
No, that is
5
I
minutes.
find that fascinating. With physiotherapy generally, is it quite a fast-moving field? Like, do things like change quite quickly, or different views, or does something stay very set, but other things change significantly in like viewpoints or latest research or whatever?
Yes, I mean, the physio is constantly being researched, and certainly in the area of pain, there's a lot of work being done on that and trying to understand pain more. But in terms of the see, the great thing about human bodies is they haven't really changed that much, in hundreds of thousands of years. So the physiology and the mechanism by which we function, they're exactly the same. But what's changing is our ability to understand it. So the vaccine is a classic example. Our ability to be able to produce the vaccine for the coronavirus is because we have so much better knowledge now of the human physiology. And so that bit changes, and with every bit of understanding of the physiology that we get, that means that we can apply our treatment techniques in a much more kind of what they refer to as an evidence-based way. So a lot of the time you do things in medicine and they work, but you don't really know why they work. So what changes is our understanding of what the mechanism behind how they work is. So, but yeah, all medical science is moving forward in a fairly rapid way, which is exciting.
Yeah, no, it's brilliant. I've sort of noticed my very limited, knowledge that over the challenges that Eddie has done, certain theories or things have changed, or certainly, certain, your expertise, there was certain areas that felt different to maybe previous thoughts or whatever, so it's very interesting. I think that, I guess, yes, it's obviously fast moving, isn't it? Because everybody's trying to
3 minutes to run.
Figure out the the best way to fix
manage
people. Fix ailments.
Anyway, I'm going to say sorry, Sarah. I've just sent you a text. Tim, the double marathon. Do you think it'd be easier this time for me to do the double marathon?
I think physically you will cope with the double marathon better than we did in South Africa because we haven't got the heat, but the problem's going to be is just the tedium on the treadmill. We're all going to have to try and keep you entertained as much as we possibly can because that's going to be the big struggle.
I want dancing cats and things. Well, it's
exactly.
It's why I asked you and Dr. Gary to do whenever I was running in Europe 11 months ago was to just keep asking me questions. Let's talk about humanity. Let's talk about what can save the world. All those great things, because it fires the brain up. And then you're saying interesting things, and Gary was saying interesting things, and I was telling him my film ideas, and he's saying that's the film you've got to go for. The piano theme, which I have to make into a film.
And I think, absolutely. And I think sometimes as well is having discussions where perhaps you don't even necessarily agree, because I think that kind of gives you a bit of an adrenaline rush as well. So if you're actually having quite a kind of animated discussion, it's almost better than having one where you're just kind of...
Well, if I was running with a couple of Nazis, I don't know if that would really fire me up. Well,
2 hour marathon. 2 hours.
Hang on there, Himmler. I just, you chicken farmer, I'm going to have to hand you over to the judicial system here.
Be fueled by fury.
Well, we got 1 minute to go. So in the last minute, as Dave says to the world,
1 minute to run.
That's what he says. And then he's going to say it in 50 seconds. Thank you, Tim, for keeping us going. Thank you, everyone around the world, as we only have just over
50 seconds to run.
50 seconds to run. I'm going to make it. Thank you, Osaka. Mizuno have been helping us. Tim, Sarah. I'm going to do a gig at 7 o'clock.
40 seconds.
Izzard.com to donate or to buy tickets for my show in English. They're interesting. My show is intriguing, somewhat funny, and you see me fall asleep while standing up, which is
30 seconds.
30 seconds. I will soon be off. The stopping is beautiful. Tim, any last words?
This is just not near as exciting when you're running at 15k, absolutely hammering it. That was the best finish so far for me.
Yeah, that was.
There's still time.
There's still time. Well, the second one on.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
Thanks, everyone.
5,
Izzard.com for all the news.
3, 2,
Thank you, everyone on Swift. We've made it. We got there.
Well done, Ed.
It's a good thing. So, it's over.
Free to go.
The 29th marathon is done. Thank you, everyone. And I'll see you at the gig at 7 o'clock. In 50 minutes, I'll be on stage streaming around the world. It's quite an intriguing gig. Have a look. But tickets at eddyizzard.com. Thank you. Thanks, Tim. Talk to you later.
See ya.